And a very good morning and welcome to Bristol. It's a chilly morning, but it is thankfully a dry one. We've got a high layer of cloud and the forecast that I've looked at suggests it's going to be pretty much dry for today. The weekend looks a little more dodgy, especially overnight tonight, but we are starting as umpires Neil Pratt and Surendiran Shanmugam make their way out to the middle, and the Gloucestershire side led out by captain Graham Van Buren, having won the toss and decided to insert Middlesex. So the second straight home game for Gloucestershire where they've won the toss and have elected to field or bowl, depending on your point of view. So the team news for Gloucestershire I'll get to in a moment, but perhaps the biggest news is that we're playing on a hybrid pitch for this one. So the artificial strands of grass are stitched into the pitch, which means that whilst it won't deteriorate, it does tend to mean there's a bit more pace and bounce. So we might see a game fairly atypical of the sorts of matches that we've been seeing at Bristol in recent times. It's also quite a short boundary, particularly towards the pavilion where we are. I've not, to be honest, seen a boundary that short here in the time that I've been covering Gloucestershire. So short boundary straight, and there's always a short boundary straight towards the Ashley Down Road end. Yeah, slightly different feel about things this morning. There's not a huge number of spectators in because it is freezing cold. And I'll just go through the Gloucestershire side with a late change to it. Chris Dent is playing and Zafar Gohar is not. We'll try and get some more news on that as we get it, but as yet no official news on that. But Chris Dent into the side and Zafar Gohar out. Marchand de Lange is returning. We saw de Lange back in the squad list, so it was fairly clear, especially with this hybrid pitch, that he was likely to play. Tom Price is missing from the squad, being rested after he's had a rib issue to start the season. Mark Stoneman and Nathan Fernandez, the two Middlesex openers, are out in the middle, and we're ready for the first ball of this match between Gloucestershire and Middlesex, as it's Ajit Singh Dale bowling to Stoneman and beating him on the outside edge first ball. He tried to withdraw the bat there, did Stoneman, but he did chase it, the left-hander. 3 slips and a gully in place for Gloucestershire. My name's Ed Seaborn. Alongside me will be Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, and I'm from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and we're also going out live on the Gloucestershire live stream. Here's Ajit Singh Dale over the wicket bowling to Stoneman, who tries to flick that one through the leg side, but it pings off either pad or hip or something out into the onside, and it's fielded by Marchand de Lange, and there is no run. So no Toby Rowland-Jones for Middlesex. Henry Brooks. You should have written that first name down and say one instead of the other. Henry Brooks is playing, and Rowland-Jones, I guess again, rest and rotation. So Mark Stoneman and Nathan Fernandez opening the batting. Max Holden, Lias Deploy, the captain. Ryan Higgins returning to Bristol for the first time in Championship cricket with Middlesex, as Ajit Singh Dale's in over the wicket, bowling to Stoneman, angled across him, and it goes through to James Bracey. Stevie Eskenazi, Jack Davies is the keeper, Josh DeCaries, Henry Brooks, Tom Helm and Ethan Bamber. That's the Middlesex lineup. So Singhdale to take the new ball from the Ashley Down Road end. Curious to see who gets it from this pavilion end without Tom Price in the lineup. Singhdale runs in, he bowls to Stoneman, who's glanced this one down through the gully, and it flies away for 4. It's to that short boundary towards the deep third area in absolutely no time whatsoever. And Middlesex are underway with Stoneman picking up a boundary off the fourth delivery, and it is 4 without loss, and it's good morning for the first time to Kevin Hand.
Morning, Ed. How are you?
I'm all right, yeah. I'm excited, I think, for this, because to be honest, I'm not used to turning up to Bristol and expecting some pace and bounce.
Oh, yes.
But we are, and you can already see how much further back James Bracey in the slip corner is standing compared with how far back they would normally be standing for your average Bristol pitch, the one a couple over, for example, where they played Yorkshire on.
I was racking my brains back to when Richard Johnson was interim coach of Middlesex, playing here at Bristol a few years back.
Singdale runs in, bowls, and forward comes Stoneman playing a defence back up the pitch.
Middlesex had been relegated in 2017, having won it in 2016. 2018, Richard Scott lost his job halfway through the season, and Richard Johnson stepped up from bowling coach to head coach. And all of a sudden, Middlesex went on a run, and the most unlikely of promotion charges formed, with Middlesex then coming here to Bristol needing a victory, and then they'd still need a victory in their final game of the season. So there was a lot of ifs and buts.
Last ball of the first over, 4 slips and a gully in now. Singdale bowls, and Stoneman plays inside the line of that one as it angles across him, but a pacey delivery from Singdale to complete the first over, and Middlesex are 4 without loss.
But it was the slowest, lowest, deadest Bristol pitch you could imagine. So exactly what you just said about this one, because that's the game that springs immediately to mind for me of the recent years, and there was a few of them. For sure, but that one, I know that Middlesex. I mean, it's 2018, so we can probably talk about it now. But you know, conversations were had even as early as I think the first evening or second morning about setting up a game, because it was so apparent that pitch was so dead, and Middlesex needed the win. No game was ever set up, sadly, and it was a draw. Middlesex's unlikely promotion charge was there ended. To try and bounce back at first attempt, Richard Johnson didn't get the job. Went off to Surrey, came back now and is head coach, and sliding doors. If it had been a hybrid bouncy pitch that year in 2018, who knows? Jono could have been head coach the whole time. But yeah, no, exactly as you said. It feels like there's a fair bit for us to get our teeth into for this one.
Dom Goodman.
He's running away from our position, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump by young Fernandez. In for Sam Robson with that finger injury. Frustrating for Sam. Saw him at Lord's last week, wait all winter, and pick up an injury and miss out in the first couple of rounds of matches. Break next week for Middlesex, so where they go after that, we shall see in terms of Robson's injury. Off he goes again. Goodman passes the umpire now, he bowls, and this is eased away by Fernandez to gully, and there's no run. But Fernandez has been quite the story as well, with his century in his first class innings. That was a first by a Middlesex player to the 3 previous players who scored their first class centuries in their first class debuts, which they made for Middlesex, all did so in the second innings. So brilliant from young Fernandez. Here's Goodman, he's in, bowls, and this is on a length just outside the off stump, left alone. Through it goes to the keeper. 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. But yeah, there's so many reasons to be happy this morning. There was a threat of rain for 10, 11 o'clock, quite a heavy threat of rain, but I can see no sign of it at all. We've got a good panoramic view up here, haven't we?
It is, yeah. We've got an absolutely ideal view. We are right behind this playing surface.
Goodman's in, bowls, and Fernandez forward, early in position, eases into the offside. Mid-off comes down to collect. But I mean, the entire horizon around us, there's not a sight of a rain cloud. I'm saying all this now. There's probably one lurking immediately over our head, which is about to deposit.
It does tend to be the problem. One of the few problems with this vantage point is that the weather does tend to come from our left shoulder, so we can't always see it. But, to be honest, it looks as if we're going to get away with this.
Yeah, here comes Goodman. He bowls, and right in behind this one again, Fernandez defending, pushing back up the track, and there's no run. We were out there only 20 minutes or so, half an hour ago, so there was quite a strong wind. The wind was coming from the other way, though, because as you said, usually the weather comes in from over the left shoulder as we look at the pavilion end, but the wind was blowing straight into our faces from the blocks of flats opposite.
Yeah, north wind, cold wind, I think probably, or sort of northeast maybe. It's probably even worse than due north.
Oh yeah, let me make sure I've got it. I mean, it feels like we're looking directly north, but is that correct? Have I got my...
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, it's a good leave, and look at that. Is that bouncer that you were talking about through to the keeper? It's taken up above his right shoulder with his fingers pointing to the sky as he rose with the bounce. Really pronounced climb on that one. Fernandez with a very good leave. It was across him. It just tightened up slightly, having pitched, but the left-hander happily leaving it through to the keeper. End of the second over. A maiden for Goodman to begin. 4 without loss after 2.
Yeah, you mentioned that 2018 game. I think that was the last time that these two sides have played here. They've not met at all in first-class cricket since 2021, the year that we had the conference system. And the home fixture for Gloucestershire was played at Cheltenham that year. Here's Singdale bowling and angled away by Stoneman, looking for more runs, fine on the offside, but Dent with those bright orange-soled boots has dived to his left and stopped the ball. So Dent was seemed to be missing with a back injury, but lo and behold, here he is in the starting 11, and we assume that he will come in at the top of the order and Ben Charlesworth will slide back down to the middle order. So he's sort of a little bit jack-in-the-box, like up and down the order is Ben Charlesworth through these first 3 rounds. Down, up, down. This is all edged by Stoneman, more of a genuine edge that time, but it flies right between the slip cordon and the gully. Not sure whether it was catchable or not. It went so quickly. Let's see if we can get some sort of indication ourselves looking again. But it was definitely a squirt from Stoneman rather than a deliberate steer, which he's done a couple of times already. But it's 4 runs, doesn't really matter. And Stoneman already up to 8, and 8 without loss. Sort of imagine pitch with a fair amount of pace and bounce in it, and shortish boundaries. We might actually see quite a quick scoring game here, which again flies in the face of what you tend to see here. And Gloucestershire have dispensed with this gap now in the slip corner. Oh, well, I say that, they just moved. There's less of a gap now. Yeah, I think we're just going to go with 5 slips, but now it's 4 slips and quite a sort of a 6th slip. Singdale runs in, he bowls to Stoneman, who rises up onto his toes and maybe off them actually to get on top of the bounce and play it down into the ground, and there is no run.
So Roland Jones is missing one this week, isn't he? He's one of the, whenever you think of probably over the last decade or so, whenever you think of a bowler who's going to extract more bounce than a batter would expect, Roland Jones is your man. And he sits out this one, Lias Deployer's captain. But Brooks back in, his pace on this should be fun.
Yes. Yeah, he's got some height as well. Singdale in over the wicket, bowling full and straight, and Stoneman keeps it out, plays pretty much the perfect forward defence, as it might have had a chance of knocking out middle stump at the non-striker's end if Singdale hadn't stopped it from getting that far. He's got some pace about him as Singdale, some real pace, and Gloucestershire's attack is basically the quickest and tallest that they could have selected. So Josh Shaw missing out from the squad and Tom Price being rested. So Gloucestershire are looking to bring the heat. Singdale is in bowls, tucked away off the thigh pad by Stoneman, off the bat, but off the thigh pad is what I mean. Single is taken. No, it was off the thigh pad. Okay, I thought he got some bat on that, but no, it's a leg by. So 9 without loss. So Delanger and Actor, guess will be first change, and no spin option. As I say, Zafar Gohar is well. No, I say no spin option. Van Buren and Ollie Price will have to provide the spin options if Gloucestershire get that far, but no Zafar Gohar. There were sort of rumblings about some sort of a back issue earlier on. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's just a late decision, as this is just glided by Fernandez backward a point, and Dent has got to go into quite a pronounced slide from aquaplaning towards the boundary there. He's struggling to arrest his slide. Fernandez is off the mark and picks up 2 runs, and Middlesex continue to score pretty well from that Ashley Down Road end. All 11 runs have come from the bowling from that end. It's 11 without loss, 2 for Fernandez and 8 for Stoneman.
It's almost like playing on the village green, isn't it, with this boundary rope? You almost imagine him sliding over the boundary rope there and he'd be on the main road. Like, quick, get it, the ball's going to go on the road. Or the river's running around the side of it. Quick, before it goes over the boundary rope, stop it. It's so tight in here, isn't it?
So it's quite long towards the mound stand, towards that side of the ground, but everywhere else, it's a really small playing area.
I mean, it's a lofted wedge, isn't it, down the ground, this one? It's a little chip. So here's Goodman, who really angles the start of his run-up before he gets into a very straight line almost immediately, but just the first 2 steps are from an angle as he comes in, bowls, full ball, outside off, left alone by Stoneman. Great excitement from the bowler and some in the field, but Stoneman looked to be in good judgment of that one. That really would have had to have done some through the air quite late to have troubled the off stump at all. It would never have done it off the surface on that line. So I think Stoneman had it well judged. But yeah, it is a tight boundary rope. Look at the snapper down below as a photographer who's basically at long off.
Yeah.
And
he's almost at mid-off.
Yeah. It's a good length ball angled across Stoneman, and that one he half plays at. I think he just about played the line of it, kept the bat inside the line, tucked behind the pad, and through it goes. Were the boundary rope back on the picket fence here at the pavilion end around the advertising board, then that snapper would virtually be a deep mid-off, or he'd be a long off 10 yards in, 12 yards in. So it's it's a great little spot for him there.
So even for T20 cricket, I can't recall it being pushed in this far.
In comes Goodman again. He angles this across. It starts wide. It's left alone and taken nearly in front of second by Bracey. Remember a match at at Somerset? Are we allowed to mention Taunton here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Is there,
just as long as you do it with a vague sense of disdain.
That there, Taunton. They had the big stand where the media centre is now. I'm just trying to remember if it was once the media centre had gone on or whether it was before. Because before they used to have the theatre seats in there.
Yes,
remember, I'm not sure if they're still there.
Great. No, they got rid of them.
Did they? Here's a length ball angled across Stoneman again. Starts a little bit shorter and Stoneman sits back as he leaves this one alone through to the keeper. There was a particular damp patch, and I don't think it had got much sun, because just thinking about it, again, that's north facing, isn't it? So whether it was early season or whatever it was late season, the low sun wasn't particularly getting the near side. It's dried out, so they had a really big damp patch all along. Well, they have the practice nets along there as well, don't they, I think, on that side. So a decision was then made, could they bring the boundary rope in, and it was deemed that it was borderline as that boundary rope being too close, as this ball's full, almost on the crease as it pitches from the right arm seamer across the left-handed Stoneman. Left alone again. But they played a game. I can't remember whether that was T20 or whether it was Championship. It may have been T20. It probably was. T20. They were so keen to get the game on. So in came the boundary rope. Plenty of eyebrows raised, and I'm sure a good number of sixes at that end that day. Goodman turns away from us. Brisk approach, bowls, and that's a better line, better length, and Stoneman has to play at that one. He's in comfortably behind it, though. We haven't seen much through the air just yet, have we? And nor indeed have we seen much off the surface, apart from that one that straightened slightly from outside off, but had started well wide to trouble Stoneman even for a moment. Stoneman has 8, Fernandez has 2, 11 without loss at Seabourn. Myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the commentary of this one. Where's comms, Cam?
I don't think it's in operation, sadly, so your beautiful visage will not be...
The bouffon took hours this morning.
On the live stream.
Wasted my time.
Sadly. I mean, I could have just leaned out the way, but, here's Sittingdale in, and Fernandez is forward calmly. There's a caressing forward defence to mid-off. If you do want to get in touch with us, there is a new email address which I've paid an enormous sum of money for. You can get in touch at radiobristolcricket@gmail.com.
Ooh.
So that's the address. We'd welcome your contributions on anything other than the poor quality of my commentary. radiobristolcricket@gmail.com. If you want to get in touch on X, it's at Kevin Hand Sport and at edcricket6, number 6. Has always done a little bit there, but it's done it after it's past Fernandez, who was always leaving the ball alone.
Actually, I haven't done that much yet this year.
What, the old
Twitter
X?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not much X action yet this season.
Yeah, well, it's just sort of feels as if we've got to do it, doesn't it?
I know, I can have a look now. I'm trying to think, why didn't I do it at Wantage Road when I was on with Andrew Rad? But we were too busy talking, Radders and I.
Well, Radders has been getting all the tweets anyway.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. Old man Rad on Twitter. Here comes Singdale bowling, and that's pushed neatly through the covers by Fernandez, and that probably will have the legs. It does. It goes for 4. Just put the bat there, really, and allowed the ball to do the rest of the work. Timed it away through the covers, and it's another boundary. Fernandez moves on to 6, 15 without loss. As you say, not a great deal of movement through the air, and being the hybrid, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how a red ball seam really. I think this is part of the trial, really. I don't really know what a red ball seam does on hybrids.
Not much at the moment.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think it does a huge amount. So if you can get yourself in on it, and I think that's the thing when you see it in white ball cricket as well with these hybrids, if you can get in on them, a lot of runs to be had. As once again, just pushing away. Oh, this could be a run out here. No. Goodman shies at the stumps at the non-strikers end. Good running from Fernandez in the end. It looked tight as he pushed it away.
Well, that was
maybe he picked his field to 16 without loss.
That was my impression, right, when I heard hybrid, really? Championship game? Because I remember when the hybrids came in and they were seen as, you may as well just have a bowling machine. Again, it was like the old thing when T20 came in. Well, it's a batter's game, it's not for the bowlers, which isn't true at all. It's a great game for the bowlers as well. You just got to understand that part of it is you're going to concede a lot of runs.
Singdale runs in over the wicket, bowling, and tucked into the onside by Stoneman. They'll take a single, and that's all they'll get, as the ball would have just about maybe trickled outside the 30-yard circle had there been one. Mid-on runs round De Lange, and it's 17 without loss. Stoneman on to 9.
But it was, I think somebody mentioned, it's almost like batting on AstroTurf. There's nothing in it for the bowlers. So hybrid for a championship game surprised me when I heard it. Now, it might have been something that I missed, and they were played elsewhere last year as well. No,
I think this is new for this year. There's a new trial basis. They're allowing teams.
Can you imagine if they were Kookaburra on a hybrid?
In goes Singdale, bowls, and that's once again angled across Fernandez. Decent carry, but not really doing anything off the surface. And that's the end of the over. 6 runs from that one, and Middlesex 17 without loss. So still all the runs scored from the Ashley Down Road end. I think the feeling with them, at least in the games that I've seen, you see quite a lot of games at Southampton particularly, and at Taunton. They tend to play their T20 cricket on hybrids now. If you bowl it on a nice good length, then you can get some bounce, you can get some carry. Yeah. But probably if you get used to it, you realise that it's going to do that off that length. If you bowl it full, it's probably not going to rear up. And if you just get the measure of that, then actually, there's very few demons.
Goodman around the wicket, bowls, and it's full, it's straight, and watchfully pushed by Stoneman to mid-off. There's no run. Well, you're talking almost throwdowns, aren't you? That's effectively what it becomes. Once the batter has got the feel of the pitch, if there's going to be no movement, no deviation for the bowlers, then effectively it's throwdowns. And then you do come to the point of, well, because imagine playing a Kookaburra on what we're seeing here already. I think the bowlers at that point would just give up, wouldn't they? You'd almost down tools in protests. But it's early. Let's see. It might swing. Of course, you look for what's underfoot doesn't affect what goes on through the air, as here's a length ball. It's a no ball. Now, that did have some shape from Goodman around the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman. It was left alone on length. The no ball's calls for overstepping, but it was left alone on length by Stoneman. Had that have been a fraction fuller, and he was playing at that one, then you could well have seen that one beating the edge of the left-hander's bat, which I don't think we've particularly noted yet. There was one that Stoneman may or may not have played at, tucking the bat in behind. As Goodman bowls, there we go, that's the line, that's the length, and the ball's pushed back. That was the next thing I was going to come to, where he's been right arm over to the left-hander so far. I wouldn't, for a moment, suggest that was wrong, but angling it across the left-hander as he was bearing little fruit for him. He needed to. It looks already as though it's a pitch, much like with the Kookaburras. You've got to bowl. I say a pitch, a ball, whatever. The conditions at the moment suggest you need to be very, very, very tight to that off stump if you want to be in the game as a bowler. As Goodman's in, bowls, and there he is, tight to the off stump, and Stoneman's beaten from around the wicket. And there's a spot that he can hang on, because that one didn't straighten at all. That continued to come back in, but it still beat that forward defence of Stoneman. Lovely ball. Just good line and length.
He's played it well to Stoneman, just pretty much covering up, but that's one of the few that we have seen do something, and we've now seen one move slightly away and that one come in, so he's putting it in the batter's mind. He moved both ways.
This is full straight and turns to mid-wicket, and Goodman has his hands on his head, and that's the game for me already. I think they've settled onto their spot now. We're halfway through the 6th over, and they have realised very quickly you are wasting your time putting any effort into a 5th stump line on this pitch. Stoneman and Fernandes aren't seeing many deviations. As long as they line it up properly, they know they're safe. You're going to have to bowl at the stumps. And again, I hate to say it this early in the match, but what we were hearing from Kookaburra is basically the bowlers were just spending 4 days waiting for batters to make mistakes. As here's a length ball left alone by Stoneman. Did that take a little deviation off the back hip on the way through? Either that or it swung through the air after passing the batter, because Bracey's taken it nearly in front of slip, despite the angle being right arm around to the left-hander and left marginally alone outside off. But yeah, might have just clipped to the back hip of the batter on the way through.
Finn Hudson-Prentice apparently liked bowling with the Kookaburra ball. He took a 5-wicket haul, Adrian Harms was saying, up at Grace Road with it.
Around the wicket again. Oh, chipped back by Stoneman. He's threw it too early, looking to clip through mid-wicket, and he gets a leading edge, which is just out of reach of Goodman, diving to his right. It doesn't carry to mid-off. Stoneman survives, and there was the plot early on, and that's what we're talking about in terms of the pitch. You know, Stoneman saw the line of that one, thought, okay, now was that an extra bit of bounce because of the hybrid surface? Closes the face, extra bit of bounce, doesn't reach him as quickly as he was expecting the trajectory, and who knows, or it's just the 6th over of the match and he hasn't quite got his eye and timing in just yet. But the point is, it feels already as though Gloucestershire are going to have to bowl at the stumps on this one. Maybe it'll change, maybe this ball will come to life, maybe Lacquer comes off one side and there's a bit of movement, more movement through the air than we've seen, which we haven't seen any really so far. But end of the over, 19 without loss after 6.
Yeah, and you almost wonder actually whether you can get a little bit carried away with seeing the ball flying through to the keeper's gloves, that potentially being a danger. New over starting with Singdale bowling, and Fernandes will exploit the fact that they've put Dent back at deep point now, and will take a single just opening the face of the blade.
Are you suggesting some bowlers like to bowl pretty lengths?
Well, I think it's you've probably waited, even for some of these young bowlers like Singdale, you've waited to turn up to a home game with the possibility of getting the ball to carry through really well. I mean, on the first morning, actually, you would expect a bit of carry here, but it does tend to go as the game wears on. But, yeah, you can potentially get a little bit overexcited and then bowl too wide. Singdale is in bowls, that squares up Stoneman, who squirts it away down towards deep third. Dent gets across and Fields will take a single, but they won't come back for a second run because it's so short, and Dent is very quick across the turf. So one more run added, 21 without loss.
Well, how many leaves have we seen so far from the batters in 6.2 overs? It looks as though they've made the conscious effort, right, we've got to bowl at the stumps, we've got to make them play. Now, of course, you can leak runs quickly by bowling at the stumps, but equally, early in the innings right now, bowling at the stumps, the batters still got... Now they're looking at a different feel of it all. Right, they're bowling at the stumps, I've got to play the ball. If I'm closing the face, have I got the timing right? Have I got the bounce right? We've seen on a couple of occasions from Stoneman now.
Singdale runs in, he bowls. This is played up towards mid-on off the front foot by Fernandes. And Marchand de Lange does the fielding. I think also one of the reasons for this large square boundary, I mean, it's longer to one side than the other, but when Gloucestershire decide to go to the short ball, if nothing is happening, they might not have to do that, but at some point you'd feel the short ball will be part of the strategy with an attack consisting of the likes of de Lange, Goodman, who's 6'5", 6'6", something like that. You want a long boundary to be able to exploit that. This is short down the leg side, 4 runs. They went to the short ball there, but the direction wasn't right, swiveled on, and fine leg, no chance whatsoever. Too far round towards the long leg. And 4 runs, Fernandes on to 12, Middlesex 25 without loss.
It's played nicely, wasn't it? I don't think he meant it quite as fine as that. And both batters prod away at the surfaces. They have a natter about it. It was on him quickly, though, wasn't it? Which is why it went so fine. It's almost a glanced hook.
Already down to 3 slips in a gully, so they've taken one man out of the cordon. And that fielder is now at mid-wicket, so 2 fielders, as it were, in the ring on the onside. Singdale runs in over the wicket, bowls. This is driven gorgeously past straight mid-off, and 4 runs to Fernandez. That is a shot which makes a statement, really.
This lad's a prospect, you know, he really is. That's lovely. Look at him hold that pose.
Yeah. Perfect vertical bat.
You know, because, again, that century in the first innings at Northamptonshire, it was against a Kookaburra. So, you know, all of those stats in the first 2 rounds almost come with that little asterisk against it, you know, Kookaburra round. Which is a shame, but I think already in the match against Yorkshire and again here, he just plays with so much time, young Fernandez, he really does.
So that's the first one that Singdale's really tried to pitch up after having bowled it short. That's probably more like the length that he wants to be living on, somewhere in between the 2. And Fernandez rehearsing a more vertical defensive shot, but he still kept it out and played it into the onside. So Singdale's been expensive so far, 26 from his 4 overs. Not all entirely down to his waywardness in terms of line and length.
What note about Fernandez? He's sitting there again on that last one, so you mentioned in the length there, and it's something that you noticed all the way through with him. It just struck, you know, a 19-year-old kid. He plays with so much time. He's in position so early. Excuse me. He's in position so early, and he just plays with so much time. You know, even this early in the innings. Goodman around the wicket to Stoneman. 3 slips and a gully. Bowls full and straight, and Stoneman's in position early, defending that to mid-off. Hands on head again from Goodman. Oh, umpire's coming to have a chat. Is he following through a little there? We haven't got many spinners, so that's not much use.
No, well, this is the thing. I'm kind of wondering,
does
it actually really make any difference on a hybrid? I don't know.
What do they call it? Danger zone, red zone?
Yes,
what's it called again?
Danger area,
the danger
suppose,
area.
Yeah. I like danger zone better.
That's yeah.
More jeopardy
I was listening
to
to Heart 80s on the way in. Other Heart stations are available. As this ball's worked away through square leg, nicely by Stoneman off the back foot. Beautiful timing, and that'll be a boundary for the Middlesex opener. He moves to 14 from 28, 33 without loss. BBC Radio 2, I was listening to on the way in. A little bit of I Went to the Danger Zone. Before your time, Ed?
Yes, sadly so.
That's a movie reference, I'm sure it is. Oh, is that Top Gun? I Went to the Danger Zone. I'm not going to sing it.
I couldn't tell you, I'm afraid. I've not watched it.
First movie reference of the season from me, I think.
Really?
Slack
that is
him.
surprising.
Yeah. Around the wicket goes Goodman. He bowls. It's straight, it's full, and it's defended by Stoneman. I Went to the Danger Zone. Let's see. Top Gun, yeah. You're not a Top Gun fan?
No. I mean, I do
Top
wear
Gun
the sort of aviator sunglasses sometimes, which has been told to be, yes, by other people. It's sort of Top Gun sunglasses. I don't think I've got them with me today.
Who sang I Went to the Danger Zone? Kenny Loggins. Loggins? His full delivery to Stoneman. It's pushed back to mid-off and there's no run. Is this one-hit wonder territory?
Who is that? I've never heard of it.
1986.
I never forgot his password.
Is that Loggins or Logins? How's your...
I'd say Loggins.
Loggins.
Yeah.
I think it's Loggins, but it just looks wrong, doesn't it, to say that that's Loggins? But I think
like
Loggins.
sort of Muggins.
Yeah.
Loggins,
Yeah, there you go. Here's a length ball from Goodman. It's just short of, actually, and Stoneman rides it to square leg.
Just had a note, by the way, which I did make a note of, but I've forgotten. It's happy birthday to Nathan Fernandez. It's his 20th birthday today.
Did you just read that over my shoulder?
No.
Well done, Ollie Thorpe, who's just messaged me.
Somebody sent me a kind message. I made a note of it, but as so often with these things, I forgot.
In comes... Oh, now it's a no ball. It's a short one from Goodman. It lifts off just short of a length. Stoneman was looking to cut at it. It probably didn't have the width for the cut, to be honest. Threw it past it to Bracey. Good bounce on that through to the keeper. Maybe there was a little bit of width on it, looking at the replay, but no ball called anyway, and he's just got a problem with overstepping at the moment, Goodwin, hasn't he? And his follow-through indeed as well.
Yeah, he was doing it a little bit at Hove when he really felt as if he was striving for extra pace.
He's in now, bowls, and that's full, left alone by Stoneman. End of the 8th, 35 without loss. Stoneman 14, Fernandez 16. 20-year-old Fernandez 16.
So I wasn't right. Apologies, I was only half listening.
I think 20-year-old Fernandez.
And he wears 18 as well.
Stop it.
As if it weren't confusing enough already. He's faced 17 balls.
I'll just check myself out.
Yes, there's a lot of numbers flying around there.
Yeah, born 2004. 20 years of age. Do you remember being 20, Ed?
Just about, yeah. I think
it was
so.
only 4 years ago, wasn't it?
I wish. Change your bowling.
I got that wrong, shouldn't I? I should have said, when are you 20, Ed?
Oh, well. Yeah, that would certainly not have flown. I might have been able to fool the odd person with what you went with to start with. Maybe with bad eyesight. Marchand de Lange replacing Ajit Singh Dale, so a 4-over burst from Singh Dale, conceding 26 runs. The last over going for 10. That certainly didn't help that. And it's de Lange to race in back into the side for this round. He bowls, and this is jabbed down by Fernandez into the gully. Half stopped by Hammond, slowing it down for Dent at backward point to get across. And they'll take a single, 36 without loss. We've had a few emails in already.
Many nice ones.
This is the magic of this. I've only just set this up last night, and we've already got a few in. The Void.
Wait, this is a new email address.
Yes, well, I've commandeered. Nobody else is going to be able to have Radio Bristol Cricket at gmail.com. Well, we didn't have one.
So nobody could email you before?
Yeah, we just didn't have one. Decided that there might be a nice idea, I don't know.
Do people still use emails?
De Lange round the wicket bowls, playing inside the line of that one is Stoneman, but it bounces and carries and does a little bit off the surface as well, even if it was probably too wide really to interest Stoneman in properly having a go at it.
Yeah, look at where he's prodding away on that. It feels like an around the wicket length, an around the wicket situation at the moment to the left-hander, because the two that we've seen do the most have been from around the wicket, targeting that off stump. And it needs a little bit of movement, doesn't it? But yeah, that went off the surface all right. De Lange, I think if anybody's going to find something out of this, it will be him.
You'd think he would be enjoying this. De Lange in bowls, tucked away to mid-on, and there's no run. The Void gets in touch.
Oh, no, the Void well. He's a man of these parts. Middlesex fan, but a man of these parts.
For various reasons, today's the first time I managed to attend a live game for almost 5 years. Thank goodness for the streams and BBC Comms. Delighted to be taking in the atmosphere, waves from the other end. So it's probably wait 40 seconds too late now unless he's got an earpiece in, so we'll have to watch in about 40 seconds time.
I reckon I can spot him within 40 seconds. He's at the other end, is he?
Shame the forecast's a bit rubbish for the weekend, but here's to a full day's play today. Yes, well, we're hopeful. In goes De Lange, round the wicket. He's there, he bowls on a good length, rises through to the keeper, and Stoneman makes sure to get everything out of the way of that one. I'm not sure whether De Lange was applauding the cordon or whether he was applauding Stoneman for leaving the ball. You just never know with De Lange. Lively character out there. In fact, I think what he was doing is he wanted the cordon to... Oh, is he waving?
The Void's
now?
waving, yeah. 3 rows back.
Right.
There you go. Do you know, of all the people I was going to pick out in the crowd, that wasn't the Void.
Into the Void.
I'd picked out about 2 other Voids at that end, and that wasn't one of them.
Here comes De Lange, bowls, full straight. Stoneman taps a run into the covers. There's no fielder between mid-off and backward point, and he will move on to 15, 37 without losses. He's so close you can almost be touching the Void.
People would say there's a couple of Voids at this end of the ground as well, sat in the commentary box. Yeah, he used to come up and say hello when we were up in the Jessup stand there years ago.
Oh gosh, the Jessup stand. Yes.
I used to be up there on my own. The press box was at this end then.
Those were the days.
Used to have to wander around at lunch and tea, see what was left.
De Lange races in round the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Fernandez. Made a slightly tinny sound off the bat there, suggesting it caught him high up on it, but he kept it down. And there's no run to end that over. Mark Kidger has been in touch.
Morning, Mark.
Morning, Mark from Madrid.
Yep.
The end of this game will just be about a quarter of the way through the season. It's a scary thought. I was thinking about this. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't feel like it's even,
ridiculous. If it was a 16-game season and we'd had 4 games by this point, you'd say fine. But in a 14-game season, and this is the 4th round already, don't get me started already. Come on.
Greetings to Ed and Mystic Kevitz. Titles. It's a scary thought. My feeling is that Gloucestershire cannot afford another defeat. On the other hand, a Middlesex win would set them up nicely, and see Kev predicting for only about the 18th consecutive season.
He's Goodman around the wicket bowls. This is eased away into the offside by Stoneman off the back foot for a single into the vacant covers as the sun comes through.
Promotion.
Indeed.
And you know, he may just be right this time. Sussex are my favourites to go up. Yorkshire have not taken off yet this season, but surely will get their game together. Glad to see the pitch has some life. Now both attacks need to use it. Excited to see what Dom Goodman can do if he gets a run in the side.
Well, we're starting to see a few more indications now that there's a little bit more life in it than we feared in the opening few overs, but maybe they were just bowling the wrong line, which was too wide to begin with. Here's Goodman bowls full, straight and inside part of the bat from Fernandez. That's the most uncomfortable he's looked this morning as he checks what was shaping up to be an on drive. He plays a perfect straight drive, but what he offered was more an on drive, and even with that it took the inside part of the bat to mid-wicket. But having checked it, he didn't bring mid-on or mid-wicket into play. Goodman again. Sharp approach, not the longest. He bowls full and straight, and there's young Fernandez again in so early behind that ball, eases it into the offside. He appears to have all the time in the world, doesn't he?
Mark finishes his email by saying, in the Exiles AGM, Will Brown, that's Gloucestershire's chief exec, talked a lot about bowler rotation to try to avoid last season's injury crisis, but you do need to give your best attack a run of games. The feeling was at the end of last game, Mark Alleyne was saying he was very happy with the health of his bowlers.
Goodman bowls, eased back up the track by Fernandez, no run.
So my feeling was that there weren't going to be a huge number of changes for this game. It was fairly obvious that they were looking to use the hybrid pitch. They weren't, I think, 100% certain whether they were going to use it at the end of last week, or at least not enough just to say to all and sundry that they were going to use it. But you always felt Delanger was going to come back for this game, I think probably regardless of which pitch would be used. But 3 rounds in a row for Singh Dale shows his body seems to be holding up well.
Goodman bowls, Fernandez again. That's a nice line and length. He's a long way forward, a long way across, but again he played that with so much time, mid-off fields. I think he had the line and length almost perfectly to where he wanted it to be there, Goodman, particularly at this stage of the innings. Front foot, asking questions. I wonder now if he'll just dart one in that little bit straighter, see if he can push it through that little bit quicker. Just see if Fernandez comes as far across. Once again, he's in, bowls, and fraction straighter, it's driven back to him. Gets his left hand to it and prevents another straight drive down the ground. From the left-hander, Fernandez remains on 17 from 24 faced now. Stoneman 16 from 38. 38 without loss, the Middlesex score. Here at Bristol, 10 overs bowled with sunshine breaking through. Well, this wasn't the forecast, but we'll take it. We certainly will. Let's hope the forecast for the rest of the day is correct, because that one, at best, was the slightest of scattered showers.
Yeah, I think from what I've looked at this morning, it seems as though we might be getting quite a lot of rain overnight. I mean, now they've got 80% chance of rain at 8 o'clock.
Tonight?
Yes.
Oh, no. Friday night in Bristol, Ed. What are we going to do? Have you brought your umbrella?
No, I haven't.
That'll be just when we're decamping from the first place to the next one, won't it? Around 8 o'clock. Should we go a bit early?
Here comes Delanger, round the wicket he bowls, and this is guided away and well in front of third slip. He can't stop it, and it goes down to the boundary for 4 runs. So once again, rushing away quickly down fine with the pace of Delanger. He was playing a little away from his body there with Stoneman, but he managed to play with soft enough hands that he controlled it. And moves on to 20 now, and Middlesex 42 without loss. As Delanger's in his second over, short cover now in place. Round the wicket he comes and bowls short, wide, cut away. That'll be 4 more. Nothing that Dent can do at backward points, and it is back-to-back boundaries to start this over. 46 without loss, and already you start to think about these dimensions, the pace of the pitch. You kind of expect it to be potentially quick scoring. As I said, if you can really just get your eye in on it,
you can't be
these two kind of have done now.
You can't be offline on this pitch, can you? You really can't. You've got a very small margin for error. We had Corey Collingwood up in the box with us last week at Lords. Had a chat with him, and I remember there was a game at Edgbaston that Middlesex played, and if you kept it on the right spot, there was rewards to be had. But if you were even slightly off your line or length, the batters just cashed in. However, there was reward if you could keep it in the right area, because there was pace in it.
Yeah. Here's DeLange running in, bowling on the pads of Stoneman, and worked into the onside for a single. And he'll tick up to 25. That's tended to be my feeling about them in white ball cricket, in that if you can hit that good sort of hard length that everyone talks about now, then there's, it's actually quite difficult to get away. But as soon as you present any width, the pace means it comes on nicely and you can score boundaries wherever you like. And there's plenty of pace to use, for the ramps and all that lovely stuff as well. But in terms of the championship, it's not simply enough just to dig it in on a length and have the batters play a defensive shot, because you've got to try and get them out as well. And already I think there's a feeling amongst the Gloucestershire fielders of, this isn't quite going the way that we hoped it would. This is turned away by Fernandez to the straight side of mid-on, and a diving effort from Singdale, a slightly awkward one. Brings the ball under control, but it's another single, so they've scored off every ball this over. 48 without loss.
This is the first toss that Middlesex have lost this season, and there were plenty of question marks in the Kookaburra rounds. Middlesex winning the toss and putting the opposition in, they'd go and rack up a big score. Well, why did you do that? Why didn't you go and rack up a big score and then put the pressure on the opposition? Well, because the amount of time that it takes to score these big runs in a 4-day game.
DeLange round the wicket, bowls. Stoneman comes forward. Might have been inside edge. Well, I say inside edge, sort of thick part of the bat onto pad there, but certainly an awful lot of bat involved. Trickles out into the offside.
Yeah, you reached Northamptonshire in the second round, having seen what happens against Glamorgan in the first round at Lords with all those runs. Highest individual score by a batter by Sam North, East Middlesex, the highest total domestically at Lords.
And comes Marchand DeLange in and bowls, and Stoneman head over the ball. That ball is not getting past. End of the over. 10 runs from that one, so we've already had a couple of double-digit overs from that Ashley Down Road end, and Middlesex 48 without loss after 11.
Yeah, you get to Northamptonshire, then win the toss, right, stick them in. What are they going to put on? You then have to go and match that. When you do, there's only time left in the game for one side to win it. Or more to the point, there's only one side that can lose it, and that brings an awful lot of pressure on the side batting third.
Yeah.
So, however you turn up at this one now, Middlesex lose the toss, put in, might not be a bad one, to have been put in on this, because already I think if you're a Middlesex bowler, your plan's quite clear of what you've got to do, or more to the point, what you must not do on this pitch. As in comes Goodman. He bowls a good line and length once again, just full of length. Fernandez once more in behind it with plenty of time defending into the offside. But there's the example. Goodman there's done nothing wrong with that delivery whatsoever, but it already feels much like the Kookaburra rounds. You cannot leave that line and that length, because you're not going to trouble the batter anywhere else. That's your best chance of troubling the batter. If you're slightly off, they're going to score runs. So it's a really fine margin for bowlers. As Goodman's in, bowls, and there we go, left alone outside the off stump. On a day where it's doing a bit, bearing in mind we've got cloud cover today. Right, sun's broken through at the moment, but cloud cover, still early season pitches. Bristol's always a bit of a dark colour, isn't it? So I wouldn't particularly say that there's much on the surface there.
I mean, even if they leave grass on it, though, to be honest, it just means that there's a little bit more pace in it, but it's still going to go.
He goes the length ball down the leg side from Goodman. Appeal for a strangle. Did it just clip something? Maybe the bat hit the pad, or it just clipped a little bit of pad on the way through to the keeper. Nothing doing from the umpire at all. He's not interested. Attempted glance from Fernandez. Starts with this open So that's the very open stance, actually. And he does need to be a little bit careful there around his legs, doesn't he? Because he takes a big step across from leg stump to off. 3 slips in a gully, ready to go down again. We were just having a look at the replay on the stream to our left.
Goodman didn't seem too convinced.
No, he's in now, bowls, and there we go. That's it. He's bowled a good line of length those last 3 deliveries. A quick singles taken by Fernandez in between mid, off and point, and a single more to the total. Middlesex are 49 without loss.
Yeah, I certainly get your point about sometimes you actually do win the toss and bowl, not necessarily because you think you're going to bowl the side out. You know, this whole thing about you've got to take at least 3 wickets before lunch to have really justified that decision that you used to kind of say to. We've seen so many games now where actually the pressure, as you say, it's because you can put the pressure on in that second innings.
Stoneman over the top of this one, guides it to backward point. But this feels like a very, very good toss to lose, because I don't know, but I'd imagine Middlesex would have thought bowl first again.
Yeah, surely. Cloud cover, potential for the pitch to play up a bit. I'm not sure that was really likely to happen, but there were talks that they'd had a little bit of difficulty putting these pitches in. So
what would happen?
I don't think it would be an absolute minefield, but still, yeah, there was maybe that thought.
Goodman around the wicket. Bowls. Stoneman solidly defends on that off stump again. There's really not much in it. We've seen that leading edge from Stoneman. Seen another one that squared him up slightly. Delanger got one to beat him back of a length, beating him on the back foot. But other than that, no real alarm bells. I can't think of anything that's troubled Fernandez yet. Can you think of anything that's given him any sort of issue? 49 without loss after 12. On the pitch, there is a little bit of grass on there, but it's almost down the side. They're almost like sideburns down the side, aren't they, of the pitch? It's almost the Elvis Presley of cricket pitches. You've got this green patch down either side of them, these big sideburns, but through the middle it looks pretty cleanly cut.
I remember when we first had these, and you could.
Do you not see it? The green tracks down either side.
Yeah, I do see what you mean.
It's like they're encroaching.
When we first had them, they were almost kind of. You could see the lines of the sort of strands that they'd put in there. Delanger runs in, he bowls. That's let go by Fernandez. To pass through to James Bracey behind the stumps.
Is that like the way that they're sewn, or whatever it is?
Yeah, I think so. I got the impression that they almost came in like a line, and you sort of stitch them in lines. And it almost felt as though it might just do a little bit, depending on whether you hit the outside or the inside of them, or, well, front on, I guess, or the outside or inside, I should say. Delanger is in, bowls full and driven down the ground, and the stumps have saved runs there because it's smashed into them at the non-striker's end. They'll take one, and they won't be able to come back for a second run either as Van Buren goes into the slide, having covered quite a lot of ground. He's gone all the way from mid-off to field that, and it's just a single, but it does bring up the 50 for Middlesex. So 50-run opening partnership between Stoneman and Fernandez coming up. A couple of balls into the 13th over, but it should really be 53 without loss if Stokes were awarded runs based on pure cricketing merit, because that was the perfect straight drive pretty much.
Which would have been the best straight drive, that one or the earlier one?
Probably the earlier one.
Yeah, I think the earlier one.
Even though it wasn't quite straight.
This one, yeah, around the wicket to the left-hander, it was a bit fuller. It was just a gentle push from Fernando. It was a lovely shot, but the other one just seemed to have something about it, didn't it?
In comes Delanger and bowls full and pushed firmly by Stoneman to mid-off where Van Buren fields. Thanks to the club for confirming. This has gone out on social media as well now. Zafar Gohar was replaced by Chris Dent after failing a late fitness test. He suffered a slight shoulder injury in the warm-up. So
that's a huge boost for Middlesex, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you kind of think the way that this is going, especially 12.5 overs in, no wickets taken, and a man coming off a 5 for him, bowled beautifully down at Hove. This is full, and Stoneman brings out that trademark drive out through extra cover, and it flies away to the boundary for 4 runs. When I think Mark Stoneman, I kind of think either the back foot version of that drive or that front foot drive through the covers, just a little bit over pitched from Delanger, and again, just signs that if you do that on this surface, the ball's going to come on very nicely, especially with the pace that Delanger's got on the ball anyway. So 4 more runs, and Middlesex 54 without loss. Stoneman to 29, and this is already looking pretty ominous from a Gloucestershire perspective. DeLange in over the wicket to Stoneman, who allows that one to go through to Bracey. And again, there's no real lateral movement there, and you'll reach the point anyway in just, I say, just a few overs' time. Kind of depends. This year's batch of Duke's balls, I can't say I've really sort of had enough, as it were, experience so far to know what they're going to do. But I mean, last year the feeling was that actually the Duke's ball, never mind the Kookaburra, but the Duke's ball actually stopped doing a huge amount fairly early on. DeLange bowls. Oh, he's jabbed at that one as Stoneman. That's dug in further back of a length from DeLange, and there's serious life off the surface there. So that at least will encourage the big South African. Has done all sorts after it got past Stoneman's attempt to jab at it, but he was in no position to play it, just wide enough that he didn't nick it. So 54 without loss are Middlesex after 13 overs. Stoneman's got 29 and Fernandez has 20. Good grief, we've had a poem sent in.
Who by?
Martin Sexton.
Or don't know, Martin, is he one of yours?
I'm not sure. So I'm delighted to be able to watch county cricket. We're not able to travel to watch at the ground. This prompted my following words. Many thanks to all concerned. Are we going to be able to get through this in an over? County cricket back on the box. Hope my team will pull up its socks. It's now on YouTube for viewers streaming for all to see. The skipper's scheming. Duke or Kookaburra and pitch and weather all affect the outcome. We must decide whether to travel to watch or stay at home with a beer. Whichever we choose makes a day of good cheer. This is the playground where test stars are born, despite oft slow proceedings, sometimes forlorn. But the small screen close scrutiny reveals the skills.
In comes right arm red actor. He's ruined it. Couldn't someone have told him? It's defended by Fernandez. Push back. Go on. Run up again.
He was taking his time there, and then he just suddenly raced in.
Yep.
I better do the sort of couplet again. But the small screen close scrutiny reveals the skills which are being honed for the opponent's ills. Far more obvious than what's seen on the ground. But the bowler's bar beer is a much better round.
In comes actor outside the off stump. It's left alone. Through to the keeper once more. Fernandez back high up in the air. Good bounce again from here. Brilliant. Who was that?
Martin Sexton.
Well done, Martin.
I was just sending that in. We're not going to do anything resembling the Ben Duckett limerick when it comes to poems from last year.
I did think, had you read it first before you... this all looks okay, and then you get to the punchline. Oops, hold on.
Exactly. Always got to be a bit careful there.
They're in bowls and dropping a single nicely. Fernandez picks up one just wide of mid-on.
Mark's had a follow-up. Sounded puzzled with this mystic Kev. It recalls an incident in 2009 and 10 when Kev corpsed in hysterical laughter for several minutes, begging his co-com for help as he tried desperately to get out a particular word.
Oh. Which particular word was it?
Well, it says you'll remember.
I'll remember which particular word it was that I was trying to get out of. Oh, goodness me. Here's a full one from actor around the wicket Stoneman. It's pushed to mid-off, and there is no run. 55 with that loss. Plenty spring to mind, but the point with some of them is you can't repeat them. Retelling the reasons for a corpse is often not possible.
Yes.
Can't remember the particular one. 3 slips in a gully. Here's actor around the wicket again. 6-3 field. He bowls. Oh, that comes sharply back in from outside the off stump. The angle was there from it. Good leave from Stoneman. You would have thought that has just moved off the surface. Let's have a look at the replay, see if it was late swing or whether it went off the surface.
Surface, I think.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Perhaps didn't come back as much as they're trying to tell us, actually. Are we allowed to request the replay from the other end? Oh, no. Shake of the head. Does that mean it's not possible or we're not allowed to request it? Here's actor around the wicket. He bowls and bowls him! Well, goodness me. The last one was angled back into off stump, and this one Stoneman forward looking to drive. Top of off stump is hit. Lovely delivery, which just rocks back the top of off, and it ends up behind middle. And Stoneman will feel he's missed out there. He looked set, 29 from 52. He was really looking in, and maybe that was how he felt when he selected the shot. Reward for AXA with the last ball of his opening over. He has 1 for 1. Stoneman's gone for 29, and Middlesex are 55 for 1.
Yeah, you wonder if the previous delivery was in his mind at all in terms of coming back in, but actually considering he was beaten on the inside edge, you guess maybe not. He was actually playing for less in movement than he got, and it went straight through the gate. Zaman Akhtar coming off his first class fiver on this ground, taken a couple of weeks ago against Yorkshire, so you'd imagine confidence will be pretty high after that, and he's off to a good start here with a wicket off the last ball of his first over. And like you say, Stoneman was looking in good touch. It felt as if he'd got himself in, but maybe just that change of bowling, the previous delivery doing something that not many have done so far this morning, and then just a loose drive and the ball sneaking through. So that will probably be more relief for Gloucestershire as much as anything, because of the way that those openers were looking. So Max Holden comes out at number 3. He won't be at the striker's end, so he'll have the benefit of being able to watch Marchand de Lange steam in from the Ashley Down Road end. He doesn't have the longest run-up, does de Lange. Talked about his javelin throwing when he was younger, and he really does still almost throw the javelin as he runs in. And he's got such a short follow through as well, like a javelin throw. Only a couple of steps after he releases the ball, he's pretty much stopped. But if he'd had a longer run, then you could see somebody almost coming in from the boundary. And Michael Holding might have been starting his run from beyond the boundary. Here's de Lange bowling, and this is steered into the offside of the back foot by Fernandez, out to Dent at deep point, and it's 56 for 1.
I always remember watching Wacker Younis. It was the first time I'd ever seen cricket live. I was watching Wacker from side on, and it felt as though he was setting off from the sight screen. It was extraordinary.
Yeah.
At Taunton. Who would it have been? Somerset. Would he have been playing for Somerset in that game?
Was it Warwickshire he played for?
I think he played for 2, didn't he?
He played for Glamorgan as well. Here comes de Lange bowling, and forward goes Holden, and he'll get off the mark to his first delivery, just dropping a single out into the offside, and it's 57 for 1.
That was it. I think it was Glamorgan, right?
Yeah.
We've had a reply from Mark. Have you about the
double reply.
The word?
Yes. Are we allowed to?
You kept calling me an astrologer. He's a scientist at the European Space Agency.
Yes, of course. Astrologer.
Stopped laughter. Tried again. Astrologer. Each time you tried to correct yourself, it just got worse. He's an astronomer, not an astrologer.
3 slips. De Lange bowls on the hip of Fernandez, who flicks it away, and that'll be another single backward of square on the onside. It was uppish for quite some time, but it was nowhere particularly close to a fielder.
Mark adds it was almost as good as the interview with Thierry, the pasta chef at Lord's. The pastry chef, sorry, not pasta chef. He did write pastry. You see, again, when you trust one and you read it, the pasta chef. Yes.
Wow. Well, I mean,
he was on a wing and a prayer every time he put it in the oven.
The food at Lord's
they
is
legendary. They used to have a
pastry chef.
They used to have a pastry chef at Lord's.
Running in de Lange, bowling, jabbed at and caught at third slip. And that's a wicket for Marchand de Lange. And you felt probably that it was going to have to come from that length, as it was dug in, and Holden's just had a flash at it really and pretty much steered it into the hands of Ollie Price at third slip, and it's 58 for 2, so nothing happening in particular through 13.5 overs, and now 2 wickets in the space of 5 balls.
Well, 1 brings 2, doesn't it? So often is the case, and you're absolutely right about the length there, Ed, because that was the length that de Lange beat Stoneman a few overs back when we kind of sat up and went, oh, that went off the surface a bit, didn't it? You know, it was a very short ball, and when you saw where Stoneman went down and prodded away at the surface at that point, similarly, Holden here was looking at that, short, wide, okay, short boundary to the offside, and we'll ride the bounce, be positive, pick up some runs, backward a point, but the bounce, it got too big on him, and nicks it through. Good catch in the slip cordon, and it exposes the skipper early. Lias Deploy makes his way out at number 4, skipper in Middlesex for the first time. He's the key wicket in this Middlesex innings. Outstanding cricketer, outstanding batter. It's the kind of surface where if you get in, you're going to score a lot of runs on this. And, you know, I was going to say it before Stoneman got out, it feels to me like the kind of surface, if you're a batter on this, you're saying to yourself, whatever you do, don't give your wicket away, don't give your wicket away, don't give your wicket away. If you don't give your wicket away, there's runs to be had on this. Now that, you know, again, you can go back to the Kookaburra round, so it was the same for that. It wasn't. There's a bit more in this one for the bowlers. If they keep it on that length, you know, you've really got to make sure you're on top form, and that was the point with the Kookaburra matches. It didn't feel as a batter as though you felt like you had to be on top of your game. If you're on top of your game in this one, then it's really going to have to be something very, very special from the bowler to get you out. So if you can get in, there's runs to be had. Would be my reading. What have we had now? That would be my feeling of it. So this is a massive moment, getting Deploy out there. If they could get Deploy early, they'll feel great about winning this toss.
Batting quite a long way across his stumps. His Deploy used cut at that one and missed his first delivery. And that is the danger with this pitch, potentially, if you just don't quite get a read on the bounce.
Well, Delanga is just finding a little bit more with his pace and bounce here, isn't he? That's gone away off the surface. You see Bracey taking a real tumbling stop away in front of slip with the bowling right arm around to the left-hander. But we could see it. We're in a perfect line. It's really the best commentary position I can remember having for it since I don't know when for a championship game. We've got the perfect read of the line and length here. And, yeah, that off the surface was gone. And
Delanga is in, bowls. He's had another flash outside the off stump. It's a flat-footed waft from Deploy, and it's beaten him for pace. It was probably too close to him for the shot that he'd selected as well. And that has certainly changed the tone of the morning. Not just the wicket of Holden out second ball for 1, but those 2 play misses there from Deploy earlier on. Delanga 4 overs 1 for 20, 15 overs bowled. Middlesex are 58 for 2. Live commentary on the BBC Sport website and app with Ed Seaborn and Kevin Hand today. And
today?
Also, yes, today. And
where
also
am I tomorrow?
On the Gloucestershire live stream.
No one's told me.
I think you're still here.
Is this a trial?
But we're having the commentary of Rita Green on
Where's Rita today? I was going to say, where's our third voice? Tomorrow and Sunday?
Just Sunday.
Tomorrow? Who's tomorrow?
Well, we might be having a special guest tomorrow.
Ooh. Are we not allowed to tell anyone yet?
No.
Actors around the wicket, bowls. Fernandez drives, watchfully bats to him, bump ball to the bowler, no run.
Well, I don't want to promise and then
not deliver.
They can't make it, so.
Okay.
You know, but yes, and actually, to that point, we've had an email from.
Who could it be?
We've had an email from Les Watts.
It's Les Watts, is it? On that point.
No. Well, to be honest, I wouldn't mind with this email if he came up here. I had the pleasure of listening to the female commentator at Sussex and was wondering if Gloss could do similar. Well, there you go. We're going to have.
This ball's just full of length, turned back with a square on the leg side by Fernandez from a pretty straight line, which got an ooh and an ah from the fielder, a little bit of excitement.
We might have Rita on
Sunday.
A woman's perspective and frankly the marvellous tones of her voice might liven up Mr. Ed Seagoon's otherwise pedestrian utterances. Lovely. So there we go. So you'll be pleased to know that we'll have Rita with us on Sunday.
Here goes.
I love the Goon Show reference.
Is that your brother
as well? So it might be related to the umpire, Chris Watts.
Actors around the wicket, and he bowls now to Deploy, who is batting on off stump with the bowling around. It's interesting because if Actor were to come over the wicket now, Deploy would almost bat outside leg stump. It massively open stance. And he comes around the wicket and it closes it right off on that off stump. So, look, he knows his game. It's not a criticism. It's an interesting comparison when you see the switch from over to around. But
we saw Finley Bean do it even more than this, actually, in the last match here.
Actor bowls, a length ball left alone by Deploy through to the keeper.
He was exposing leg stump and you could see a bit of middle as well. And we see Alex Lees do it sometimes as well. In fact, I can remember in a game here last year, Alex Lees pretty much batting almost outside the entire set for some of them. Just really goading the Gloucestershire bowlers to bowl at his leg stump. Certainly worked for him, leading run scorer in Division 2 last year.
Actor balls, and deploy leaves alone one that's particularly wide outside off. It was interesting with his first 2 balls deployed. Just go back quickly to Langer's over, because one went off the surface and beat him, didn't it? As you say, the other one was almost too close to him because it didn't go off the surface, it held its line, but it was angled in more at him. But interesting that he went hard at it, and that is his game. He does go hard at the ball deploy. He's an aggressive batter, positive batter. Is that the wind we can hear? The effects
does sound like it, doesn't it?
And comes Actor, length ball, which is angled towards middle and off, and deploy gets right behind it, defending to square leg. There's no run. 59 for 2 after 16. Deploy none from 6. And Fernandez 24 from 38. Well, just as it picked up the wind there, I looked at the monitor to your left, and the camera was starting to wobble a bit in that wind. So every chance that it was that. But should be an interesting little passenger play up to lunch. Now, something's got your attention. What is it?
Well, I've had a haiku in from Dave.
Oh, what?
Watching the Shire. What a lovely wicket. Another one, please, Ed. His Shire haiku.
Ah.
Apparently. Thanks for that. Here comes De Lange. Racing in bowls now to Fernandez, who's played and missed at that one, and it looked as if it might have been a nick, but it's deviated. Now, I got caught out by one like that last round. It was exactly like that in terms of the deviation, and I said, oh, he's edged and caught behind, and nobody moved.
Wow, look at that move. I mean, it started to move after it. Literally, the moment it passed the bat, it was gone. It deviated off the surface, and then on passing the batter, it swung as well. That looked like the thickest of edges you could imagine. Tight to the forward defence. I did feel that this was going to be a really interesting matchup now.
De Lange leaps wide of the crease, he bowls, and this time not tempted into a flash is Fernandez.
Although seeing the way that Deploy played the first couple of balls from De Lange, maybe that's going to be the more interesting matchup. But I just thought it would be a big test now for the now 20-year-old today, Fernandez. He's gone past his age. He's 24 from 40. But up against the powerful De Lange. Huge, broad shoulders. I think he's struggled to find a broader pair of shoulders in world cricket, wouldn't you, than De Lange's?
Yes.
And he comes. He's almost a man mountain as he arrives at the crease, bowls, and outside the off stump, that fizzes through to the gloves of the keeper, left alone by Fernandez. I really still can't believe that wasn't an edge for all the world. It's like, yep, gone, there's a third.
It was exactly the same as that. I'm not going to be fooled twice on that. just going to wait. Should also say that we've got Jack Longstaff with us operating the cameras today. It's a tricky job, so I don't envy him for that, but the regular stream operator, James Healy, is recovering from a back operation, so do just want to say absolutely all the best to you, Jim, at Get Well soon, and can't wait to see you back here as soon as possible. This is let go outside the off stump by Fernandez. Through it goes to the keeper. Yes, sort of a disc issue, I think, which has flared up, so yeah. Hopefully you've got your feet up and some creature comforts in your hospital bed.
Well, that was where my mind was going. Well, not about the hospital bed, but that was where my mind was going on third voice. Creature comforts. Who makes the coffee when there's no third voice? How do we do it? De Lange over? He's got a longish run up. I suppose I could make the run.
You could. Here's De Lange bowling, and that is an edge this time, that is for certain. And Fernandez has gone. 3 quick wickets now for Gloucestershire. Good line, good length. Fernandez would have felt he had to play that one. At least that was my first reading of it. He has played away from his body a little bit there, but good pace from De Lange, good carry, and that is a 3rd wicket. 2nd for De Lange. He's got 2 for 20, and James Bracey, no problem behind the stumps there. 59 for 3.
Well, I think around the wicket that's gone away from him off the surface, so he's got to play at it, hasn't he? If that holds its line, then it's tight. If it does a little bit, then off stumps in play. So I think bowling from De Lange there, I think it's a good line and length. I did feel that it was going to be an interesting test for the youngster, the wily old De Lange, yet still extremely fast and powerful, hitting a length on this surface. He's picked up 2 big wickets, and he troubled Stoneman as well, didn't he, with his pace and bounce. So he already looks like the main man, which slightly goes to that Middlesex attack. Helm and I think Brooks
potentially, yeah.
I think Helm and Brooks are the two that you look at on the way that this pitch is played already and think they've got to play the DeLange role, because he's the one that's got you on the edge of the seat. You think every ball here something could happen, which, I guess is what these pitches are about. A bit of pace, a bit of bounce, and DeLange's in the game, and it's exciting, isn't it? It's good to watch. It feels like every ball that he bowls at the moment, don't take your eyes off it. We weren't saying that for the first few overs. It's a real Marchant DeLange pitch. Out comes some bloke called Higgins. Ever heard of him?
Just about. First championship match back at his former stomping ground. He played in the T20 here last year, didn't bowl, and was bowled by Zafar Gohar for 1. And at the match at Merchant Taylor's School, it wasn't that much better for him, to be honest, as Middlesex couldn't chase 7 in the last over off Matt Taylor.
Leg gully for him.
DeLange bowls to Higgins, who allows that one to go through outside the off stump. And that is the end of a wicket made and over from Marchant DeLange, his 350th first-class wicket as well, that of Nathan Fernandez for 24 from 43 deliveries with 3 boundaries. 17 overs have gone, and Middlesex 59 for 3. So that's the first maiden, actually, that we've seen from that Ashley Down Road end. Goodman bowling 2 from this pavilion end. But all of a sudden, things have changed very rapidly. 55 without loss has become 59 for 3.
Actor, he must be the longest run-up of the lot, mustn't he, at the moment?
Yeah, I think so. He also wears George Scott's former number, which is slightly disconcerting.
Another former Middlesex man. Around the wicket goes Actor, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. Through to the keeper it goes, 59 for 3. Yeah, Higgins, when he returned to Middlesex with Gloucestershire, he'd always get a great reception, because he was the one that got away. Nobody wanted him to go. Yeah. Everybody wanted him to stay, and they rather hoped he'd come back. Well, he did. He came back to Middlesex. But now I'm sure he probably got a send-off when he was out for 1 last year in the T20.
Yes, I think he probably did, yeah.
Funny old game.
Well, I mean, he did leave in the end halfway through the
Was that the season that you were relegated?
It was, yes.
And Middlesex were promoted. Here's Actor around the wicket, bowls, and deploy turns to mid-wicket. There's no run. He was meant to help Middlesex over the line, but it was mainly dear old Peter Milan, who managed to rack up some runs to get Middlesex over the line for promotion. Didn't quite work out for him in Division 1, though, with Middlesex, and that's why no overseas at the moment. But Leas deploy on strike now, as Actor's in, bowls to him, it's left alone through to the keeper. Leas deploy is basically an overseas this season, really.
Yes, that was kind of my thinking of it.
Yeah, they haven't brought in an overseas. Instead, that money's gone to getting deploy as a domestic player, which is an outstanding piece of work.
You signing the second leading scorer in Division 2 last year, averaged nearly 80. That's more than some sides are going to get from their overseas player anyway, so yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, he's effectively, you've put your overseas budget to get in a domestic signing, which is, a really good piece of work. Here's Actor around the wicket, he bowls and deploys in behind this one, pushes back, and there is no run. Peter Mead, good morning. He says, morning Kev, I'm settled in front of the TV watching the live feed. I'm hoping to be with you for the day. Well, we hope so too, Peter. Good morning to everybody, wherever you're tuned in around the world.
Or even around the ground.
Around the ground, around the county, around the country, and all around the world. Although I do hear there was some sort of geo-block problem on the BBC Sport website. Here's a full delivery to the left-handed deploy, pushes back and there's no run. But then again, if you were watching on the stream, it wouldn't be a problem. But on the BBC Sport website, there was one. I don't know if they've resolved it or not. But
I heard something about they were looking into it, a solution for it.
But if you can't hear us, tune into the stream and you'll get us on there.
Exactly. It's one of those, isn't it? It's great when one's working and not the other, and you can point listeners to the one that is working. What have we got going on now? We've got an issue with
Brains Trust.
Is it
the batters?
Yeah,
oh no, hold on,
examining his hand.
Oh dear. Did he get... I thought that last ball was... it wasn't the last delivery, was it? I thought it was we had 5 dot balls in the over. Here we go, let's have a look at the last one, which Just a little bit of bite. Was it a reverberation up the bat, that one? I didn't think it spat up and hit the glove, but maybe it did.
Yeah, I, to be honest, it looked really innocuous to start with, so I don't know. It was an odd one. It wasn't like you see batters sort of rear back or something after they've been struck on the glove.
It struck the glove, hasn't it? Because it's really hurt the finger. You wouldn't put the magic spray for the reverberation up the bat. So yeah, it's annoying for Middlesex. They've got a few that, or a painkiller as well. Oh no, that's not what they need at 3 down in the 18th. I think Luke Holman's the sub-fielder there, just bringing out something for Higgins as well. Pete's
he does need a drink. He's been out there for a ball.
Yes,
so he does need to keep hydrated.
Exactly. Well, that'll be our excuse tonight, Ed.
We're putting a full day's on our own here.
Aye.
No third voice.
Oh, you see, there's the problem. You can't even go for a coffee in the middle of the over, because what if there's an injury? I suppose I could come running back. Do you want a coffee next over?
I don't, but if you want to go off and make one, I'm sure I can survive.
Well, I wouldn't just do it for myself, but I'm not just asking for myself. Here's Actor. 3 slips and a gully. And around the wicket he comes. Actor, he bowls just outside of the off stump, left alone through to the keeper. There's no run. That is the end of the over. 18 bowled, 59 for 3. We used to have the coffee machine in here last year, but it was rather noisy, wasn't it? Especially the milk frother.
Oh yes,
warm the milk.
Was it you who managed to make that sort of coffee machine thing work?
Yes.
And Mark Church had been in
and broke it.
I don't know if he broke it.
Spent 4 days failing.
But you certainly had the magic touch. 59 for 3 then. 18 overs have been bowled, and De Lange is going to continue, so it's going to be at least a 6-over burst. And after bowling a wicket maiden and taking wickets in back-to-back overs, can hardly imagine that Graham van Buren was going to walk up to him and say, sorry, you need a rest. De Lange bowls to Higgins, who tucks that one off the hip uncomfortably out into the onside. A little hop, skip and a jump. A reminder of the email address, radiobristolcricket@gmail.com, if you do want to get in touch. Sam has done so. He says he's following along on the live stream, as he's done for every game so far this season. It was a big Gloss fan in the 90s and early noughties with Boo Boo and Courtney, my big heroes. My support sadly waned as De Lange bowls to Higgins full, driven and stopped by Zaman Akhtar at backward point. That was looking as if it was heading towards what is the long boundary towards the mound stand side, but Higgins had timed it. Akhtar fielding and just rubbing his hip after that. Hard landing on that practice pitch there. Sport sadly waned after the great one-day side of Mark Lane, Ian Harvey and co. There have been many spring times gone by where I've, this is full and driven by Higgins to mid-off, there's no run. Many spring times gone by I've had the best of intentions to immerse myself once more in the county game, but I've always failed to keep it going until now, fight the good fight, etc. Elaine's return in the off-season was the first thing to really ramp up my interest. I followed the pre-season tour, decided to do a fantasy cricket team to help me learn a bit more about the players across the other counties, and being able to listen, watch along, means I've hardly missed a ball so far. De Lange runs in and bowls to Higgins. It's short, pulled away, over the top of mid-wicket, 3 bounces and over the rope for 4. So, understandably, De Lange trying the short ball. They've got a right-handed bat in there for the first time, with all of Middlesex's top 4 being left-handers. Just angling into the body there, De Lange. Higgins swatting it away. Not somebody who's ever likely to turn down a scoring opportunity. They put deep square leg back already, so might see some more short stuff with deep square leg and long leg back. 63 for 3. De Lange to the crease now. He bowls to Higgins, who has a think about playing at that one. That was more of a waft than a leave. It wasn't a genuine play and miss, but at the same time he certainly had a thought about playing at that, and with the pace of De Lange you don't get much time to have a second thought. If that had just taken the inside edge, could have gone anywhere. Sam finishes his email by saying, despite the results, I feel it's been very fine margins for Gloucester. We've put in some top performances. I've been particularly impressed with Ben Charlesworth, and of course Zaffa's all-round heroics last week were a sight to behold. Looking forward to a good performance this week, good fight through the season and continued excellent coverage. Here comes De Lange and bowls, and Higgins lets that one go outside the off stump. And that is the end of the over. 19 overs gone, Middlesex 63 for 3. Well, I'm glad somebody's enjoying it anyway. Let's just have a look what's happening elsewhere, because we've not done that yet. A couple of other fixtures in Division 2. Northamptonshire taking on Leicestershire at Grace Road. Northamptonshire 85 for 1, with Emilio Gay actually having just passed a half century, somebody that Middlesex supporters I'm sure will have seen far too much of in recent times. Ricardo Vasconcelos, the man out, bowled by Tom Scriven for 30. So it's Gay and Proctor at the crease now, with Northamptonshire now 89 for 1. 3 slips in the gully as Actor runs in. He bowls back of a length, dropping the hands on that one. Deploys, played that one pretty well. Had a flash at a couple early, but I think he's realised possibly that he can't just go after absolutely everything outside the off stump there. The other Division 2 game, Yorkshire taking on Derbyshire at Headingley. Yorkshire are 81 for 1. Finley being the man out, LBW to Anuj Dal for 18, and Adam Lythe and Shan Masood at the crease. Shan Masood's off to a flyer, 32 from just 20 balls, 8 fours. Actor in and bowls, and tucked into the onside by Deploy for his first run, wide of De Lange at mid-on, 64 for 3. In the first division, the real action in terms of wickets, that's at the Oval, where Surrey have reduced Hampshire to 55 for 5, with former Gloucestershire man and somebody who took a 5-wicket haul the last time these two sides met at Cheltenham. Dan Worrell has 3 for 21, and a wicket each for Jordan Clark and Gus Atkinson. As this is wide outside the off stump from Zaman Akhtar, it's cut away by Higgins, not perfectly timed, so it probably won't quite get to the rope unless Goodman mistimes his slide, which he doesn't. And it is another 2. Quite quick on the scoreboard today. That's already gone up. 68 for 3 with Higgins moving on to 6. So excellent start for Surrey, who picked up their first win last week against Kent. Essex versus Durham, that match taking place up at the Riverside. David Beddingham has 52 from 50 balls. Always a great watch when he's batting. Colin Ackerman 60 not out, but they've lost the openers. Lees for 4 and Borthwick for 7, a wicket each to Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. As Actor bowls, dangles one outside the off stump and no shot from Higgins. Warwickshire, sorry, that's the one. Warwickshire against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire 71 for 1 with Ben Duckett approaching another fairly quick-fire half-century, but sluggish in comparison to how Shan Masood started and David Beddingham's. 49 off 58 deliveries. By Duckett's standards, that's... Well, he's taken his time to play himself in there. Ben Slater's 18 not out. The man is Hasib Hamid, as Higgins gets a full delivery and plays it very awkwardly out into the covers. Gloucestershire felt they were close to wrapping him on the pad there. I think he was initially maybe looking to turn it into the onside and ended up skewing it out into the covers. Hannon Dolby with the wicket there for Warwickshire, and the game between Worcestershire and Somerset at Kidderminster. Somerset are 67 for 1 after 21 overs. Actor bowls very full, dug out by Higgins. Back to the bowler. And that is the end of the over. So 20 gone. And Middlesex 66 for 3, with Gloucestershire having won the toss and elected to bowl/field. I know some people get very annoyed with both terms. You'll say the correct term should be field, but then somebody says nobody ever elects to field. You elect to bowl. Nobody's thinking, I can't wait to get out there and have a good day in the field. So, you know, you're going to upset somebody no matter what, but then there we go. That's just the way it works out. Looks as though we've got Singh Dale returning.
There's a long stint from Delanga, I suppose, isn't it? We just changed ends. It took me 8 deliveries to make that coffee, didn't it? I was back for the 3rd ball of the last over. I had to remember.
And you've already drunk
myself.
about 3/4 of it.
I managed to froth the milk, but not quite warm it, so it was rather lukewarm coffee, so I had to drink it pretty quickly.
Does that make it like a, I don't know, like an a macchiato or something?
Singdale's in, bowls, and deploy. Dabs almost one-handed down on that one, jabbed down on the ball, one hand off the bat and picks up a single down to long leg. Was that played ungainly or was it partly in pain?
It was a little, yes, exactly. That's what I was wondering. Was he doing that just because of the wrap on the gloves that he got from Zaman Akhtar, or was he feeling that he just actually needed to take a hand off the bat to maybe deaden the ball and turn it round fine? Not quite sure, but he certainly didn't look in the greatest deal of comfort there, one way or another.
Here's Singdale over the wickets to Higgins. He bowls and Higgins is forward, pushing back watchfully to mid-on. Not quite the flowing straight drives we saw of Fernandez earlier.
I've just talked David Bedingham out.
Well done.
52 from 51, so Essex supporters should be tipping me for that. Jamie Porter 2 for 25. I think he's the leading wicket taker.
He's got nothing
in the
to do with it. It was
country
all
at the
you.
moment, but it's yeah. He's got 2 of the wickets now. That'd be an interesting game. Did feel that Durham might come up and make some noise in Division 1, but
commentary box maybe, but Singdale past the umpire, bowls. Oh, Higgins goes after him, and that ball shapes away through to the gloves of the keeper. Now that's off the surface again, isn't it? Let's have a look. You just tentatively say, in case it was a little bit of late swing just before pitching, adjusted the angle of it. But Singdale, well, maybe it was a little bit of swing off the surface, just changed the line of it. Off the swing through the air, changed the line of it before it kissed the surface. But either way, Higgins is beaten, and there's a bit more movement out there. We did say with this ball that potentially the ball could come to life, because you know what happens through the air is not really much to do what's happening underfoot. It's about the ball, the conditions. Singdale is in, bowls, and this is beautifully onto a length once more, and you can see Higgins was tentative. The tenacious Higgins was tentative about that one as he pushed to point. That was how he was introduced to me by Angus Fraser.
The tenacious Higgins.
He's a tenacious little so-and-so, I think, was
yes.
Gus's summary of Ryan Higgins.
Yes, we came to know that, both with bat and with ball. And even if, you know, you sort of think of tenaciousness as somebody who's maybe going to go out there and try and block and ride the bounce and that sort of thing.
I think he was just talking about his personality.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he does it through counter-attacking.
Yeah. Off goes Singdale, bowls, and right behind it, Higgins eases to point. There's no run. 3 slips in a gully, point mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and long leg, who is not particularly long because it's a short boundary down there.
Yeah, and there's no getting around the fact that Gloucestershire do miss Higgins. With somebody who can balance your side as well as he can. I mean, he's batting 5 here.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? So for Middlesex, always described that there was a Ryan Higgins-shaped hole in the middle of the Middlesex lineup.
Yeah.
For the entire time that he spent at Gloucestershire. You know, he was made for that Middlesex. You know, he was the man to be. That Middlesex middle order player, all-rounder, as he turns a single here, just wide mid-on, throw to the non-striker's end. They have a single, 68 for 3. And yeah, off the back of winning the title in 2016, had Higgins have, you know, he should have been an integral part of the evolution of that side, the growth of that side going forward, but instead it was a decline and demise and a rebuild now, which ironically brings back Higgins to Bristol and back again, a Higgins tale. That was that was my summary of Higgins' career so far.
Has he got rid of that sort of almost mushroom cloud of hair that he had?
He has, rather sadly.
He got rid of it.
Well, I mean, it was a full-on afro when I first saw him take to a cricket field. I couldn't believe what I saw. But as you say, it turned more into a mushroom cloud, and now it's a rather tight, cropped back and sides at the moment. You'd be surprised.
Deployed is asking for something else there. He's just, I don't know whether he was asking for a drink or something. He's made that sort of yapping motion as if We're talking too much.
Well,
over to the
another spray
pavilion.
for the glove. For the
yeah, could be. Here's Actor bowling wide outside the off stump. Higgins cuts. Likes that shot, but won't like the fact that it's picked out backward point, where a tall figure of Dom Goodman is prowling. Still 3 slips and a gully in place. And what are we in? The 22nd over. I mean, you just have to get used to the visuals of this sort of thing at Bristol. Tend to be too used to that, as that's wide outside the off stump. Lively delivery from Actor allows it to go through. I mean, you'd feel Actor, actually, as much as anybody, talked about how DeLange would enjoy bowling on this surface, but potentially Actor even more so. He's tall, he's quick enough, but when he's on song, he's got that accuracy. He's you know, when he's got a spell going, he's probably not going to spray a couple as you expect DeLange will once in a while. Actor bowls wide of off stump, and Higgins step down the pitch to leave it alone. You've got to be pretty confident to take even less time, or I suppose so, take even more time, I should say, away from yourself by advancing. But that's what Higgins has done there. But you kind of feel, yeah, with his height and decent pace, but the accuracy as well, that this is a pitch that Actor will really potentially enjoy bowling on. Took that first wicket. He bowls now to Higgins, who's caught high up on the bat, managing to drop the hands on it and keep it down out towards backward point.
That moved again, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's interesting, the movement they're finding now, and whether it's that they're bowling, they've just found a spot to bowl with this ball. There is a bit of pace about it, and where they were bowling quite wide to begin with, it was a comfortable leave. There wasn't exaggerated movement, but there's enough movement now if you put it on a spot to trouble the batter.
In goes Actor, bowls short, pulled away, through mid-wicket it goes, and for 4 runs. Dismissive shot from Higgins. He didn't go quite as aerially as he did when he played his first pull shot for 4, but actually that was even better controlled. Got on top of it and went sort of high to low with the hands. They talk about with that pull shot a lot. You get on top of it with the hands and then you come down on it rather than going up on it, which can cause potential top edge lack of control. Beautifully played, and it's 72 for 3.
That was probably a decent example of it, wasn't it? Those 2 deliveries of what we've been trying to relay, or certainly what I've felt I've seen on this pitch. If you have it on the right spot, there's problems for the batter. If you're offline whatsoever, the batter's going to score runs. So it's a pretty good wicket, you'd suggest.
Moving in is Actor past the umpire, bowls wide of off stump. It does take off as it goes through to the keeper. I can't imagine that Deploy is going to be the only batter in this game that is going to be struck on the gloves at some point. I think this is part of the thing, and as I say, it's a real trial with these hybrids, so I don't know in terms of how umpires will be marking them, in that this is kind of what they do. You're going to see deliveries take off like that, off a good length, and that might just be something that we're going to have to get used to if they continue with allowing these hybrids to be able to be used. 72 for 3 at the end of that over. We're going to have a guest, by the way, on the stream at 2 o'clock.
Today?
Just to mark your cards. Yes, we're going to get Josh Shaw up for a bit. Always great to hear from
You're not tempting
Josh.
fate by telling listeners that we've got a guest at 2.
Somebody tomorrow.
But it'd be tempting fate to say tomorrow we might have somebody.
We might have
we're not
somebody
worried
else.
about tempting fate for 2 p.m.
No, apparently not. I've been told that's confirmed.
Around the wicket comes Singdale. This is eased into the offside by Deploy. Still fiddling with his glove. He's not happy with that hand at all, is he? But he's got a massive job to do here. Middlesex 3 down, and then still to come, Stephen Eskenazi in at 6, back in the side. We missed the opening round against Glamorgan at Lords, Kookaburra round. Then he went to Northamptonshire, another Kookaburra round, get some runs there, didn't bat.
Yeah. It was only 4 got to bat, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here's Singdale around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes Deploy, pushing at this one. It edges along the floor to Gully, and there's no run. 72 for 3.
So Eskenazi will certainly be looking to pick up his usual T20 form against Gloucestershire. It feels as if it's basically a 50 or so every time he goes out to bat against Gloucestershire at the moment in the Blast. But I don't think that he certainly won't have played Gloucestershire for a long time in the Championship. I don't think that he played in that 2021 game at Cheltenham.
Hybrid pitch, you'll feel right at home, won't you, Eskenazi? Be thinking it. Go on, T20 mode, hybrid pitch. Singdale bowls, forward goes, deploy. Defending one that is angling back in at the stumps. Felt as though he was late on that one, deploy. He's discomforted, as you would be, by clearly what was a painful blow to the little finger, I think it was, that he was having sprayed on his left hand.
Brought out the telescopic lens there. I didn't see which finger it was.
I think it was, yeah, with the by the angle that his hand was held out to and the spray was being administered by
It's a
Pete Waxman.
beautiful demonstration
Thank
holding
you.
out the finger there.
Singdale bowls, nips that back in again, strikes somewhere amidship. He was bent double, but he had to get a scurry on because Higgins called him through, and they've taken a leg by. A leg by. I'm not sure it hit the leg though. No, it didn't.
Wasn't it comfortable?
He's adjusted now.
Yeah,
72 for 3.
A comfortable delivery to face there from Deploy, and then Miles Hammond
overshooting
the runway somewhat with his shot at the stumps.
It's a leg by. Let's leave it at that. He's down on his haunches now, even though it had nothing to do with his leg. He's in a little bit of pain. Poor old Leas. He's in the wars out there at the moment, isn't he? Singdale is into Higgins, who pushes back up the track. Higgins had no sympathy whatsoever. Yep, one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Deploy is probably turning up here thinking, Bristol, got 100 here last year. Not too many demons here. Ease my way in, play a couple of nice forcing shots off the back foot earlier on in my innings. Flashed and missed at his first 2 deliveries, struck on the gloves. This is not quite what he would have had in mind.
And struck on the box, it would seem, the last delivery he faced. Here comes Singdale. Higgins comes down the pitch, defends into the offside and plays it as though it spat at him. Whole torso, upper body jerked backwards, bottom hand came off. It was a very full ball and he got right to the pitch for it as well, but even still. So, they're finding something, whether they found their length on this pitch, that again, the bounce that's out there, if you go too short, it's a comfortable leave. If you go too full, it's long half volley. And then anything wide, well, batters just weren't getting involved. That was the story of the first. It wasn't even the first half of what we've seen so far. It was earlier than that, wasn't it? That was the first 6 or 7 overs, but then they all of a sudden just tightened up to the off stump, went a little bit fuller. I think it was more tighter than fuller. I do think they were quite full, but they were just too wide.
Yeah. Yeah, there were too many deliveries being left, and then it was that thing about, Actor bowls to Deploy, defends out into the offside. It was that thing about, it's lovely to see the keeper that far back, isn't it? I'm gonna try and hit his gloves, yeah. But ever since they've straightened it up, and then used the delivery further back of a length as the change-up, which has got a couple of the wickets. I mean, particularly Holden's one, which was a rising delivery outside the off stump that he had a flash at. And to be honest, I thought when he played that shot that was going to go over the top of the cordon, but well caught by Ollie Price at third slip. Actor bowls, beats Deploy. That's a good delivery. There's not much that Deploy could have done about that one. Just hope he doesn't nick it. This is an excellent spell from Zaman Actor. He's been... Although DeLange's taken 2 wickets, Actor's probably been the most consistently threatening Gloucestershire bowler. DeLange had those 2 overs in a row where he took the wickets. But in terms of his whole spell, Actor, I think, has really shown what needs to be done on this. Actor is in bowls. That's a rising delivery outside off stump. And Deploy has lifted everything up and out the way of that. Most importantly, his gloves. So he's not going to get struck again. Email from Jason Manning. Good afternoon, it is now to you. Delighted to be enjoying a day off with the coverage of today's game. The season's in full flow when Kevin is talking about eating arrangements and evening plans. I eagerly await tomorrow's hotel breakfast review. Actor bowls and let go. Once again by Deploy.
Good one today. Can I have some Have some poached eggs, please. Certainly, sir. How many would you like? I'm on a bit of a new regime list. A bit less bread, a few more eggs. So 4 eggs, please. Oh, we only do 1 or 2. Sorry? You can have 1 or you can have 2. I can't have 3. No, 1 or 2, sir. Well, I'll have 2 then, please.
Plus the 1. Yeah. I thought that's where you were going. Here comes Zaman Akhtar, leaps in round the wicket to deploy, taps into the offside for a quick single. It's well taken. Dent is sharp at backward point, but there was nothing he could do. Deploy moves to 3 from 24. This is not your typical Lewis deploy innings.
I've never heard of such a thing. There's a limit to 2 poached eggs per person at the buffet breakfast. I said, don't they know they've got a fine athlete staying at the hotel? Middlesex are staying as well. You know, it's
Well, this is Bristol. You know, we can't have too many
so then I
unhatched chickens
hold
going
on a
to
minute,
waste.
I don't understand here. Is it just that you've only got 2 poaching pots at a time, so you can only have 2, or you can have 1?
Last ball of the over. Akhtar bowls to Higgins up onto his toes. He's also looking to find a single out into the covers, but he's played it too close to Goodman this time. He's at backward point. End of the over. 6 overs for just the 10 runs for Zaman Akhtar, and he got the first wicket. That of Mark Stoneman, bowled through the gate for 29. Middlesex 74 for 3, as we've got just over a quarter of an hour to go till lunch.
So I don't need to got past that one, and so I can have some vegetarian sausages as well. Yes, how many of those would you like, sir? Oh, just the 3 of those. Oh, it's only 1 or 2. Okay.
Right,
okay. I'll have 2 poached eggs and 2 vegetarian sausages, please. At this point, it's starting to dawn on me. It's not they've only got 2 poaching facilities for the eggs, so it's not as though you get your 2 eggs and then order 2 more poached eggs. And then I did see a sign, limit. So if you would like poached, fried, or there was one other option with the eggs, I can't remember.
Well, you can't have scrambled.
Well, the scrambled's already out,
which
is the irony of it. So eat as much scrambled as you like. Here's Singdale in, bowls, and just squared up by that deploy. He was looking to turn through square leg. The ball squirts to point, and a single is taken. And Gloucestershire have got something going here. It took a little while in the opening couple of overs, 6 or 7. Really, we feared that we might be up for something akin to a Kookaburra match with the hybrid surface here. But the pace and bounce looks as though it should keep the bowlers interested throughout. It'll be an interesting evolution of the ball on this pitch as well. You know, 30 overs, sometimes you start to see it swing more. If it started to swing more now, then it really would start to be quite lively now that Gloucestershire have got their lengths right. 3 slips and a gully crouching down behind Higgins. There's also a deep mid-wicket and a long leg. Everybody else on the single. And in comes Singdale. This is punched through the vacant covers off the back foot by Higgins. Nice looking shot. He hasn't gone too hard at it, and he picks up 2. The number that I was limited to for my poached eggs and vegetarian sausages. At that point, I was like, okay, so I looked at it, on the board. A limit of 2. If you would like fried or poached eggs or vegetarian sausages, please ask a member of staff. Limit to 2 per person. Right. So as much scrambled egg as you want, but only 2 poached eggs each are allowed.
I was going to ask, was it the same for baked beans? Is it
2
limit to 1 or
each?
2 baked beans? Yeah.
Well, you had your buffet of your usual stuff, and then you're always allowed to ask for a fried egg or a poached egg, aren't you? This is a full ball, pushed back down the ground by Higgins. And mid-off is wide. He'll pick up 2 here. It's only a gentle shove, really, from Higgins. He's watchful, as he should be at this stage of the innings. And he ticks along to 15 from 27, 79 for 3. We're in the 25th over here. But, yeah, it was extraordinary, that. A limit of 2 per person. But yeah, then once you've had those, go and have as much of the scrambled egg as you like thereafter. So, I've not heard of that one before.
Wow. Well, let's see whether it continues tomorrow.
Just come back down with a moustache on and a hat.
Yes.
2 more poached eggs, please. Singdale past the umpire, bowls, and forward goes Higgins, pushing back into the onside, and there's no run. So as many pork sausages as you like from the buffet as well, but only 2 vegetarian.
Right. That is even more confusing.
Well, no, it said on the side, 2 poached, 2 fried, 2 vegetarian sausages. That's your lot. 2 per person limit. But you can have as many pork sausages as you like from the buffet. I'm not a big fan of pork, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a curious one.
What, to not be a fan of pork?
Particularly the sausage or, you know.
Oh, no, just pork
just
in
general.
Oh, beef sausage, lovely. Here's Singdale past the umpire, bowls, and this is driven to mid-off, and there is no run, 79 for 3. Which also, thank you, Jason, for reminding me of all of that. It means it reminds me to tell you that lunch is served behind us, or it was when I went to get the coffee. No,
is it a laptop?
Yes,
that's all I can see at the moment. A laptop and a coffee cup. Yeah.
No, in the big black container they bring it in, which keeps it warm.
Okay.
That's
like
back. Is it back? Is it got?
I don't think we had that last week. The huge container, or maybe somebody just went out and fetched the lunches.
What did you have last week? Here's Singdale bowls, and this is worked out to deep mid wicket for a single, 80 for 3. This is the only occasion when yesterday's news today is quite interesting. What did you have for lunch last week then?
Oh gosh, don't ask me to remember that.
Oh come on!
I can't remember such
last
things.
Time you were here, you either walked away satisfied or dissatisfied with the food.
No, it was good.
Was
happy with the food.
But what was it?
I can't. There was some pasta one day, some penne pasta. I think that's not it. With the Middlesex pasta chef, do it better.
I'm not a fan of beige food. Go on. What else?
Well, you're a fan of red food. We like red food here, so it doesn't matter what it is. It's just got to be red. We had a sort of a barbecue chicken.
Yeah, that'll do.
One day.
Yeah,
that was quite nice.
Protein.
Yeah, yes, I could tell. It's this sort of this regime you're talking about.
No more 6 slices of toast and 2 poached eggs, please. I'll have 4 poached eggs and 1 slice of toast, thank you.
This regime you're talking about clearly involved.
It's taken me a long while to get around to understanding how the body works, and actually it just wants protein.
Did you ask for a raw egg
as well?
Did you ask for a raw egg? How many raw eggs
maybe you can ask for 2 poached eggs and 2 fried.
Poach them yourself.
Yes. Yes.
Oh dear me. Change of bowling from the pavilion end. And it's Ollie Price. I've got spin for the first time. Some off spin. Gloucestershire are going to have to watch this over rate a bit. With no Zafir, they've got a lot of strapping fast bowlers who are going to take time to get through their overs, so they're going to need to bowl a bit of the likes of Price, you feel. So off spin now to Higgins. This is turned on the bounce to short leg, and there's no run.
So I've got 3 more mornings to get around this with a cunning plan of the 2 poached egg limit. I don't want 2 poached eggs and 6 slices of toast. I want 4 poached eggs and 1 slice of toast, and then I'll be full.
Price bowls. Higgins off the back foot once again, turning on the bounce to Bancroft. This is all far too many numbers and confusing for me. I've got this sort of picture
of
this
1 or 2 poached
mountain. Well, no, these slices of toast business, and I've got pictures of your plates and piled up so high you can barely see over the top of it. Slipping a short leg. Price bowls again. It's too far down leg, and Higgins turns it on its way, but finds short, fine leg, so there's no run.
I do remember many moons ago going to a hotel in Derby for a Middlesex match, and Middlesex were also staying at that hotel. I was down at breakfast one morning. Everybody's gone up, got their scrambled eggs. Ed Smith ordered 2 poached eggs.
Ollie Price to Higgins. This time Higgins will take a run as he flicks it away through the onside out to deep mid wicket. 81 for 3.
Oh, we don't do eggs, sir. Sorry. What are those things over there? What? Well, the scrambled eggs. What were they? Well, they're powdered, sir. What? Powdered? Suffice to say, Middlesex never stayed at that hotel in Derby again. A call went back to the office. Hook, not staying here again. No eggs for breakfast, only powdered. Powdered scrambled eggs, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a crack this morning. It's powdered scrambled eggs. They just haven't told everybody. No. 2 poached eggs if you're ordering different eggs.
I mean, I get around all this by the fact that I just don't eat breakfast.
Ooh. Round
the wicket comes Price, cut away by Deploy, and that's racing towards deep backward point and will go for 4 runs. So Deploy gets his first boundary from his 26th delivery, but dragged down a bit by Price. Maybe he's trying to warm up those fingers. It's got to be cold out there for the fielders. The most important contribution of the morning has been taking the catch to get rid of Max Holden. But
the most important contribution of the morning was the pan au chocolat I bought for you.
Well, I was talking about from Ollie Price. Well, he didn't give me a pan au chocolat.
Have you not eaten anything yet today then?
No. 85 for 3. Price bowls, bit of turn there, and it's punched off the back foot through point by Deploy's fancying 2, and then fancying not coming back for 2. Runs, that is, not eggs. 9 for Deploy, 86 for 3, so 6 runs from Ollie Price's first over. I've had 26 so far this morning, so with 10 minutes to go until lunch. That shows you We've had a few delays for gloves coming out, etc., but still, this has not been a quick morning in terms of overs, but it has been in terms of pace off the surface. And actually, going back about 3 hours to Jason's email,
no.
there was a
fair
second part of this.
Is it still about
along
breakfast?
similar lines? Well, it's not actually, but you can turn it back to breakfast somehow. I'm sure through the skill you'll be
I'm
able
not finished with you. I haven't eaten yet today.
To turn this back
Intrigued.
to breakfast somehow. Question for you: who are the quickest Middlesex and Gloucestershire bowlers you have personally covered? How quick miles per hour were they bowling?
Ooh. Well, Finney was a 90-mile-an-hour man, wasn't he? Stephen Finn for Middlesex. Go through the homegrown ones first, because obviously there's been overseas as well. Singdale's around the wicket to Lias Deploy, who on the back foot defends to mid-wicket. There's a square leg walking in as well. 5-4's the field. Yeah, Finn. Just trying to think. Because Roland Jones was never express pace, mid-80s. Helm and now Brooks are the quickest of the current bunch, although Blake Cullen, young up-and-coming seamer, he's going to challenge, if he hasn't already, to be the quickest of the county. Singdale around the wicket, he bowls, and right in behind, deployed to feigns. Higgins sets off. Gully comes in. The throw goes to the non-striker's end. Higgins dives and he's home. The throw misses anyway. I think he was home, but the throw misses. Well backed up by mid-on, which I think is DeLanger.
Yes, Ollie Price it was with the throw. Which, as you say, I think if it had hit Higgins, would have just about been back. He managed to abort in time.
Looks okay. So yeah, working back, Chad Keegan, a long time back, was very sharp, but I only saw him post-injuries. Keegan, but even still, I remember him having a stunning day against, I'm pretty sure it was Surrey, because I'm sure Mark Church was sat alongside me for it, unless he was there. Otherwise, as Singdale is in, and that's run, no ball called as well, and it's 4. So double the blow for Singdale and Gloucestershire, as a boundary is conceded. Is that right? Singdale's conceded now 40 off his 7.3. Well, it's 7.2 because that was a no ball. Goodness me. So I think that's going to usher Middlesex score along to 92 for 3. 100 for 3 for the morning sessions, about even Stevens, isn't it? How long till lunch?
Yeah, just 7 minutes. Yeah. So probably only 2 more overs after this. With
well, another
bowling.
wicket now nudges the morning to Gloucestershire. Singdale, from a very straight approach from around the wicket, comes in, bowls, and in behind it, deployed defends into the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, so I guess, because my first year with Middlesex, second year they had Silverwood and Richardson. Chad Keegan, I'm not sure if he was still going in that second year, maybe he was. But injury took its toll, unfortunately, because he was being regarded as, almost surefire for England because of his pace. Keegan, as off goes Singdale, he bowls, and forward goes Deploy, drops a single just wide of mid-off. And there's no run. Dirk Nannes then came in. He was sharp, the left arm quick, wasn't he? He was a 90-mile-an-hour man.
Particularly in the white ball stuff, they can always push the body a bit further because they know they're only bowling for 4 overs, so the pace is always up a bit.
Yeah, Nannes coming in at that point then. Yeah, struggling to think of anybody who was particularly expressing. Between Finn then was the next. Finn was next cab off the rank for Middlesex at that point, and then he came through and was the really sharp one that would have you on your toes. And then Helm. Helm will push it through at a fair old lick. As this ball's short from Singdale, outside off, and Higgins pulls out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Sweeper coming around quite straight on the boundary to collect. And it's 95 for 3, or is it 94 for 3?
It's
Hold
94.
On.
Already.
Yes, because it went to 92, didn't it, with the 4 and the no ball, and that's the second single since. So 94 for 3. One's come of the over. I'm just racking my brain. I'll throw it to you while I have a think if there's anybody I'm missing. So the others then will have been overseas for Middlesex in terms of the quicks. Singdale bowls to Deploy, who gets in behind a very full delivery and pushes it back to the bowler. He's just getting through to lunch, Deploy, at the moment, isn't he? 14 from 33 now. Higgins has 18 from 35, and Middlesex have 94 for 3 from 27 overs.
Well, I think it's a fairly easy answer from my point of view because I haven't been doing it for years and years and years, and I should think Ajit is as quick as I've covered. I know he was clocked at 90 at times last year, and I've just been pinged a message to say he's been clocked at 90 this year in the game against Yorkshire. So I'm not sure that Gloucestershire have had somebody bowling 90 in the time that I've been covering them, so it would be the man who's just bowled. Here's Ollie Price bowling to Higgins, and this is cut off the back foot out into the covers. And we're thinking about 2 here, and there's hesitation. It could have gone easily in the end because the fielder's fallen over at deep cover. And I hope he's all right. It's clutching his left ankle. Yeah, hopefully it's just he's back up now. Hopefully it's just a little bit of a jarring effect, and that'll go. Seems to be walking all right now. I think that's potentially Charlesworth out there. 95 for 3. Higgins to 19. Price bowling to deploy, and off the back foot. This is stroked out into the covers for another single. 96 for 3. So yeah, the likes of Walsh and Sid Lawrence would have been before my time. I'm sure there'd have been some quicks in between who probably were quite quick but didn't last for one reason or another. Higgins works this into the onside towards square leg, and Singdale across, but won't have even a throw as they take one more. So 97 for 3, just milking the singles this over.
Well, Delanger is still quick.
Yeah.
It was even quicker.
Price round the wicket, fly to delivery. It's pushed into the onside off the front foot.
Maybe it was because of his height as well, because he's got a few inches on Singdale, hasn't he?
Yes, I think he's probably in some ways maybe he looks a bit quicker because of the length that he bowls. Singdale's more skiddy pace doesn't tend to bowl quite so short. Price bowls and off the back foot deploy with an attempted drive, which short extra cover gets to.
I remember one Middlesex batter having walked off, having faced Delanger and saying, "I've never faced anything like that."
Yeah. Round the wicket goes Price. This is down the leg side, flicked away. There's nobody on the 45 back there, and that is 4 runs, and that brings up the 100 for Middlesex off the, well, it will be the last ball from the pavilion end before lunch. 101 for 3, deployed to 19. I know that certainly we had, I think it was Jordan Thompson we had up who said this. Certainly somebody quite recently has said that they reckon Delanger might be the quickest that they've faced in county cricket. I think the quickest spell that I've seen here was when Yorkshire came in 2022, start of that season, and they had Harris Ralph. I think that is the quickest bowler that I've seen. I mean, he must have been getting it up towards the mid-90s. It was just different stuff. I mean, you see him clocked in the mid-90s when he bowls for Pakistan internationally, and yes, that's 4 day.
Yeah.
This is 4 day versus 1 day, but yeah, a couple of clicks over 90 at least I would have thought he was getting it up at.
Singdale to Higgins to begin the new over. 2 slips and a gully, bowls, and that's left alone on a length. Through passes to the gloves. The keeper, Higgins, had nothing to do with it. 101 for 3.
But of course now they're measuring them a lot more. The speed guns rove around the grounds, but we don't necessarily get that data ourselves. They do measure people's speeds a lot more than they used to. I think England want to know who the quickest bowlers around the country are, because they know how important pace is, not just for white ball cricket, but for red ball as well.
Never relied on it,
well, exactly, I know.
There always is this obsession.
Yes.
Off goes Singdale, bowls, and this is pushed away out to deep point for a single. Higgins moves to 21, 102 for 3. The quickest doesn't necessarily mean you're the best. But, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, we're kind of picking out players through the years, but of those quicks, and we all do, everybody loves a quick bowler. It's what really gets you going, isn't it? A quick bowler's really zinging it through past the neck of a batter, past the chin.
Quick bowling and skillful spin bowling, especially if it's on at either end, doesn't get too much better than that.
McGrath-Warne Although McGrath was never express either, was he? Here's Singdale around the wicket now to deploy, who tickles a single to long leg. Full and straight from Singdale.
I had an email from Bob Pook, who says, good morning, listening in from Sussex as our boys are without a game today. I think Bob mentioned actually he was going to tune into this game without his side playing. Enjoyed your eclectic commentary last week with Adrian and Izzy. As you said, it is occasionally good to watch a game with no vested interest, although a win for Gloucestershire would be favourite for Sussex. All the best and thank you, Bob Pook in Hastings.
In comes Singdale. It's left alone by Higgins outside the off stump through a passes to the keeper.
I do much prefer, I must say, watching games I've got no vested interest in. Actually, I just like being able to kick back and enjoy the action just purely in terms of the cricket, actually, rather than the sort of, oh, we desperately want a wicket here. Just more pleasant that way.
Singdale midway through his run-up. Bowls and it's driven by Higgins. Lovely shot. Wide of mid-off. Just over-pitched by Singdale, leaning into it. He'll pick up 2. Mid-off with a long chase to that boundary and a rapid chase as well. Keeping him to just a couple. 105 for 3.
I think that Ben Charlesworth has gone off the field. We've got Ed Middleton on as a substitute fielder at deep mid-wicket, so hopefully that's just precautionary for Charlesworth. I think it was him who did have that brief ankle roll, which he seemed to be okay enough afterwards, but potentially just getting that checked out.
In comes Singdale bowls and Higgins pushes away into the offside and there's no run.
Thought that was it. It is it.
It is it. It's lunch. Well done.
Very slow to realise out there.
29 overs with 3 short in the session, but they've picked up 3 wickets indeed in that time. Seen a little bit of spin as well. 105 for 3 at lunch, then deployed 20, Higgins 23. Probably even Stevens that, put him 3 down. Both sides will be happy. I think Middlesex, as much as anything, will be more relieved, having lost Stoneman, Fernandez and Holden in pretty quick succession with that burst from De Lange. Helping to get things moving, but it was Akhtar that picked up Stoneman first of all. Deploying Higgins, settling it down, although they've been troubled by what has been a pretty persistent and solid attack. Goodman, De Lange, Akhtar. They've all played their part. Singdale as well, although going at a bit of an expensive economy, none for 46 from 9. But even still, good morning's work. All to play for in the afternoon, I'd suggest that.
Yes, it's been an exciting morning. I mean, it's changed quite a lot in terms of what we felt we might see. It looked early on as if it might be just an absolute belter for batting. And then things just started to change. A few overs before Stoneman was out, 55-run opening stand. And then Stoneman cleaned up by Zaman Akhtar for 29, which opened the door. 2 more quick wickets for Marchand De Lange, getting rid of Fernandez for 24 and Holden for 1. But Deploy and Higgins have rebuilt things, and Gloucestershire, I guess, will be hoping that the break breaks their concentration and they can come straight back out after lunch and make further inroads. So 29 overs bowled in the morning session, and Middlesex 105 for 3, having been put in to bat by Gloucestershire. Kevin Hand and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back after lunch. We'll speak to you again in about 40 minutes. And welcome back to Bristol Seat Unique Stadium for the afternoon session of this opening day of the County Championship Division 2 match between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. An exciting morning session that swung back and forth, with Middlesex having very much the better of the first sort of 50 minutes or so. Then Gloucestershire with 3 wickets in the space of just under 3 overs, getting rid of Stoneman for 29, Fernandez for 24 and Holden for 1, with 2 wickets for De Lange and 1 for Zaman Akhtar. But then Lewis Deploy and Ryan Higgins providing some firm resistance to the Gloucestershire attack, and they've so far put on 46 for the 4th wicket. Deploy has 20 and Higgins has 23. It will be Deploy to face the first ball after lunch, and Gloucestershire would have a high price on his wicket, especially. Run machine of late. Deploy in the County Championship. It'll be Dom Goodman to open the bowling from the pavilion end, having bowled 6 overs in the morning, and Goodman is in now to bowl to Deploy, and that's angled across the left-hander, allowed to go through to the keeper. 6 overs for 10 for Goodman, with a couple of maidens. Him and Zaman Akhtar the cheapest of the bowlers. Akhtar's 6 overs going for 10, but picking up that wicket. 2 for 24 for De Lange from his 6 overs. None for 46 from Singh Dale in 2 bursts over 9 overs. And then Ollie Price, 2 overs for 13. Gloucestershire are going to have to watch their over rate, although at the moment it seems to be level still, as this is jabbed away by Deploy, and terrific fielding at backward point by Dent. Well, if there's any concerns about the back injury, then it certainly seems to be okay on that dive. If you weren't with us in the morning session, there was a late change to the Gloucestershire side, as Zafar Gohar was ruled out, didn't pass a late fitness test, and Chris Dent coming in. The other change being Tom Price is being rested, and as there's a shout for caught behind here, and he's been given out. Well, that came from nowhere. A rising delivery again. We've seen that a fair few times in the morning session with the lively nature of this pitch. And Deploy, well, he tried to withdraw the bat out the way of it, and it's just taken the slightest brush of that glove and gone through to James Bracey. And I must say, to start with, I thought, well, he's just left that alone from this distance. Impossible to tell whether there was anything on it, but Gloucestershire were absolutely convinced, and so was umpire Neil Pratt, who has raised the finger. So Deploy goes to just the 3rd ball of the afternoon session, and a prize wicket is taken by Dom Goodman, his first wicket of this match. I was impressed with him in the last game, both when he was digging it into the pitch and also when he pitched it up. I felt he was possibly the pick of Gloucestershire seamers down at Hove, and he'll be enjoying the fact that he can extract some bounce out of this hybrid pitch. And now 1 for 10 from 6.5 overs, his figures. So Deploy caught Bracey, bowled Goodman for 20, doesn't add to his score after lunch. He says, noticing that he's done his usual thing of failing to note down the score for lunch. That is a real classic. Eyes light up for the meal and then forget to do that. Stevie Eskenazi is the new man. Somebody who's, as I mentioned in the morning session, scored a lot of runs against Gloucestershire in the white ball form of the game. Hasn't played a great deal against them in the Championship. Only a couple of times it had turned out for Middlesex on this ground. And 2 right-handers in for the first time together. So gone is the left-hand, right-hand, at least for now. Jack Davis is due in next. Goodman with the right-handed Eskenazi in his sights. 3 slips in the gully. Goodman runs in and bowls to Eskenazi, who jams down on that, plays it into the ground, out into the offside, and there's no run. It wasn't a comfortable stay by any means for Deploy before lunch, even though he was still there. Kind of battled through for that 20, picking up a few knocks along the way, had the physio out to attend to his finger. Again off what looked like a fairly innocuous forward defence, but obviously bounced a bit more than he was expecting. Goodman in now, bowls to Eskinazi. Full, straight, a firm forward press from Eskinazi. Sends it back to the towering figure of Dom Goodman. Struck on the box as well was deployed. So clearly there's going to be something there for the bowlers at all times if they can hit the right lines and lengths, but if they can't, then it will be punished. We saw that in the morning. Last ball of the first over after lunch. Goodman into Eskinazi. There's an easy single into the onside. There's only mid-on saving the single. And they bluffed Eskinazi by setting the field for short pitch bowling and then bowling it full. And as a consequence, that spoils what would have been a wicket maiden for Dom Goodman to start after lunch. Middlesex 106 for 4. Eskinazi off the mark with a single. Higgins has 23. Ed Seaborn and Kevin Hand, your commentary team for this first day. And a reminder, if you do want to get in touch with us, you can do so via email. radiobristolcricket@gmail.com is the address. If you want to access us via the medium of X, it's at edcricket6 or at Kevin Hand Sport, who's with me.
You do say that very menacingly. It's me, Ed Seaborn, and Kevin Hand. For today, it's almost as though you're not going to have me back tomorrow.
Well, you never know. Depends how this day goes.
It's taken me 5 minutes to make that coffee, and I've spilt half of it already. I'm glad you haven't got the comms cam going today. What a mess. Here comes Merchant Langer, and he's in, bowls, and forward goes. Oh, good man, look at that. Forward goes Eskinazi and plods back up the track. As if you knew it was me you were commentating with. You've got all of the clean-up, mop-up operation ready to go.
It was day one of the home season here.
Ooh.
And I did that thing where you put your cup right behind your laptop, just push it back a bit, and over it all went. As if I hadn't seen enough water over the first 4 days at Derby where we didn't get any play whatsoever.
Oh, is that your ground? Forward goes Eskinazi, driving away in front of point for a single. 107 for 4. I did think when I mentioned the Yorkshire draw, I was thinking, hold on a minute, why? Yorkshire draw defeats Sussex. But there was a round before that. Why don't I know? Because you didn't play anybody. It was
abandoned without a ball bowled.
So is that what happens, comms cam? You spilt your coffee over it?
I don't think that's the case.
Probably a blessing, to be fair.
Yes, I think
for the viewer.
Yes, for the people watching on the stream. It was made for radio, not for putting on
face for
streams.
TV and a voice for silent movies. Here's Delanger. No, he isn't. The seagulls are swooping. They're not. The pigeons. Seagulls swoop? What do pigeons do? The pigeons of...
Well, I don't think we want to know what they do, actually. Ask Churchy about that.
Oh.
Them wandering about on the gantry above us and enjoying each other's company.
Oh.
Yes, there were some noises quite like that, actually.
I see. I thought that... lots happen on gantries and balconies here at the County Ground Bristol, doesn't it? Here's a length ball that Higgins drives back to mid-on, very much high up the inside of the bat, that one, as it's fielded now at mid-on. Goings on balconies and walkways at Bristol, eh? Mm. Has that been alluded to on air before? I'm sure it has.
It has, yes. I'm sure plenty of people listening will know what that's referring to, but we're not going to go it.
What season?
Well, at least I'm not. You can if you want, but I'm not going to go. It was last year.
Well, I've only just heard about it, so I feel like I and the Middlesex followers need to know about these matters. Need to be informed. Here's Delanger. He's in, bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Yes, I don't actually quite know how I can go into it, to be honest. So let's put it this way: they're certainly not retirement flats, or they weren't the retiring type.
No.
Whoever was on the balcony that morning. Was it morning for the pigeons as well, or was it a little afternoon?
I think most of the day that was,
was
going on, really.
Delanger bowls, and this is driven nicely. Great, stopping the covers. They do get through for the single. I thought the ball had deflected back to Delanger and he was going to have a chance, but it was well behind him, actually. And picking himself up is Dent.
It is. Dumped again. So, clearly again, back's absolutely fine. He does. Well, this is what they want with him, really. He used to field in the slips a lot, and he was a good slip catcher, but I think they've realised that he can be more of a weapon just lurking any old where. You just never know quite where he's going to turn up.
I can't take my eye off those balconies now. Which one was it? It's lucky you didn't tell me this before the start of play. Here's DeLanger, he's in, bowls and edged. Doesn't carry to third slip. And soft-ish hands from Eskenazi, I'm going to suggest, because they are getting pace and bounce off this one. But let's have a look at the replay. It was a good line and length ball, and it was just outside the line of off stump and angled bats in very much the Eskenazi way. He's got a distinctive angling of the bats, wristy play. You're seeing a replay now of Deploy feathering one through to the keeper. He hung his head back as he walked off. And that's that extra bounce that we were talking about. Just didn't get the bat up and out of the way quickly enough. 108 for 4, end of the 31st.
Yeah, so Goodman had a 6-over burst this morning, and you wonder whether the rest of lunchtime under his belt he can have another 6 overs before he has a blow. As in goes Goodman, keeper up to the stumps, bowls now to Higgins, who's forward defending into the offside. There's no run. Not great news at the moment for Gloucestershire in that I don't think that Ben Charlesworth has taken the field yet. So Ed Middleton was out there, and in fact, yeah, that's him in the gully, I think. So got a slip. 2 slips rather in a gully. Keeper up to the stumps for Goodman, who's in and bowling. Higgins drives, flashes a drive out into the covers, but it's well fielded to his right by Hammond. He launches himself to the turf and prevents any runs at all. Sun's out, which I'm not sure that was forecast at all. Looking at the one that I looked at, suggested sort of 10% chance of rain, plenty of cloud, but no sunshine, and the sun's blazing. Goodman bowls cut away by Higgins, forcefully out to deep point, who is Zaman Akhtar, and 1 run is taken. Moves Higgins to 25, 109 for 4. So yeah, Middleton out there in the gully for Charlesworth, so I hope that means that it's just having an extended look at that ankle. He's not been bowling, has Charlesworth. He can bowl some quite useful away swingers, just as a change-up sometimes, but he hasn't bowled yet this season. 3 slips in the gully for Eskenazi as Goodman bowls to Eskenazi, turned into the onside, wide of mid-on. DeLanger fields, and they'll sprint through for a single. 110 for 4. Goodman not express, as you can tell from Bracey coming up to the stumps, but even so, he'd have felt that was quite a brave move after seeing the lift that Goodman got to get rid of Deploy. He'd have been taking that above his head down in the crouch with Bracey if he'd been up to the stumps for Deploy. Goodman runs in, he bowls down the pitch, comes Higgins, edged wide of gully. Middleton dives after it, but it goes to his left and down to the boundary. So Higgins to 29. I think that was just about at a catchable height, but not the first time in the proceedings so far where Gloucestershire have left a gap and the ball has found it. It does so often seem to do that. 114 for 4. If I were a fast bowler, I would just not allow that. If it goes wide of everybody, then fine. But I know why they've got them in. It's just me. I can't stand it going in a gap between slip and gully. Down the pitch again is Higgins, and taking a hand off the bat as he turns it into the onside, and Dent across to cut it off. 6 from that one. Middlesex 114 for 4.
Live cricket from the BBC. Live on the Gloucestershire stream as well.
Screamers?
Well,
they might be.
Are we back to the balcony again?
We're certainly up here on our perch, but yeah.
3 slips and a gully.
Great view of the ground.
DeLange's in, bowls, and this ball's driven away through the covers nicely by Eskenazi, and he's going to pick up 4 for it. I think that's the first cover drive that's got away to the deep boundary for 4 today.
Yes, Stoneman hit one the other side, but I don't think we've seen one over there yet. And again, indication that if you do actually get a bit too greedy and start really searching, that it actually, as you see in white ball cricket, the hybrid pitches are so severe as the modern day player is on that sort of slot length.
DeLange bowls, it's a solid defence from Eskenazi.
You just don't get away with it, because it does come on quite true seemingly when it's pitched up, but when it's a bit shorter, that's one of the problems have arisen, and Somerset certainly used those pitches to their advantage last year in the blast, like Sir Craig Overton and Matt Henry digging the ball in early on. They would sometimes bowl 6 straight in the power play.
This is full, defended by Eskenazi.
But, you know, I think how it develops over the 4 days, assuming it goes 4 days, will be quite... well, I'm quite curious to see. I mean, well, I don't know. We'll see. But certainly, as the pitches go on at the Ageas Bowl, they tend to get a bit slower and lower throughout the season. I mean, they can play... I think they tend to use maybe even like 1 pitch for the whole of their home blast fixtures.
DeLange bowls, and Eskenazi defends that with the splice. Typical DeLange, and he just almost with his hand himself just signals, got a nice little bit of bounce. He enjoyed that one, didn't he?
He does. Well, he does like that. His hand sort of goes out when he knows he's released it well, and the right hand goes out thinking to start an appeal, and then sometimes, as you say, he'll just do a sort of a motion. Yeah.
What's he going to do next? Is he going to suggest, got that one out nicely? Short ball, full ball, slower ball. In he comes, bowls, and it's full, fast, straight, and turned for a single just wide of mid-on by Eskenazi. And 1 more to the total, takes Middlesex to 118 for 4. I'm messaging our mystery guest for tomorrow, who's no longer a mystery to me, just a mystery to the listeners now.
I see.
Trying to convince them to get down today. Evening sessions to be had. And some cricket. Trying to convince Ed to get out on the beers tonight. Here's DeLange in bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track and there's no run. Bob Hunt always used to recommend the most extraordinary places in Bristol. I never frequented any of them.
No, I can't think where those would be now, but...
There was a particular road that he seems to
yes,
suggest was
the People's Republic of Stokes Croft always got a mention further down.
What goes on there?
Well, it's
I don't think
always
it's the same
lively.
road we're thinking of. Oh, maybe
is it not that one?
Oh, possibly.
Well, it could be. People's Republic of Stokes Croft down towards the bottom end of the Gloucester Road that runs near here.
Mystery guest for tomorrow is a Bristolian?
Yes. Well, I think
Bristolian?
now
Bristolian.
adopted Bristolian.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So knows all the spots as well.
Like me. Mm-hmm. Well, sort of. I suppose technically not. I'm a yellow belly, but haven't been born in Lincoln, but sort of Wiltonian, really. Wiltonian by residence, anyway.
I'm trying to think of a Bristol accent saying yellow belly. You can't hear yellow belly and not hear John Wayne saying it. Yellow belly. What would the Bristol version of it be?
Do you know what? I'm not sure. I'm looking over to Jack
Dave Bridle now.
Not sure if there is another term like that for a Bristolian.
No, but how you pronounce it.
Oh, I see. Goodman bowls, flashing away outside the off stump is Eskenazi. That's not a great shot. Nowhere near full enough. And that's the danger if you do just go after one that's maybe even just a full length, but not right up to the bat. The bounce can get you, and you're very likely to swat one through to the keeper. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Stokes Croft, you can certainly get more than beer down there. So I've heard. Forward goes Eskenazi, full and straight, and played out into the offside for no run.
Then yes, that's the Bob Hunt.
Yeah, I mean, it's
road of recommendation.
It's that sort of that sort of area as it gets further towards the bottom. There's a place that I can't remember what it's called.
Bristol Bob.
It's sort of like I mean, you walk in and it's almost a bit like a kind of an old style canteen.
Ooh.
But it is called canteen. Yeah, right. Here comes Goodman bowling, and this is driven away by Eskenazi. He's not gone through with the shot with the maximum force, and it's fielded by Actor at backward point.
I mean, that was the great irony of Bristol Bob, wasn't it? He was actually from Barnet.
Yes.
It was Barnet Bob.
Exactly.
And the first time I put him on air with Stephen Finn, and Stephen Finn started doing all the West Country accents to wind up Bob Hunt. He was actually from closer to Lords than Finney. Watford boy.
Well, it's a well-travelled path, isn't it, in terms of cricketers as well. Pitched up there, Goodman. Eskenazi whips it away off his pads. Goodman thought he might have been through for a moment. I can tell for the gentleman next to me thought he might have been through for a moment as well. But it's 2 runs.
Whips him away from middle and off. Oh, that was stone dead if he missed that. How many balls has he faced? That's his 15th.
121 for 4. I'm getting a recommendation for somewhere called Turbo Island.
Oh, my Lord.
Turbo Island, that's Stokes Croft as well.
Who sent you the recommendation?
Our guest.
Ah!
Here comes Dom Goodman running in there. Bowls edged and one-handed attempt at third slip, but couldn't pouch it. All the nicks seem to be going in that area. They almost need 2 third slips. I think it's Hammond who's had the attempt at it, and it was a good attempt. It just did not stick. One of those kind of, well, maybe not even 50-50, maybe less than that, whether it does stick or it doesn't, but this one doesn't, and it's a single to Eskenazi. Had a real fence at that one. Went quickly, but went quite low.
Is our guest aware of the balcony story from the Leicestershire game?
Oh, I'm certain, surely.
Is it only me that's not in this commentator's WhatsApp group then?
Here comes Goodman bowling full straight and driven towards mid-off by Higgins, and that's the end of the over, 122 for 4. I'm sure we might just let you in if you're good, but if not, then this is what I've been threatening.
Right.
The boot will come out of here, kicked out of the front gate. Message straight to security. They're like that here,
I've been outed and I didn't even know I was in. Great line from Seinfeld. I've only started to get through Seinfeld recently. Absolutely genius line from.
I thought you were referencing that when you were here last year.
Oh, that was probably Larry David, who wrote Seinfeld but had his own show, Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Okay.
I've only just got to Seinfeld. I don't think I'd started Seinfeld last year. Or maybe I had. Genius show. My predecessor at Middlesex, or one of them indeed, because there was the brilliant Norman de Mesquita for many years was the Middlesex commentator. It was his favourite show, Seinfeld. We actually sat there at Derby one day. It was rained off at a bit like yourself. It was rained off at Derby one day, and poor old Norman had come up for one day to watch the game. As DeLanger's in, starts the new over. It's left alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper. Gloucestershire fans, I'm sure, will full well of a certain age. Will full well know the name and certainly remember the voice, Norman de Mesquita, who commentated on the 1979 World Cup for TMS, but otherwise was Radio 2 and BBC Radio London, following Middlesex, Surrey and various London teams around Europe, he said, following West Ham in Europe, I remember he used to tell me. As DeLanger comes in once more. As this is left alone outside of the off stump by Eskenazi. Good pace and bounce again on that one. But yeah, travelled all the way up to Derbyshire to see one day. Remember it, roll back the years, because he'd still cover the Middlesex home games for Wisden, Norman at the time, even though his radio days were long behind him. But a day trip up to Derby, fancied, came up absolutely hammered with rain all day. Didn't see a ball bowled. It was called off at some time. I'm not joking. At some time around lunch, it was that heavy. So the entire press box at Derby had emptied.
I know the feeling.
DeLanger's in, bowls, and Eskenazi's forward, defends and push back, and there's no run. And of course he booked a return ticket, so he had to wait all day for the train to go back. So I said, "Go on, Norman, I'll stay with you. We'll stay. I'll stay, and we'll pass the hours here at the ground in the press box." And I think, and then somehow we got onto Seinfeld, and I said, you wouldn't believe it. I think I actually had, my friend had lent me the DVD. Do you remember those DVDs? He lent me a DVD of Seinfeld, and I put it on, and we sat there and watched a couple of hours of Seinfeld in the pouring rain at Derbyshire together. Brilliant show. I've only just got around to properly watching it. In comes DeLanger, bowls, and this is pushed just in front of point for no run. No ball called as well, I think. It was an almighty cry, and the umpire seemed to be waving his arm at the far end, so let me have a look at the scoreboard and see if it ticks along. He might have just been doing some Pilates, rolling the called the rotator cuffs around. And
is that where your rotator cuff is?
I think so.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense to sort of rotating of the shoulder, but no great anatomist.
DeLanger's in, bowls. This is pushed away into the offside by Eskenazi. It looks as though he was just doing Pilates. A no ball wasn't signalled. 122 for 4.
Actually, another recommendation.
Yeah.
Might be the Coronation Tap.
Wait, are we back to this dodgy road that
We're
Bob
back. No,
likes?
no. This is in a very reputable area of Clifton. You can get cider there, but they only sell it in half pints because they don't know how strong it is.
DeLanger. Oh, it's edged by Eskenazi. Has a little dabble, snapping at the ball outside the off stump, looking to drive. Feet didn't move. Again, it was an Eskenazi shot, but let's just see how far away he played. It wasn't that far outside the line of the head, I guess, but the feet didn't really go. The head halfway was across, and the bat, well, only the edge was involved. But fortunately for Eskenazi, it's wide of third slip, and it's 4 more. And Middlesex are 126 for 4. Higgins 29 will have strike. Eskenazi has 15, but at the moment, it's perilous.
Not quite sure how many more edges need to go in that particular area before they put the fielder there. But you know what will happen when they finally do put one in. It'll go right where they've taken the fielder from. But what is that now? That's at least 3, maybe another one which is along the ground through that area. They've still left the gap in there. 2 slips in a gully for Goodman bowling to Higgins, who temptingly floats one wide of off stump, and Higgins has nothing to do with it. But yeah, that was a student haunt, that one. So you'll be in there with people a few years older than you. But yeah, that was
down with the kids.
It was always a haunt. Yeah. There was a challenge in my day there as well. Goodman runs in, bowls on the pads. It's clipped towards mid-on. Alert single. Higgins saw the hulking figure of Marchand DeLanger at mid-on and thought that he could take that fielder on, and comes through for a single. Higgins moves on to 30, 127 for 4. It involved imbibing a certain amount and then sprinting down the street, making a phone call from the phone box to the bar to prove that you'd done that. As Goodman runs in, bowls wide outside the off stump, let go. And then, I can't remember, it was something like, free for a week after that.
Free for a week?
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, like I say, they sell it in half pints because they don't know how strong it is. It's good stuff, though.
Isn't it? We only sell it in half pints because we don't know how strong it is.
I think they're only legally allowed to.
That's what the marketeers tell us.
Here comes Dom Goodman bowling, and that's a brave leave from Eskenazi, but as it turns out, a good one. As that just threatens back in towards that off stump. That doesn't quite get there. Yeah, well judged. I mean, that would have to have done quite a bit off the pitch for it to knock that off stump out. It would have had to have been similar to the delivery that Jaden Seals bowled to get rid of Ollie Price last week, that sent the stump cartwheeling in a fashion that I'm not sure I've ever seen. It would have got through. Goodness knows how many rotations that would have got through. Goodman is into Eskenazi, who's prodding forward defensively, and there's no run.
Speaking of predecessors, it did suddenly occur to me at lunch, and this wasn't one of those good things that occur to you. I'm turning into David Townsend.
In what way?
Look at me sitting there this morning complaining about the 2 poached egg limit. That was exactly how he'd have complained about it as well. What's the world come to? a 2 poached egg limit.
Are you saying that because you know he's listening?
No.
Goodman bowls, edged, and this time it has been taken. Middleton, the substitute fielder, down in the gully. He's dived after a couple and not managed to get to them as they were too far away from him. That one was right there, pitched up by Goodman, maybe just done a fraction off the surface, or maybe through the air actually, and a skewing attempt at a drive from Eskenazi just carries low down to Middleton in the gully. So Gloucestershire have their 5th wicket. Goodman's 2nd since lunch. He's got 2 for 21, and Eskenazi departs for 15, 127 for 5.
Big wicket that. Danger man Eskenazi. If he gets in, he can score quickly. Hybrid pitch we've talked about, his T20, his one-day exploits, and middle order batsman he is at the moment at 6. But I just thought, look, if Eskenazi and Higgins can get through an hour after lunch, try and make hay later in the afternoon. But not to be. Means Jack Davies will come out to bat at 7. The wicketkeeper with still Josh de Carey's to come.
Yeah, plenty of bat. I mean, Henry Brooks is a useful bat. Somebody who can provide runs down the order.
Well,
and
Tom Hellman Bamber as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in this sort of situation, a lower order player who goes out there and thinks, actually, I might as well just have a thrash here.
A Toby Rowland-Jones. Well, I tell you what, this short boundary down here, Rowland-Jones written all over it. But no, I mean, look, it's somebody else's go this week. You talked about rotation, didn't you, earlier? That's my understanding of Rowland-Jones. He looked brilliant last week at Lords, I thought. He really did have a great rhythm in that game, but there'll be a couple of weeks off now for the skip up. But pressing matters in the middle. That was the end of the 36th over, wasn't it? 127 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, it really could have gone either way at lunch. I mean, 105 for 3. Deploy Higgins could have really set themselves this afternoon.
De Lange's close to the stumps and angles that one away. Off the surface it goes. Really stump to stump, wicket to wicket bowling from De Lange there, but off the surface that jags clear of Higgins. Good leave. So there's movement out there.
Yeah.
Remember those first 6 or 7 overs?
Yeah, did nothing.
Nothing was happening.
I don't know whether this is the ball or whether it was just why they were bowling.
I think they probably were bowling a fraction too full and a fraction too wide. The 2 left-handers opening up as his. A use of the feet from Higgins! And he's gone! Well, Higgins waits for a moment. He came down the track to try and defend it using the feet, having seen that ball jag quite dramatically the ball before, and this one he comes down and he's squared up and it's taken at second, coming across in front of slip. Higgins departs for 30. Middlesex have 2 batters in the middle who are yet to face a ball. Josh Davies is about to be Jack Davies is about to be joined by Josh de Carey's, and Middlesex are 127 for 6.
That was probably up there among the easier slip catches that you'll see, just for the amount of time that Bancroft had to line it up, and it just seemed to take forever to get through to him, but it was always going to carry. And again, I know it's something that Higgins does a lot because, as we said earlier, he's tenacious, he's combative, he likes to feel as if he's on top of the bowling, and he comes down the pitch a lot, but you've got to be brave to come down the pitch and give yourself less time to face Marchand de Lange on a hybrid pitch. And finding the edge for his 3rd wicket now, Marchand de Lange. I'm sure his eyes would have been lighting up ever since he had the confirmation that this was what was going to be used. And at the moment, these are his best figures in his Gloucestershire career. Just played the 4 championship matches last year, was injured just at the start of the T20 competition, so spent more of the season out than available. Had surgery on his thigh, which was it's huge scarring. He showed me the scars at Cheltenham last year, but seems to have recovered well. And if Gloucestershire can get a full season out of Marchand de Lange across formats, because he's not got a deal in the 100 at the moment. He'd still be even available for the one-day Cup. Then that does... it's not quite like a new signing, but it is almost, in terms of having him available.
De Lange to De Carey's 4 slips in a gully. He bowls, and the right-hander gets in behind this, defends resolutely. He was in a very good position for that. Thou shalt not pass solidly in behind. Umpire comes down to check the follow-through of De Lange now. Were Jeetan Patel playing in this match, then potentially you'd feel that Gloucestershire were up to something, because they've been warned a few times now. But as you said, the spin options are light, and well, indeed, it would be Gloucestershire's about last on this. As here's De Lange, he's in, bowls and beats De Carey's. Good line and length. He had a little dabble, was lining up to get in the same position as the delivery before to defend. It was just a fraction wider, and he went with it. Survives. His second ball. De Lange's got his tail up, hasn't he? 3 for 35.
I was thinking that, you kind of expect the odd loose delivery with De Lange bowling, but it's amazing when a fast bowler really gets the wind behind them. All of a sudden, the bad balls dry up.
Well, he's going at the economy of the innings, isn't he? The run rate's 3.5, as is his economy. As forward goes to Carey's and pushes. Yes and no. Oh, dearie me. It really didn't go anywhere. It was just a dab into the ground, and the ball died just wide of mid-on. And there was never a run there, but for a moment Carey's was thinking about it. Jack Davies at the other end wasn't remotely interested. He has yet to face a ball, of course. Davies, 127 for 6. Yeah, De Lange, his economy's fine because he's going at 3.5, and well, to be going at the economy rate of the innings whilst taking 3 in an aggressive couple of spells that he's had now is a fine effort. He's in, big broad-chested man. He bowls, and this is on a length, flashed at by De Carey. He's looking to drive at a ball that wasn't there for it, really. End of the over. He's got into the heads of the Middlesex batters at the moment, I'd suggest. That was, well, there was width in it. There was width in it, but it just wasn't the match situation as much as anything, I guess. 127 for 6, 37 bowled. And Ryan Higgins, the latest to fall, caught Bancroft at second off the bowling of De Lange, who has 3 for 35.
His second wicket maiden of the innings. But looking at that last delivery, watched a decent amount of De Lange, not just with Gloucestershire, but previously when he played for Somerset, and particularly Glamorgan. Particularly that last ball there, it didn't look as though he was even really fully straining. He's just kind of realised, actually, I can still make a lot happen off this. Just bowling a little bit within myself, I think. Goodman bowls now. This is pushed by Jack Davies out into the covers. Another, well, it wasn't really a yes-no, it was more of a step down the pitch and then a no from Jack Davies facing his first delivery. I was quite looking forward to watching Jack Davies in this game.
Who was?
I was.
Ah, what do you mean was? He's still out there?
Yeah, I'm just saying, before the start of the game.
Of doom.
Dear we. Getting sensitive now. This is full from round the wicket, and Jack Davies has played a gorgeous drive out through the covers. Chris Dent has got the sprint on towards the boundary and will haul it in and save 1 run. So off the mark with a very pleasing drive for 3 runs, 130 for 6. Not going to take issue with me describing that as a pleasing drive.
Again, we haven't seen much through the covers, have we? Which is a mark of the moving ball, isn't it? The batters have not looked to get involved outside the off stump, really. Scoring off the stumps mainly. Interesting to look at the wagon wheel in a moment, actually, which is available on the match centres of the club's website. I believe it's available on the Gloucestershire match centre as well. I assume it's something that's rolled out for all the counties.
Pretty sure it has been available on this website as well. Goodman runs in, he bowls full and forward as De Carey's playing defensively to extra cover, really giving that ball every chance to do something through the air. So
only 2 down the ground.
Wagon wheel, yeah.
Which you could name them.
Yeah.
They were both Nathan Fernandez.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, the other Fernandez one hit the...
hit the stumps, that's right. That would be presumably
Higgins.
The one that didn't get to the boundary.
I think there was one down the ground from Fernandez. Didn't Higgins hit another one straight, which went for 3?
Was that the one that hit the stumps?
That was Fernandez.
It was Fernandez, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes, that's right.
And they didn't get a run.
Don't know where they'll have marked that with the wagon wheel.
Yeah, just looking at the covers. 2 boundaries through the covers.
They certainly haven't marked it dead straight. Goodman bowls full, and forward is De Carey's playing sort of push drive out into the covers from Buren Fields with extra cover.
They didn't get a run, so it wouldn't be...
Was it no run at all?
No, it deflected to mid-off or mid-on, didn't it? So
right. I thought they might... I couldn't remember whether they got a single. Anyway,
no run.
There's not... No run! Let's not have any of that. We had enough of that last summer. He's got everybody doing it now. Screaming at the top of their lungs. Goodman bowls down the leg side, helped on its way, work to do for fine leg, but the fielder will get across Singdale, and De Carey's is off the mark with that single. Yes, it was. Just checking I haven't missed the leg by. The umpires seem to be being particularly stealthy this year with some of their signals. I've missed a few of sort of leg byes and no balls as they get through their work quickly. Field changes for Davies, and they're sending out deep square. And this has definitely been part of the plan from Gloucestershire with these boundary dimensions. Goodman in and dangles one outside the off stump, and Davies shoulders arms. 4 from that over, 2 for 25 from Goodman from his 11. Middlesex 131 for 6, but really shortening the straight boundaries and lengthening the square ones, because I think they'll have looked at this and gone, we think that our attack can bowl shorter on this pitch than Middlesex's can. Well, no, maybe not over the course of the whole Middlesex attack, but I reckon that's probably what they've looked at and thought, we've got an attack that would like to bang the ball in a bit more, so we're going to lengthen the square boundaries and challenge people to clear them off the back foot if they want to hit it in the air. Whereas if you bowl it full, then, not that we've seen many, as we've just been talking about down the ground, but there's that possibility to target a short boundary.
DeLanger bowls, De Carey's defends, 4 slips, and a gully. Poised, point is the fielder to collect, mid-off, mid-on, and long leg, 7-2 fields. Well, with Roland Jones out for Brooks coming in, Brooks and Helm,
yeah,
will hit a pretty hard length.
Yes.
And Higgins, and as you say, will be that fraction fuller, as here comes DeLanger. He's in, bowls, and this is dabbed by De Carey's fine of the gully to pick up 4. Deliberately done, just riding the bounce on that one, eases it away. And another boundary for the Middlesex total. 135 for 6 have been put in this morning by Gloucestershire.
And that was the other point that I was going to make, looking at the wagon wheel. A lot of boundaries down through there. And I guess that's another thing. If you have a bouncy surface and one with pace in, you would expect to see boundaries down there. And even if you do have a deep third fielder in, it's going to be quite hard to defend that boundary.
In comes DeLanger and bowls a ball that wobbles away just outside the off stump, and De Carey's leaves it. Just wobbled back in at the last.
There's swing there now, isn't there? It's not just, I don't think, off the surface either. There seems to be more swing than there was earlier. I don't know whether it's just maybe a couple of degrees warmer than it was at the start. I mean, so often, I say so often, like there's been a huge amount of cricket this year. Gloucester only played 2 rounds, but you do feel like sometimes you turn up to a ground on the morning and it's actually too cold to swing.
De Carey's eases to backward point, and there's no run. Is that a Bristol theory as well? There's that theory at Lords, if the wind's coming in from behind the media centre, it ain't going to swing because it'll be too cold if it's coming in from behind the pavilion.
No, I don't. I've not necessarily heard that here, but you do hear that that's actually one of the reasons why it's not quite as bad to bat in April as you think it should be, because actually the ball's not swinging as much as it does later on, and you've got the humidity and the warmth.
It's a short, and De Carey thinks about the hook. Through to the keeper it goes. Just about pulled out of it in the end. Kept his eye on it, De Carey's as well, didn't he? Because that passed as such in between the bat, where he was pulling out of the shot, and the helmet, where he was slightly swayed backwards in the end when he'd decided to leave alone. Either that or he was just late on it.
Yeah, no, I think he's played that pretty well, and that's what you've got to do if you feel that you're not quite there. Pull out of it.
Delanga hits the crease now. He bowls outside the off stump. Through it passes to the keeper. End of the over. 39 bowled. 135 for 6.
So that is now 7 boundaries. If I'm counting all these lines, so quite close together. That's now 7 fours that they've scored down right through a deep third position, and a couple more backward a point as well. But I guess at this stage, with Gloucestershire looking to be on the attack, and so many fielders in the cordon as well, they've had a couple sneak right through, but I guess you kind of feel at the moment it's worth having those catches in rather than trying to think about saving runs. But I know there's a lot of people who always like to see one in there. Something that they hold very dear to them. Change of bowling. Zaman Akhtar's returning. So Goodman's had, 5 overs there in the end. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25. And back comes Akhtar bowling very wide. And Davies has no thoughts of playing.
That little move to his right before he runs into bowl, excuse me, so it's as though he starts 2 feet to the left of the beginning of his bowling position, and then he it's almost like Roadrunner or something, isn't he? He kind of, his feet start going before he moves anywhere. He starts to get a puff of dust going. Look, there he goes. So he didn't quite do it this time as much as he did the previous one.
Akhtar round the wicket, bowls a bit tighter to off stump, but still not interesting Davies in a shot.
It's almost as though he's starting to run. But rather than go forward, he goes a couple of steps to his right, and then he goes. You can almost see the. Was it Acme? Was the old cartoon studio? It's over your head, isn't it?
Well, no, I've heard of that. I can't say I've ever actually.
You must have seen Roadrunner and all of that.
Well, yes, Roadrunner, yes, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. Here he comes. Leaps in, he bowls, and once again it's wide of off stump. Chris Dent has gone off the field. Don't see him out there at the moment, and Tommy Boorman, I gather, is on as a sub-fielder, so I assume that's number 71 at backward point. I don't, to be honest, know Tommy's squad number at this point, because he's played in one game, which was an official game, and then it got downgraded. Akhtar is in, this time it's tight to off stump, and plonked into the offside in defence.
Who was always chasing Roadrunner? Was it Crazy Coyote? Is that his name? We've got that thing called the internet in front of us, haven't we? Crazy. How do you spell Coyote? Yeah, Coyote. Wasn't that him? No, maybe not.
Not Wile Coyote.
Wiley. Was it Wiley?
That's something, isn't it?
Steady.
Wile Coyote.
Oh,
yeah, that's it. Akhtar bowls. This is driven by Davies into the ground, and Akhtar fields smartly off his. Well, I say fields smartly off his own bowling. I thought he'd fielded it, but the umpire was obscuring my view. But I'm not sure whether he was trying to direct that back onto the stumps or not. But anyway,
Looney Tunes and merry melodies. Yes. Brings back some memories.
You always seem to get onto this kind of stuff somehow with you. Here comes Akhtar bowls, and that's let go by Davies, and that is a maiden over in his comeback from Zaman Akhtar. Still only gone for 10 runs, now in 7 overs with a wicket, 135 for 6.
Well, it's not my fault he starts his run up like Roadrunner, is it? Mimi. Isn't that what you always said when he'd ran away? Or he was about to set off? Mimi. And off he went.
That I can't remember, honestly. Apparently so.
That's what you have to say every time he starts his run-up now. Mimi. You don't have to say he's into bowl. Just make the noise.
And actually, that would have worked even better last week when we had to turn the effects mic off for a bit because it wasn't working properly.
Ooh.
And I was doing a pencil tap on the table.
Here's Delanga. Runs in, bowls outside the off-stump, left alone. Through to the keeper, more like Conan the Barbarian at the other end, isn't it? Well, Roadrunner.
Oh dear. Yes, and So yes, we're doing the tap on the desk for the bat, but you could have had that for starting to bowl as well.
Oh, so you weren't doing the run-up like?
That would have been good. Far too much work.
DeLanger turns to bowl.
What's the...
Well, yeah, he's thudding in. Here he comes. Bowls now, and this ball's left alone outside the off stump. So it goes to the keeper. 135 for 6.
We haven't asked the BBC, was it BBC
Sounds
Radiophonic Workshop? Is that what it's called? Yeah, I don't think we're going to be getting any calls from them somehow.
Oh, okay, yeah. Saw a great one. Where was I? The Disney 100 exhibition at London Excel. It showed how they used to do all the sound effects for the early Disney animations. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant watching them in the workshop. Here's DeLanger. He's in, bowls, and this is driven away just in front of point for a single. 136 for 6. I think it's still going. Not sure if it is or not, but that was brilliant. That you go back to the very beginning. It all started with a mouse. And yeah, it showed the some old footage of the sound effects department, all the things they used to do to get the sound going for all the first movies and cartoons. Brilliant stuff.
Coconuts out for the horse's hooves sort of thing.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Here comes DeLanger. 3 slips in a gully. Left-handed Jack Davies on strike. Wide on the crease, very wide on the crease. Bowls, and he's taken him at second. Oh, goodness me, that was close to a no ball from DeLanger. It's noticeable how much wider he went on the crease on that occasion. We'll see his back foot as he lands now. But either way, Davies is on his way back. It was tight. I think he's just inside the line. Very, very tight indeed. Fortunately for him, his back foot was almost perfectly parallel to that line, even the slightest of angle of it. And I think he'd have been in trouble there with the umpire. But Davies is gone. Nicks it through to second slips. Just follows a slightly wider delivery. Did go wider on the crease. Angled it towards Davies. Guess he felt he had to follow it. 136 for 7. Another big wicket. Last of the recognised batters departs. To Carey's, who started as a top order batter. Opening bat indeed. I'm sure he'd love to get back up the order, but he's got a bit of work to do with the tail. The first of them is going to be, I mean, it looks very much as though it's Tom Helm to me, not Brooks. But just, I'm sure that's Helm by his mannerisms.
Yeah, it looks like him, doesn't it? I was expecting to see Brooks come in before, but good catch also from Bancroft, has to be said, because it was really travelling and probably more like the sort of slip catches that he would have been taking in Australia rather than the ones that he's had here. He did put a couple down in Gloucestershire's first game here against Yorkshire, and those were both low down. So perhaps he's going to feel more comfortable. Actually, it's almost like self-protection. You know, if you don't catch it, it's going to be smashing you in the chops. But very close, as you say, to that back foot. You'd have to see that slowed down really to know. It certainly would have gone upstairs if it had been a TV umpire. But
TV umpire would still be looking at it now. I think
it's
he was
so
right.
hard when you the bowler's end umpire and you're expected to watch the back foot as well as the front foot, and you've got somebody winging it down at least
from this end,
mid to late 80s.
From this end, even before the ball had reached Davies instantly, I was thinking, oh, that's a no ball because he's too wide. And then Davies edges it and it's caught. But actually watching the replay from the other end behind the bowler, it looked a little bit better. Look at this slip, Gordon. 6 slips for DeLanger to Tom Helm. He's a good bat, Helm. He won't particularly like that. 6 slips, a wide mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg. And DeLanger is in, bowls, and it's run along the floor to 5th slip by Helm. 136 for 7. How many's DeLanger got now? 4. He's on for his 4 for 40 in his 12th. 1 ball to come of it.
Yeah, it's the first time he's taken 4 for in his Gloucestershire career. As I say, he's not played a huge amount, and this would only be his 6th game for Gloucestershire in the Championship. I'm sure he's felt eventually the wickets are going to come for me.
DeLanger bowls, and Helm gets in behind it only just. He was on the back foot and he's defended that off the top of middle and off into the onside, back and across, and just got that back down. 136 for 7. End of the 41st. Davies the latest to go, caught second slip by Bancroft. And DeLanger 4 for 40. Always one of those bowlers. I've never seen him come on and you think, oh, yeah, he's always done well against Middlesex. I'm not suggesting the wickets have always been there for him, but every time I've seen him bowl, I thought, what a player he is. There's some zooming in on the live stream.
This has been
Look
Gloucestershire have brought him in for a bit of nasty, fasty stuff, and he's got the pitch this time.
Fancy stuff on the stream. There's zooming and panning. Zoom and a pan.
I'm sure James Healy, wherever he's watching from, is beaming with pride. Actor is in, and De Carey's plays this down into the ground. It's fielded by Middleton in the gully smartly, and there's no run.
Can we zoom in on that back foot from Delaney?
Do you know what? I think maybe you might not get a replay.
No, well, like I say, the first look from this end, I thought, I said no ball. And then he nicks it. Oh, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Look at the umpire. No, everything's fine. Then you see the replay, and actually, I say it looked as though his foot was parallel to that line. Even just the slightest of angles from that back foot, and he'd have been in trouble.
The other thing that's so hard as well is it's the absolute first point of impact as well, where it cuts the line. You have to be extremely brave as an umpire to make that call. Actor bowls, and De Carey's has a waft at that one and misses it as it goes through to Bracey. It's not just a case of like the front foot where, well, of course that is first impact as well, but if the foot's raised over the line, then that's fine. And I guess it's sort of the same thing with in reverse. A lot of the time you'll see a right arm over bowler, their first point of impact would be on the front of their foot. As this is cut away, he's got bound this time as De Carey's, and he's put it away to the boundary. Short and wide, not that we've seen that be easy always to put away, but this time De Carey's has leathered it through backward point and moves on to 10, 140 for 7. But in terms of round the wicket stuff, that's from the right arm, but that's where you will get those back foot no balls, because that first point of impact. Good to see that Jim, our usual camera operator, stream operator, is indeed watching. Again, renewed best wishes from all of us here. As Actor is in, and that's tight to the stumps and played defensively by De Carey's. Solid looking defence back to the bowler.
So this zooming and panning, can we request anywhere in the ground we can zoom in and have a look?
Was there somewhere in particular that you might have been thinking of?
Well, I'm thinking it was a shocking...
Somewhere at the far end, maybe?
I think it was a shocking miss by the camera operators last July.
In goes Actor, bowls, back of a length, and well played by De Carey's. Hand off the bat as it jags up on him and steered to safety in the gully.
Even AI wouldn't have missed that. Motion sensor would have got AI going.
Don't start talking about that. If we get people, we've got AI commentators as well. We'll be out of a job. Everyone will be out of a job.
Who watches the Watchmen?
Certainly have a wider vocabulary than me. Last ball of the over. Actor in, bowls full and turned to mid-on. De Carey's just crossed with himself there because he had a lot of leg side to try and access, and picks out the one fielder who was saving the single, Marchand de Lange at mid-on, and it goes into his bucket-like hands, and immediately he marches off to umpire Shanmugam to remove his sweater. He's so enthusiastic at the best of times as de Lange, but especially so now. I don't think he's going to be giving Van Buren a choice about when to take him off. I think de Lange's just going to pretty much be the one to say, that's me done.
It's Carey's 10, Helm 0 from 2, 54 overs remain, so 20 to tee, or 22 to tee. As de Lange's in, bowls, and Helm on the back foot dabs down into the ground. It's fielded by 5th slip. They've taken out 6th now.
Of course, what we can't do is, this year, the umpires are all wearing these cameras, which provide some cracking shots of the action close up. But I don't think that we can request the camera shot of that.
Have you seen the Hawkeye technology from the umpire's camera?
I have not seen it.
It's impressive.
Is it?
Yeah. It's not there yet, but it's close.
Wow.
It's pretty impressive that you got Hawkeye from the umpire's
So we actually
camera.
could have a DRS system.
Helm gets a leading edge on this one. It's full. He looks to clip through mid-wicket, but it darts towards cover points. And there's no run.
So, of course, with ultra edge as well, you'd have to have that potentially, unless you just said we have it for LBWs, but then you wouldn't be able to tell whether there was an inside edge or not. Yeah. So I don't know how you're going to get around that.
Oh, good from you, Mr. Seaborn.
Because it's
just a pretty face.
Still, well, we're not, as has already been established by the lack of a commentator cam.
It's DeLanger in bowls. This is a run off the back foot by Helm for a single to deep backward square. Long leg comes around. He's off the mark, Helm. 141 for 7.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll come up with something for that as well. Maybe we will have. I don't know which is I would have assumed it was Hawkeye that was the more expensive part of the technology, rather than Snicker. And presumably there you just need a microphone and some software, don't you?
Well, there you go.
Not that I'm paying for that, but still.
DeLanger to De Carey's. Dabs a single backward a square on the leg side. Just rides the bounce, dabs it down, angled, and the single is taken. De Carey's moves to 11, 142 for 7.
But I don't know whether it's better to have a sort of rudimentary one versus none at all. Could be interesting in years to come. I know I've always kind of quashed any sort of talk about any kind of DRS in county cricket.
DeLanger bowls to Helm, pushes a single just straight over wide mid-on because it's a 7-2 field. And they are back to the 6 slips now. Because it's a 7-2 field, mid-on's a little bit wider, allowing the defensive shot on the back foot to trickle through for a single. The action on the balconies, was it the penthouse?
No.
It wasn't even the penthouse.
No.
I mean, you expect that up there, really, don't you? But
do you?
Here's DeLanger, he's in, bowls, and De Carey's turns back at a square. For 2. Long leg, little slow getting around to that one, maybe. Maybe he was a little finer this time than I realised. End of the over, 145 for 7. De Carey's moves to 13. Helm moves to 2. Balcony gate. What has it been dubbed? He must have come up with a name for it. Balcony gate. Careful how you think this through on air, Ed. What was the name for the incident?
Well, I mean, it's really a gate, was it? I mean, I just referred to it as the balcony scene, but as in
the balcony
as in Romeo and Juliet.
Oh yeah.
But that was so I hadn't
Bristol's version
come
of
up
the
with
balcony scene.
Exactly.
Shakespeare,
yes.
be proud.
Well, I think Shakespeare was a lot more graphic than
well, indeed.
Potentially we think now.
Graphic goings on in Bristol.
5 slips. That's all. Actor bowling now to Helm, edged short of first slip. Looked like a fairly genuine edge as well. We've seen a couple which have just not quite carried. He's very deep at first slip because of the potential for Bracey to come across him, but just never got through to Ollie Price, who's fielding at first now. Been all over the place in the slip cordon so far this year as Price with Ben Charlesworth off the field and Chris Dent still. Actor bowls full, turned into the onside by Helm. More work for DeLanger to do at mid-on. He's got an awful lot of acreage to prowl, and it's a single to Helm. He moves to 3. It's 146 for 7. Reminder of the email address if you would like to get in touch via email, radiobristolcricket@gmail.com. What was that?
I'm still thinking about.
Here comes Zaman Akhtar bowling an away swinger, and there is some swing there. Right up to the bat. De Carey's driving but not timing as the ball swung away from him, and I think because of that caught the bottom part of the bat as Van Buren fields wide mid-off.
Trying to think of names for the incident. The mysterious incident on the balcony in the pre-match warm-up of the Leicestershire game on day 2.
Oh gosh, I
stick to balcony gate.
The curious incident of yes, that sparked a
much
title
curious.
that I can't use on air. Here comes Akhtar bowl. This has worked away to mid-on. And DeLange does the fielding.
I suppose it was curious. Curious that
curious
it
incident
happened.
of the dog in the night time, but we adapted a
Nobody
little
was
bit.
left in any doubts in terms of curiosity, but
Oh dear. I think it's the image of the Leicestershire players staring as well. And some of them not really knowing quite where to look, and others knowing exactly where to look. Actor in bowls and blocked firmly by De Carey's back up the pitch. Shall we have a look at some scores elsewhere?
I was wondering what you could ask me to look at there. Goodness me. It was the photographer with the long lens that I was thinking about. What was he? Yes.
How do you know how long his lens was?
Well, that was an extreme close-up you showed me there, Ed.
I think it was you zooming in. Last ball of the over. Actor runs in, bowls, and tucked away rather uncomfortably by De Carey's and short of Goodman at forward square leg, so they don't get a run. 146 for 7. We've had 44 overs.
He's a funny fella, that Leicestershire photographer as well, isn't he? I can't remember his name, but he's a good fella.
Yeah.
Good laugh. I've been dining out on that for a few years, possibly.
Isn't it? Oh, John. That's
John.
right. Awful. Well, at least he won't be listening because Leicester have got a game. Northamptonshire 195 for 3 against Leicestershire.
No balconies at
Emilio
Road.
Gay made 88.
Which
they're at
ground?
Grace Road, so there's the balcony next to the commentators.
Well, yes.
And Yorkshire 195 for 2 against Derbyshire. Adam Lythe 89 not out. Joe Root is playing in that one, and Harry Brook. Root 39 not out. Shamasood made 40. As we've got Ajit Singh Dale coming back from the Ashley Down Road end.
Played at Lord's last week, those two.
Yes,
For
and they
Yorkshire
played here as
against
well. I
Middlesex.
thought there was supposed to be some sort of alternating thing going on, but it seems that they've been allowed to play 3 rounds in a row. Well,
once
good for them.
Once Yorkshire win a match, they'll start alternating.
Oh dear.
Big game, this, isn't it? Big. For Middlesex to win this one, 2 defeats for Gloucestershire. Here's Singdale in bowls, and this ball's eased back. Or point, there's no run, replacing DeLange at the far end. If Gloucestershire were to win, 1 win, 1 defeat for each of these, as well as a draw apiece.
Yeah, a decent number of points from that draw as well, so they would feel as though they were back in things. At the moment, Gloucestershire coming into this round bottom of the table as they were last year, 16 points behind Middlesex, but very much the early going. But what was it, 5 wins Worcestershire had last year to get promoted?
Singdale bowls, and this is driven by Helm, straight of mid-off, who's quite wide there, and Helm is going to pick up a lovely boundary. Glorious shot. Just pops over the boundary rope at the very last. And Helm's on to 7 with his first boundary. 150 up for Middlesex, 150 for 7.
Yeah, 5 wins for Worcestershire, but then Sussex only won 3 and were deducted 12 points, so they were only 5 points. Sorry, in fact, overall they were deducted 16 points, so they'd only been 1 off being promoted with only 3 wins. I'm not saying it's going to be exactly the same this year, but if you win 5 games, then you might be in with a shout with weather around, and pitch is probably getting better for batting.
Singdale to Helm on a length. He's pushed it off a length. Back past the mid-off again. They'll get just a single here. It didn't have as much on it as I thought.
Slowly jogged single. You face it for a bit. At the moment.
Yeah, I think it's not DeLange.
Yeah, exactly. At the moment, despite the fact that Singdale might be the quickest, it's the fact that the others probably have been able to hit the pitch a little bit harder than Singdale. As I've said before, he's quite skiddy in terms of his pace, his slinging action.
Singdale to De Carey's, and a scampered single to mid-on. Very nearly brought his downfall. 1 stump to aim at, missed. But single it is.
Yeah, Goodman with the throw. Wasn't sure whether might be getting another run-out sub for a moment. We had a run-out sub last week with Pujara, run-out going back for a third run by Jack Taylor and then trying to turn back and not turning back in time. So I could turn back time. Sorry, no. They're not going there.
We're back to 80 songs again. Here's Singdale bowls, and this ball's dropped for a single to point on this occasion.
Now Dent is back on the field. It was Dent who fielded that one, so Gloucestershire have got one of the two replacements back. So Tommy Boorman's the one who's gone off. Ed Middleton's still out there at cover, the man who took the catch. A good catch it was as well, to get rid of Stevie Eskenazi. Four wickets in an hour and 10 since lunch.
This is full and eased to cover point by De Carey's, no run.
Yeah, 105 for 3 has become 153 for 7, and you really could have seen batting getting easier during the afternoon session, especially now that we've got quite a lot of sunshine, plenty of blue sky about, and the ball getting older. Maybe you'd feel responding a bit less well off the surface, but as it's turned out, Gloucestershire broke through just 3 balls into the afternoon session, with Deploy departing, just gloving one maybe through to James Bracey. A lifting ball from Goodman. He went for 20. Eskenazi driving at 1, called in gully by the substitute Middleton, also off Goodman for 15. As Actor starts a new over, digs it in, and Helm rises up to play down into the ground to mid-on, and then Ryan Higgins the next to go, caught by Bancroft. A pretty simple catch, that one off DeLanger for 30. That was DeLanger's third, and then his fourth in exactly the same combination, but a much tougher catch, that one going very quickly, caught up high. Jack Davies out for 3. Here comes Actor and bowls, and this is tapped back to the bowler. He's really barely bowled a bad ball as Zaman Actor so far. Gone for just the 2 boundaries in 9.2 overs, bowled at good pace, been accurate, and I think he's really provided, as I said earlier, one of his earlier spells, provided the blueprint for what probably needs to be done on this surface, and Helm, who's facing, will certainly be thinking about that for when his bowling innings comes about, as this one's turned into the onside. And Goodman is there to do the fielding. One of the other things I wonder with these hybrids is what happens when it rains. I mean, with this sort of artificial grass stitch thing, what does the rain do on that? Does it kind of slide off them, or as this is defended, full delivery from Actor, Helm plays it back to the bowler. You know, I don't know. Do the droplets sort of sit on them? I don't know how it. Does it affect anything at all? Probably doesn't. I'm just overthinking things.
That's been used. It's been used for T20 for some time, hasn't it? And you can imagine T20 has been played in the rain.
Yes.
So it's probably.
But I don't know if it changes at all there. Probably not.
It probably skids through a little bit better.
Yeah.
Wet artificial surface. I don't know.
Actor bowls and tries, I think, the Yorker there, and it's squeezed out into the onside to mid-wicket. I don't know. I mean, it's just curious to see, and I don't know how many other counties are planning on using these, but there's been such an effort over the last couple of years to try and get some more pace and bounce into these surfaces as best they can, and I think really they've probably tried all sorts in terms of soils and goodness knows what else, pitch preparation, but actually these hybrid surfaces offer something different. As dropping the hands on this is Helm, playing it into the gully. They'll sprint through for a single as Dent slides across, and Helm will keep the strike. He's got 10, 154 for 7. But I wonder what will the powers that be watching on be making of this so far. They look up at the scoreboard and see it's 154 for 7, and those are the kinds of scores that they don't seem to be wanting anymore. We want batters to be out there for long periods of time. We want games to be going deep into the final day. At the moment, if wickets keep falling at this rate throughout the match, which is a big if, then we're certainly not going to get there. But then this might not be representative of the typical hybrid surface, or you'd have to look at it in a more wider.
Well, I guess the hybrid
picture,
surfaces that Middlesex have played on to date have all been limited overs, so it's been with white ball. It's been white ball cricketers. Here's a length ball from Actor to begin his new from Singdale to begin his new over. The ball's dabbed into the onside by Helm. There's no run. 2 slips and a gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Quite the difference in field for Singdale to Helm than it was from Merchant de Lange. Or Merchant, as I called him earlier.
The speed Marchant.
Yes. Here's Singdale in bowls and defended by Helm into the onside, and there's no run.
If anyone's got any more recommendations, by the way, for Kevin this evening,
steady,
then do send them in. radiobristolcricket@gmail.com.
Steady.
Yeah, this is asking for serious trouble. But there we go. I like trouble.
Where did our mystery third voice suggest? What was the name of that one? Hyper Island, was it? Or Turbo Island?
Yes, something like that. Turbo Island, I think.
Singdale bowls just full of length, and this is bumped back by Helm. No run. Yeah, it's a skiddy action that Singdale has, isn't it?
Yeah, it's.
Or
I mean,
skiddy delivery.
It's been described as slingy, but it's as I keep saying, it's not slingy in terms of Malinga slinger, but it's got
There's
that
a few of
strong
those about at the
gather.
moment,
Yes,
isn't
there are. Well, everyone's trying it. I think
have
Zaman Khan, and Sri Lanka have got about 3 of them.
Pathiranas,
Yes,
so uncannily like Malinga.
Pathiranas, is he not being coached by Malinga?
I'd be surprised if he hadn't.
I think.
Change a ball. Duke's ball back. Change a ball. Bring back the Kookaburra.
It's not doing enough at 154 for 7.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you what, I've seen this before when they've had a ball change aside, been on a high like this, and all of a sudden that's it.
Yeah.
The new ball comes, doesn't do as much. The batters get a partnership going, and coaches are banging their heads on the table. Why did you get the ball changed at 7 down?
Yeah.
But I'm sure.
I mean, it always used to be really ridiculous when they had the 1 ball in 50 over cricket, to me anyway, and then they changed the ball from a really soft chewed up thing that couldn't be hit anywhere to then it would be changed to a hard ball, and it started getting smashed all over the place.
Sweaters are coming off. They mean business now. Helm and Dickett Aries. What's the temperature? It is 12 degrees.
Oh,
working up a sweat out there.
Yeah. That's off to Western Supermare type temperatures.
I was just trying to think, what's the Scarbados version of Gloucestershire?
Well, I mean, Western's not in Gloucestershire, but that would probably be your seaside
Bristol
resort
Bados.
of choice near us. Yeah. Somewhere like that, anyway, somewhere on that part. I don't think you'd want to be kind of swimming too much up the Severn.
Is any part of the coast Bristol? Gloucestershire?
Yeah,
It
I mean,
is.
sort of further. I mean, we're kind of talking about. Well, I mean, it depends on what you count as the coast, really, doesn't it?
Is that little sea bit where
the
it
Severn
turns to-
estuary versus, I guess it's probably more Severn estuary than sea.
Is that where you cross the bridge to Ed Bevanland?
Yes. Yeah, that sort of area.
Yeah, it's not really.
Still South Gloss, really. Yeah. But yeah, somewhere like Western. Amusement arcades and things like that, I'm sure. I used to live quite near Skegness when I was younger, which is another...
Skegness? Where's Skegness?
Skeg Vegas, as people
Vegas.
annoyingly called it.
Where's Skegness?
Skegness is Lincolnshire.
Right, okay, the Lincolnshire coast.
Yeah.
Butlins?
Yes, there's a Butlins just north of it. Fantasy Island. There.
Are we back to Bob's favourite road in Bristol?
Right, I think that just about saw us through the ball change.
Here's Singdale bowls down the leg side with the replacement ball, which hammers into the advertising board. The covers are in front of it, so it took the pace. But I was waiting for an almighty bang down below our effects mic, but the pace was taken off it by the covers. 4 byes, leg byes, I think. I don't think he got bad on it, did he, Helm? We'll see in a moment. And the scoreboard ticks over.
Yeah, I think it must have been leg byes.
Leg byes, there we go. The twiddlers next door are obviously waiting for the signal from the umpire. Twiddlers, that's what they're called, isn't it? The twiddlers.
Is it? I've never,
Twiddlers.
never heard them called that before. Okay. Oh, you're probably right.
Have you ever been a twiddler, Ed?
Yeah, I've twiddled a few times in my life.
Singdale past the umpire. Bowls, and this is short and punched away into the offside, just wide of mid-off by Helm. And there's no run.
Use the colours as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
It is the twiddlers, isn't it? So there was a rumour that went round that Don Shelley, the Middlesex scorer, was going to hang up his pencil case a few years back. He didn't. He's still going, Don.
Good.
There was a big Rugby World Cup on, I think, right in the middle of the summer, and I think he felt guilty that he wanted to see as much of the World Cup as he could, which was going to limit. You don't have to retire, Don. Just take a couple of months off. Here's Singdale. He's in, bowls, and this ball's edged just short of second slip. It was almost the toe end of the bat, that. May have edged it straight into the ground. 158 for 7. 47 overs bowled. Singdale's yet to be in on the wickets. None for 53 off his 11. Carey's 14. Helm 10. Yes, I thought that's how I described it. He was going to hang up his pencil case. I thought that was
I like
quite
that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's very, very poetic.
Are you looking up
that.
the nickname of scorers in cricket now?
Yeah, I can't say I've heard this ever before.
Have I got the wrong nickname? I'm sure it's twiddlers.
Nothing's coming up, but I think why not? They do sit there twiddling their pencils.
Twitter, help us, or X.
Yes.
What's the nickname for scorers?
2 slips in a gully. Actor starts a new over and bowls and worked away short on the leg side. And they don't fancy a quick run there. There's Goodman coming in. Yeah, I mean, I cannot think of, like you're thinking of sort of twitchers for bird watchers sort of thing for scorers. I'm not certain. In comes Zaman Akhtar and bowls, head over the ball, played back to the bowler, scoops up one-handed. It's quite like scoring. There's something therapeutic about it, a little bit. Yeah.
Have you spoken to somebody about that?
Well, sort of need therapy for day-to-day life, really. But it's just quite relaxing. Something sort of, it's not official until I've put it down in my book. Actor runs in, bowls, head over the ball to Carey's, blocking this one out into the offside.
That's something about cricket I could always understand. Umpires, that'd be a nice job, isn't it? Go out.
No,
watch
that's not a nice job.
Umpire, no. Hear me out.
Okay.
Why would anyone want to be a football referee?
Oh, yeah.
Whoever thinks, do you know what I want to be when I grow up? I want to be a referee. Whoever would think that?
I want to be screamed at by people repeatedly on a Saturday afternoon, as if I haven't got enough hassle in my life.
Good on them, don't get me wrong, good on them.
Actor bowls, this is steered away and well stopped by Dent at backward point. Played nicely by De Carey. I thought he'd managed to find the right angle there behind square on the offside, where we've seen a lot of the runs being scored, but Dent had other ideas.
But cricket umpire, you got best seat in the house. Look,
you don't, because you're not sitting down, you're standing up.
Well, you shouldn't sit down. We're not built. We're not made to sit down, aren't we? The umpires, they should have great posture by the time they're 93.
I don't know what we're made for.
We're not made for sitting down, are we? Our bodies weren't built to sit.
Okay. Actor is in. This is played defensively, as reaching out is Actor to do the fielding. Score remains 158 for 7.
When you hit 30s, you'll see.
Right.
Body starts falling apart and you have to sit up straight again like you were told at school. But yeah, you're meant to be on your feet or lying down. You're not meant to be sitting.
Oh, so you can lie down
to
it.
I'm
trying to picture an umpire kind of lying prone now, staring through the stumps so that they can do that.
Stand up.
Last ball of the over. Actor in on leg stump, strikes him on the pad, and they come through for an alert single as Goodman shies at the stumps, and he's fortunate, to be honest, that didn't hit, because that could easily have deflected off, and I don't think anybody would have been catching it. So That goes down as, I think, a leg by, and so a maiden over from Actor, 159 for 7.
As we do, we've stumbled on something. Umpires...
Are we allowed to stumble? Were we built for stumbling?
We're definitely built for stumbling, some of us more so than others. The umpires always stand with their feet almost together, don't they? They stand perfectly right. A physio taught me that actually, if you're standing for a long period of time, you should actually stand with one foot slightly in front of the other, because it stops your pelvis and your hip falling forward. Whereas if you're standing with your for a long period of time with your feet parallel to each other, naturally your hip over a period of time will just start falling forward.
Oh gosh, that was very dangerous what you did just there.
What did you think was going to happen? But if you see what I'm saying, if you put your hip forward, you can't fall forward. You see your pelvis and your hips. So umpires, but they all stand with their feet. So I need to go and train all the umpires how to stand. Here's Singdale. He's in short, pulled in the air, short boundary, cry of catch, but it lands safe for 6 over the deep backward square, and he's got shots, hasn't he? And there's one of them. A short ball powered. I mean, again, it's a short boundary there. I think, though, to be fair, that's 6 on a lot of grounds.
Yeah, that is one of the longer corners there. And really helpfully, Marchand de Lange signalled that it was 6 as the ball landed next to him about 5 yards beyond the boundary.
I think, because everybody was looking at him as if to say catch it, but he was looking at it as if to say the trajectory is going to take it over my head. So even though it came down right behind him, I don't think you're not allowed to start over the rope, are you? You can't jump back over the rope, then jump in the air, but jumping back into play. That was the only chance he'd have had, as Singdale is in, bowls, and De Carey's in behind this one, pushes up to mid-off. He's on to 14 now with that. Sorry, he's on to 20 now with that 6 De Carey's.
There was that catch from Michael Neser in the Big Bash the year before last, if you remember it, where he effectively parried it to himself inside the field of play, then ran over the boundary, jumped in the air from over the boundary, tapped it in the air again, and then leapt back in and took the catch, which was still out because he was off the ground when he made the second tap up into the air. And lots of people thought, well, how can that possibly be right? He was on the floor.
This ball's eased away into the offside by De Carey's. There's no run.
But, then people saying, if he just sat there in row 4, then he could just leap onto the field and take the catch. But it is that thing about starting on the field of play. It looks, particularly the way that Neser took that catch, it looked wrong just because he did stand over the rope and then only just jumped in the air. But, if you're skillful enough to pull that off, the laws still allow that.
Singdale bowls short. This is hooked for 4 more. Deep squares around towards mid-wicket. De Lange. Long leg is relatively fine, and De Carey's finds the gap perfectly.
Yeah, he's not best pleased with life at the moment, is Singdale. He's running hard, and he's seeing everybody else extract some serious assistance out of this surface, but he's tried to bang in a couple of short ones now, and De Carey's scoring runs off those as well. I don't think he's been quite as wayward as 0 for 63 would suggest in 12 overs, but it's just one of those instances where, especially as a fast bowler, you look up and see your figures and you think, God, I need to have had a wicket to those.
Singdale to De Carey's, defends to point on the front foot.
But I don't know. I think any of the sort of solutions that address those kinds of boundary catches always seem to be fraught with problems and things like the slides along the boundary. As long as some people I think say, as long as the ball is within the field of play, it should be that, rather than if the fielder was in contact with the rope. But then you'll have the situation of the fielder moving the rope, and then where was the rope originally? You'll still have controversy there.
Singdale bowls. This is clipped wide mid on, and a hand to it will hold them to a couple, maybe 3. It'll prevent the boundary, but 2 it is. De Carey's moves to 28. This
isn't quite starting to be a real problem for Gloucestershire, but it will just be irritating them, having felt as though they were through the bulk of the Middlesex batting. But I mean, how often does this happen? This is just... It's English cricket, really. Sides bat a long way down. Somebody, especially as the overs are ticking along. We're now more than halfway through this Bulls life, although it's a changed one. But you know, it happens. People, you don't tend to run through tail ends anymore, and you know, we've seen a couple of periods where things have gone a little bit flat as far as the bowling as well. So maybe Gloucestershire will look at that and think, actually, maybe this does just prove if you can get set, if you can face 25 deliveries or so, then there's still every chance to go on and score. I think that's Ahmed Saeed who's just taken on the drinks out there. Slow left arm bowler who I'm quite looking forward to see come through the ranks, because I like the way that he flights the ball. I haven't seen him... Well, again, he played in that same match as Tommy Borman against New Zealand, which then wasn't an official T20 match. Dom Goodman is back into the attack, and Helm is struck on the glove or some sort of upper region there. Yeah, threw the bat down into the ground.
Well, I think he just dropped it as it hit the gloves, didn't it? Boom. No, you're right, he dropped it.
Well, sort of, yeah, well, yes, exactly. I threw it. It's a bit dramatic. It wasn't like a sort of a John McEnroe racket slam into the floor, but you know, he dropped it, as it were, after he'd been struck.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's done too much damage. As you say, he dropped it in the end rather than it really hurts, and he threw the bat into the ground, which you could imagine. But he was caught in no man's land with that. So
another spell from Goodman. Goodman bowling full, tucked to mid-on. Again, they've noticed that De Lange's the fielder. They've taken quite a lot of singles there. 172 for 7. I just wonder whether they might be thinking about potentially having mid-off and mid-on that little bit closer.
Good session this, isn't it? We haven't even mentioned lunch. It's good.
Here we go. Ian Randall, who's on the PA today. It's the Chalkers chalking up the score. Says Dr. Andrew Hignall. That's Glamorgan's scorer stroke PA announcer. There we go. Goodman runs in, he bowls, and De Carey's guiding away towards backward point.
There's another one though.
Is there?
I'm sure there's another one. Begins with T.
Well, we'll just go with Twiddlers then. For the want of anything better. Sam's been back in touch, saying you want to get yourself down to Thekla tonight.
Ooh, what's going on at Thekla tonight? I tell you what, I'm staying at this one. They had a Peter Kay night a few weeks ago. It wasn't the Peter Kay.
Here comes Goodman, bowls back of a length, worked into the onside by De Carey's. Plenty of space out there. He'll take a single wider mid-on. That one is the one. It's a club which is on a ship in the harbour. Well, I say ship, I mean that's making it sound enormous, but you know, it's a sizable.
Onto a yacht.
It's a sizable boat.
You're suggesting I should party on the yacht tonight? Sounds good.
Yes, darling. Yes.
A Peter Kay, yeah, that, do you know, it never occurred to me before. Can you have a tribute act to a stand-up comedian?
I think you probably can.
I mean, Peter Kay, I think you can. He's that good that you could have a tribute act to Peter Kay.
I'm sure you can have tribute acts to Tommy Cooper or somebody like that.
Oh, yeah.
Goodman bowls, short ball, and he's got hold of that one and slammed it through wide mid-on for 4 by Tom Helm. That did not really rear up. That was more of a gentle short delivery. He had time to line it up and hit it a long way in front of square where there aren't any fielders apart from mid-on. 177 for 7.
But what do you do? Do you write jokes in their style or do you retell all their old jokes? Because everybody knows the punchline.
Yeah, I guess you do a bit of both, don't you?
Or news from the mark.
There's some rather sickly looking stuff heading towards us potentially in terms of rain. This is short from Goodman and Helm ducks underneath it. It looks a little bit like the road just outside Thekla actually at about 4 a.m. in the morning with all that red and yellow and green stuff.
Does that mean the party on the boat's off tonight?
Well,
rain coming in.
You know, you might need your beer jacket on.
Oh dear.
177 for 7 at the end of the over. We've had 50 this innings so far. The over rate is still not showing as anything on the board, but I've got to imagine Gloucestershire are behind now, that have wanted to finish this innings off quickly and not allow that to build up. But that could still potentially be a bit of an issue as Gloucestershire are pushing for these wickets, but they've only got through 50 overs, and what are we? It's 17 minutes past 3, so we're a long way behind where we should be.
Well, what's the forecast for tomorrow and Sunday looking like now? Because originally it was more showers, wasn't it, for the next 2 days? So whether the rain card is played tonight, tomorrow night, Sunday night, if it's destined for a draw after 2 days of rain. Singdale begins the 51st over. He bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside in the zone. But yes, about lunch. It was a chicken in a black bean sauce, wasn't it?
Yes.
Chicken in a black bean red sauce.
Yes, it was red somehow. That was the bit that, because black bean
beans.
sauce isn't red, is it?
No.
So I'm trying to work out how
good.
exactly they managed
really
that.
good with egg fried rice.
Yes.
When's pudding on the way?
Well, I don't think we've really got enough time to nip out to Joe's Bakery.
It's nearly tea and we haven't had pudding yet.
Used to be frequented.
It's at Singdale to Carey's, pushed away into the offside and there's no run.
Well, this is why I saved your chocolate croissant.
There you go. There you go. Are you suggesting my old mate Neil Prescott, COO at Gloucestershire County Cricket Club now, is not going to, even for the visit of Middlesex, he's not going to provide tea, cake, scones? You get scones at Trent Bridge, don't you?
Do you? I've never done a 4-day game at Trent Bridge. No.
Singdale's in, bowls. Oh, beauty. Lovely line and length. Lovely channel. Just outside the off stump, and Carey's is beaten on the front foot looking to defend. I mean, we're talking about mountainous scones as well. They're big, really big.
Right. Do they put the jam on first or the cream on
first? They leave it up to you. They deliver. And then, mind you saying that, I think last year it was delivered with, and I don't know which way they did it first. Whether they did it upside down and flipped it.
They've had good teas at Cardiff recently. Like a sort of platter of cakes they bring out there.
Welsh cakes.
Yes,
Singdale bowls, this is pushed back into the offside and there's no run. Leicestershire do a cake depending on the visitor, don't they? So there was a Tottenham cake for the visit of Middlesex recently.
Okay, I don't remember. Oh yes, that's right, because we had a bit of a debate about what would be a sort of Gloucestershire. I think we settled on maybe a lardy cake, but I mean that's sort of more, I guess, generally southwest. I had a feeling we came up with a couple. That's right, we were talking about that on air.
Actually, that would be the one to do, wouldn't it? The best desserts on the circuit. Trent Bridge does well because you actually get you get a pudding with your lunch. So here's Singdale in bowls, and this ball's dabs into the onside, just wide of mid-on. They have a quick single. Carey's moves to 28, 178 for 7, which is usually something like a sponge cake with custard. I was going to be mischievous, but I decided not to be.
Okay, yes, right. I'm afraid I was too busy reading some answers to a previous inquiry.
It left the listener dangling.
Didn't really spot what was going on there.
Well, it was my mind working through whether I do or don't, and I decided not to. But yeah, sponge cake with custard, hot sponge cake. What do you call them? So here's a length ball that comes in across the top of Midland leg, and Helm swings across the line at it. Through it passes to the keeper, right over the stumps, that one. Dot ball to end the over, just one off Singdale's 13th, none for 66, 178 for 7. Yeah, and that's your lunch. So you get off with your tray and get whatever you choose, your fish and chips or your pie, and you get your pudding. And then at tea you get the scones.
You said scones before.
I know. Which one am
I
settling on?
You can't decide.
Scones. Do you want a scone? Do you want a scone? Scones. I say scones.
Yes, it highlights your tones.
Tones. Scones.
Yes. But actually, I think it's the other way round that's supposed to be, was originally the sort of, accepted.
Was that right?
Yeah, I think so, because you think it should be scone because it highlights the O, but actually, I think it was the other way round.
Scone.
Yeah.
Can you say scone in a Dave Bracegirdle accent? I'm not sure you can.
Here comes Goodman. And he's there now, and this is touched to mid-wicket by De Carey's rolling the wrists on the ball.
Come on, off around the ground. So for it, let's go anti-clockwise from Trent Bridge, then up to Headingley. Oh, what do you get at Headingley?
Don't get anything at Headingley for tea, I don't think.
Nothing anymore for
They
tea.
give you these sort of packed lunch boxes.
Do you?
Yeah, at least
I haven't
that's
been there
well,
for a
actually
while.
not boxes, bags they are rather than boxes.
Yeah,
Just to kind of fight over what flavour of whatever it is you want to do a bit of swapping in and out. Goodman bowls wide of off stump. It's driven and knocked down by Dent at backward point, and he's done well kind of parrying that one.
Did you get tea at Durham?
I don't remember getting tea at
I
Durham.
remember in a platter of sandwiches and wraps for lunch. But
No,
then I do remember
had
there was a
they had
soup.
hot food
Ooh.
when I was up there last year.
I don't remember a dessert or Old Trafford. Old Trafford do quite the spread, don't they?
Old Trafford's good.
You get virtually what the players get, don't you? It's just served up to you as well, and the scorers tuck in there as well.
Yes. Goodman bowls wide of off stump. He's crunched that one away as De Carey's. That was asking to be hit again. Goodman maybe sort of pushing himself through a third spell here after a 5-over spell straight after lunch. And he's just offered up some width as well as putting one in quite short. De Carey threw everything into that. It was almost both feet off the ground as he slammed at it. 32 he's got. 182 for 7. Middlesex inching towards that 200 mark. It's running in Goodman. Wide of the off stump. That's asking for it again. And he's hit that one probably even harder and along the floor behind square. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. De Carey's has 36. That is his 5th 4 to go with a 6. And at 136 for 7, this was looking like an extremely meagre total. Who knows? See what happens when Gloucestershire bat on it. But these two, still potentially some more to come with Henry Brooks due in next. Might still take this into the useful category. Deep points gone back now. Goodman bowling and played defensively by De Carey's.
I can't think of teas at Lancashire though, can you? Do they bring out... I'm just thinking of that table.
Yeah.
I had a vision of it. I don't seem to remember teas coming out there though. I think you get a big lunch, but I'm not sure you get a tea.
Nope. At
Maybe a bit of fruit.
Derby,
Or do you get some
are we
biscuits?
moving on
You do
there
get
yet?
some biscuits.
Do you?
Oh, we've missed Derby.
Missed
We've gone
Derby.
Well, no, that's kind of on the way back down.
Was that the way
though,
back
isn't it?
down, is it? Okay.
Maybe.
All right, I'm not quite sure which route we're taking here, but yeah.
Do you get anything at Derby?
No, but
Sandwiches. Yeah, you get sandwiches at lunch.
Scorer often provides something for
Don
tea.
always looks after me.
Here is Goodman, and De Carey's rolling the wrists. Won't find a run to mid-on. End of the over, 186 for 7. De Carey's 36, Helm 15.
Actually, whatever we got at Cheltenham College last time, I remember eating mine and then coming back after walking it off around the ground in the lunch hour and sitting back down. There was another plate of it sat in front of me. And looked
Really?
Don says, "Yeah, I couldn't eat that." He said, he sent it over to me. Looks after me, Don. So Derby, yeah, I don't know. You get a lunch bag, don't you? I don't remember tea.
Well, we've been getting cooked lunch again. They've been bringing that round the last last couple of years. Spent quite a bit of time at Derby.
Yes.
For
watching it rain.
Well, yes, but also I filled in for Adrian Harms a couple of days last year, so I've spent about 10 days of my life in Derby over the last few months. What a place to be.
Here comes Singdale. Bowls and Helm clears the front foot, opens the face and slices the ball backward a point. What a shot. Full delivery, just outside off. Got the front foot out of the way and just decided to slice it backward a point.
That I was not expecting.
No.
Well,
there's nobody out there.
Singdale's mood either.
We've got a deep square and a long leg for a 6-4 field. 5-4 field. Slip gully. Point cover and a mid-off, so backward a point, yeah. I don't know if the field has just moved a fraction finer now.
So we've gone from 6 in the cordon to 2 in the cordon, and Helm's got 19 runs.
Ooh, yeah. DeLanger was warming up a little while ago, wasn't he, to come back on. Here comes Singdale, he's in, bowls, and at the stumps, it's chipped in the air, just wide of mid-off, who makes a tumbling stop rather than attempting the catch in the end. He was smothering it as the ball was about to hit the ground, just as he was as well, with his hands full stretch to his left, and single it is, 191 for 7.
I'm not sure this is going to be making De Carey's feel amazing, though. I mean, he's on 36 and actually looking probably the most secure of perhaps anyone so far, and he's seeing Helm clear the left leg now, and he'd not been doing any of that before.
Singdale to De Carey's, right arm over in the right-handed defence, back up the track midway through the 53rd. So yeah, Derbyshire now for tea, are we saying, at Derbyshire?
I think so, but as I say, the scorer often brings
what's
something.
Next down from Lancashire? Is it Worcestershire? No, Birmingham.
Yes.
Edgbaston. You get food at Edgbaston, don't you?
I've not done a 4-day game.
So
yet.
Edgbaston's like Trent Bridge, that you get a pudding with your lunch. So what you do is you go and get your lunch, keep your pudding till tea.
Yes.
Although you don't have to do that at Trent Bridge, because you get scones at tea. So
what we're saying is the test grounds have money for tea.
This ball's pushed back up the track to mid-on, and there's no... Well, no, because Old Trafford didn't offer anything. Headingley didn't. So, yeah, then Worcestershire. Worcestershire give you a lunch, and do they give you a tea?
I don't remember, though. I think presumably you can go over to
the Welsh
Ladies' Pavilion.
Cardiff.
Yes, that's Pavilion, right. But I don't think they actually bring
you get
anything
offerings,
over.
Don't you? You get offerings sometimes.
Yes, that's true, actually. Yeah. Yes, John Curtis is very good at
sweet talking the ladies
over
in the pavilion for cake, is he? He goes Singdale, he's in, bowls, and forward goes to Carey's back up the track. John is very good at sweet talking in the ladies' pavilion.
I think it's the same. It's the same at Grace Road, actually. In
Grace
that
Road.
they'll get things brought round
from the meet.
I thought it was the Friends of Grace Road.
But it's in the meet, isn't it? The building's called the meet. Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I don't know
that.
Don't know why.
I thought it was just a tent that you were in.
No, they're in the big old corrugated iron-roofed building to the right as we look out to the Bennett end from the pavilion end. As here's a full delivery to De Carey's, wraps him on the pads. Has he played around it? Well, he has, but the ball was drifting down leg. Is the call of the umpire. Not out. Josh De Carey's. Singdale thought he had his man. Just having a look at the replay. Front foot, a long way down.
That's not going to be given in a month of Sundays.
No.
Or indeed Fridays.
Worcestershire down to... Is this next stop?
I suppose it would be.
Well,
we're going anti-clockwise.
Well, you're telling us that teas are only served by Neil Prescott when Middlesex are in town. Then on to Taunton.
Nah.
Nothing at Taunton?
I don't think so. But again, things are so different. Some of these places I've not been to since COVID times, and I don't think I can remember them having anything there.
Taunton round to Hampshire.
Yes, nothing
Big
there.
lunch, nothing for tea.
Yeah. Hove. They had been bringing cake, but they didn't last week.
Not only do they bring cake, they bring it on a tile slate. Have you ever had that when they deliver the tile slate?
No, that's what you get at Glamorgan, which we didn't recap. Where you do get it's often a slate of Welsh cake, but all sorts of things. Graham Van Buren's coming into the attack, so Gloucestershire have gone to spin. They kind of need to, really. They're hoping that it's going to buy them a wicket. So some slow left arm rather than the off spin that we saw from Ollie Price before lunch. So another bowler being used, number 6 for Gloucestershire. Van Buren bowling a full toss, which is bunted down the ground, and sliding effort. That's a really good stop from Zaman Akhtar. He gets a deserved round of applause from those right down below us, including a lady with some magnificent bright sort of pinky purple hair. Calling that magenta?
Oh, where? Purple rinse. Is that? Oh no, no. I thought I was going purple rinse, but you're right. It's. Well, what did you go? Oh, it's pink.
Well, it's sort of a purpley pink, isn't it? Van Buren bowls reverse sweep. He's gone early at that one as De Carey's, and he's not got anything on it. Through it goes to Bracey. So they're clearly looking to try to attack Van Buren, which I guess is probably what the Gloucestershire skipper's got in mind. He's got very much a one-day field. In fact, it's the exact field he would have in a T20, pretty much. Oh, he's just about kept that one out as De Carey's. I thought that was going to be one of those where it hit pad, then bat. But he just jammed down on that in time. We're not going to get a great deal of time to discuss tees during this over because Van Buren's bowling again, turned into the onside to short mid-wicket. So long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, all out on the boundary. And then, with the exception of the slip, I suppose, that's the only difference with this and what Van Buren will bowl in one-day cricket with. Bit of bounce there. Maybe that's what he's after as well. That's off the back foot to Carey's plays to mid-wicket. Still got sunshine. And we've still got a long way to go until tea. Van Buren bowls, leaning forward to defend his De Carey's, and he's rattled through that over as Van Buren will have to get the clock back on him. James Healy managed to get the clock going whilst he was operating the stream. So yes, timing Van Buren's over. And when he did do that, Van Buren took a wicket. So he kept doing it. 192 for 7 to Carey's 36 and Helmer's 21. By the way, just before we go back to the tees, a couple of people got in touch. Bobson Dugnut and Mike Turner have both said notchers.
Notchers?
Is that what you're after for the term for scorers?
Yes. Notchers, yeah. Notching it up.
Yeah.
There you go. Notchers. Told you it began with a T. Here's Marchant de Lange back to peddle his trade. 2 slips and a gully. Deep square and a long leg. And a deep third as well for a swing from Helm. Where's he going to put it? His half or Helm's. He's right arm over the wicket and it's in Helm's half. He turns a single down to long leg. Bowler's union.
Well, for now at least. We certainly didn't see that in the last game. Matthew Fisher and Marchant de Lange had a great battle going. Fisher hit him for probably one of the longer sixes I've seen on this ground the last few years. Whacked one over the mound stand. And then de Lange got his revenge by hitting a towering 6 towards the mound stand when he was batting off Fisher.
Carey's in behind this.
So where are we then? Canterbury. Well, Canterbury, they barely even give you lunch. Never mind tea nowadays. Some of the time, there isn't even a sandwich in the fridge for you at Canterbury. At least that was what it was like when I last went down there. Or a cross.
At Canterbury?
Mm.
Here goes de Lange bowls, stabbed into the onside, there's no run. But don't they send you to the local supermarket with a voucher now? Or you come back with a receipt and they pay you, yeah. So you go and get your lunch.
That.
Yeah. You get a meal allowance and off to, so you can get your lunch and your tea.
Oh.
In the supermarket at lunch and come back and they refund you your money.
Gosh.
Rather than...
Didn't know that.
Get the meal deal. Club card out as well. It's de Lange, he's in bowls and forward goes to Carey's. Into the offside it goes. Win-win. Have we been to the ball? Oh no, now we've got to come back up the...
London.
Surrey.
Mm.
Surrey, I mean, you just get treated like absolute gods and goddesses at Surrey, don't you? I used to get breakfast at Surrey, never mind lunch and tea. The breakfast was absolutely incredible.
How many eggs?
Or... that was the only thing. 2 poached eggs, no more. De Lange up in bowl, short, and de Carey's looks to hook through to the keeper. It passes. That had to be close to being a no ball. It's signalled as one for the over. Went over his helmet, but not too sure. Yeah, goodness me, sorry, boy, oh boy. I mean, I reckon if you stayed long enough after the close, they'd probably bring you dinner as well. Well looked after at Surrey. Lords. Giant slabs of cake for tea. As forward goes to Carey. He's pushing into the offside. Quick single just in front of backward point. 194 for 7. All the years that I've done this job, I don't think I've ever done this before. Gone around the counties to rate the teas. Well, actually, it's just whether they give you tea or not. It's hard to rate the lunches because you get something different every day, don't you? But or just how well you looked after, I guess. We'll do that one tomorrow.
That feels like a recipe for not being allowed back at some places.
Well, that's true. Lords, yeah, so lunch and tea, and then leaves Chelmsford. What do you get at Chelmsford? Well, you're just lucky to get out alive at Chelmsford, aren't you?
Well, I mean, on a T20 night, when you've got people sitting in the stand in front of you.
No, I'm just thinking of the commentary box, Dick Davis and Paul Newton. I mean,
oh, yeah.
The acid tongues. Good mates. Great time with them last year had there.
Here's Van Buren, and a reverse sweep is hit just short of backward point. I don't know if maybe that was a bump ball, maybe it was eyes deceiving me, but I thought that was in the air for a while. Van Buren bowling, and he's gone a long way back here. He's also come a long way down as De Carey's, but he'll be able to get back with Singdale fielding a backward square leg. Nearly a real mix-up, and I think they're going to have a bit of a, well, not necessarily a chat about it, but Helm's going to go down and just prod the pitch as if to say, don't do that to me again. Van Buren is in immaculate forward defence from De Carey's. Yeah, I mean, you're sent round to Anne's Pantry at lunch at Chelmsford, aren't you? But,
let's get the curry,
but not for tea. Van Buren leaps wide of the crease. It's another reverse sweep from De Carey's, and he's played 3 of them so far, and he's not got any runs for either of them. A little bit of bounce as well, which, again, if you're trying to play the reverse sweep, a bit dangerous. Van Buren bowls driving this time. Excellent sprawling effort from Dent at short extra. So no runs off this over, and it so far has not lasted any time at all, but we're still nearly at when tea should be, and we've got basically half an hour to go. As a forward defence will help out Gloucestershire's over 8 as Van Buren fields off his own bowling. That's a maiden over. He's just gone for the 1 from his 2 overs, 194 for 7. De Carey's 37 and Helm has 22. Was that all of them? That feels like it feels as though we might have missed 1 or 2. It just doesn't feel as if we've gone through 18, but I guess we have. There we go.
I'm thinking now.
So basically what we've established is just Glamorgan, Surrey, Middlesex, and
Sussex.
Yes, Sussex, although we didn't get it last week.
Bristol were in Middlesex are in town courtesy of Neil Prescott. DeLanger's in, close to the stumps. He bowls him! Goodness me, Helm steps across. Leg stump Yorker, I think. Big step across from Helm and jabs the bat down. It goes around the back of the legs. And, yep, it's taken halfway up. Leg stump. And Helm heads back for a fine innings. 22, 194 for 7. De Carey's still there on 37. Entertaining from Helm and more than useful as well with the match situation.
12th first-class 5 for Marchand de Lange, and his first with Gloucestershire. And it was a good piece of bowling. I mean, you saw the previous over, first ball, that was what de Lange was trying to do. He saw Helm move across, but Helm was able to get bat on that one. There, he's just gone a fraction further across. And it's not absolutely right at the base of leg stump, but it is very much where it needed to be. And Gloucestershire at last have managed to break what was a pesky 8th wicket partnership between Helm and De Carey's, worth 58 in the end, and there for 15 and a half overs. So it had been frustrating. It'd been there for probably around about an hour at the rate that Gloucestershire are bowling their overs, in fact probably over an hour, so be pleased to see the back of Tom Helm, whilst knowing that there's still work to be done with another tall man, Henry Brooks, who can certainly give him a whack. Be interesting to see what he decides to do, whether he decides to go on the attack or just bat for De Carey's.
What was that cheer for?
No idea. I'm trying to look around. It doesn't seem to be anything of any excitement whatsoever going on. No idea. Nobody's just downed a cup of coffee.
De Lange to Brooks. He's right arm over bowls. This is dabbed into the onside by Brooks. Defensively on the front foot, no run. Just kills the bat down onto the ball.
He was described as the nicest angry man in the country, was Marchand de Lange by Jordan Thompson a couple of weeks ago. Heard him on commentary. It's always good
Andre
value.
Nell.
Thompson. Oh yes, but he was an angry man though, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he was lovely off the field. Though,
yeah.
wasn't
Oh
he?
yes. Yeah. Marchand's the same, but
He's a pantomime villain.
He'll smile at you, Will Marchand. Smile menacingly.
He's in now. Bowls full, straightened, clipped through square leg with the inside of the bat by Brooks. Picks up a single to get off the mark.
Sort of smile and step. Nell would just have gone absolutely right, nose to nose with those wide eyes of his.
Yep. But it was like pantomime.
It was. He was great to watch. I loved watching him. And that sort of, if the ball were played with any force back towards him, it would be just automatic pick up and pretend to hurl the ball at 100 miles an hour at the batter.
De Lange bowls and De Carey's defends. Fielded at mid-off.
Played for Surrey, didn't he?
Surrey, Essex.
Was there any other counties? Yes.
Essex, yeah. Which made him very popular with Middlesex fans going from Surrey to Essex.
Done the reverse Dan Lawrence.
Yeah. Don Topley, he was Surrey, went to Essex.
I thought you were thinking about angry men.
De Carey's on strike. It's top edged from De Lange, and it's a 6th wicket. 6 for 48 he has now. De Carey's is gone for 37. The short stuff works in the end to get rid of De Carey's. And looked straight up in the air, then down at the ground, angry with himself. Swatted it straight up in the air with a top edge. And a fine innings of 37 from 77 from De Carey's comes to an end. And the end, indeed, is nigh for Middlesex. 195 for 9. That means tea will be delayed.
I think
30 minutes.
Might mean that, yes, I think it might mean if we end up that far that tea will just be
normal time.
Absorbed into the change of innings, assuming that it depends what time that happens.
But
yeah. No, I know what you mean.
So it's 32 overs plus half an hour. So we're still about 39. So we could still have another.
We could have a lot of time left in this. Yeah. Yes.
Hold on. I'll just call. Hello, Neil Prescott. Yeah, delay that tea for us. Delay the cakes, please.
Icing will be melting all over the cakes. Cream separating. That sort of thing.
This message that I've been saying this about him, we'll get to him eventually, probably at about close of play Monday. It'll be too late. He's busy today. He's been out in the fields.
What are you doing?
My chair. He'll be out on the field. He was out on the field earlier, wasn't he? Having his photograph taken with a few others. It wasn't just him. He was obviously involved in some sort of
just having a sort of photo shoot out there in the latest Gloucestershire fashion wear. Those yellow and black hoodies, have you seen those?
Couldn't have done that if I tried with this chair, could I? I was like Bambi on ice for a minute. Nearly tipped forward on me. Here's Ethan Bamber. De Lange's in, bowls and forward goes. Bamber pushing away into the offside, and there is no run. 195 for 9. De Carey's is done, top edged, and back in the pavilion for a fine 37, just trying to up the scoring rate. Middlesex 5 runs shy of 200. But 55 runs shy of their first batting points. 3 bowling points for Gloucestershire now with the 9th wicket.
Yeah, well, Marchand was looking to put Bamber on ice there, but not quite managing to do so.
Beautifully done, Ed. Well done.
It'll be Van Buren to continue. I mean, almost the case, actually, where Gloucestershire could maybe do with... They don't want any runs being scored, but if they could just rattle through a couple of really quick Van Buren overs here, because... They might be in a situation where, come the second innings of the match, they need to charge through some overs. Van Buren bowling and turned round the corner by Brooks. This is very useful. It'll be 4 somethings. I'm sure he's got bat on that. Surely he has. Yes, he has. Runs for Brooks. 199 for 9. So his first boundary. He's got a first-class average of nearly 20. So absolutely no mug at all. And Van Buren, he wants to bowl, but fine leg hasn't moved back in position. But he's so eager, Van Buren, to deliver his next one, as coming forward to defend his Brooks. Got 3 wickets in the second innings against Yorkshire. Did Van Buren. They were looking to launch into things and accelerate towards a declaration, which in the end, as Van Buren bowls, left alone outside the off stump, setting Gloucestershire 498 to win. Sort of thought, goodness me, do they really need that many runs? But to be honest, the way that it finished, they probably did need that many runs. Van Buren bowls on the back foot, punched straight back to the skipper of the Gloucestershire side. Here he comes once more, bowls, cutting and picking up a single. Here's Brooks. Sort of holds the bat in his left hand as the 200 comes up, and one person at least enjoys that fact. 200 for 9. Brooks moves on to 6. He's got a first-class average of 20, as I say, so he's certainly by no means a bowler, but he just sort of he runs a bit like the bowler. Has defended this time to complete the over. Bamber out into the offside. 5 runs from the over, 200 for 9 after 58 overs. But there's just something about somebody that tall, and his legs are ridiculously long as well. I remember this about Henry Brooks when he bowled here for Warwickshire a couple of seasons back. He must have the longest legs in the country. Just strides, about sort of 4 strides in or something from a long way back. But just some people look as though they weren't really built to wear pads and a helmet, but he's effective.
Delanger onto the hip of Brooks, who works him down to long leg for a single, and Delanger tumbles forward with an effort ball perhaps, or tired. He's picked up 6 of the 9 to go. I'm going to have to ask my mate Don next door, what's the average for Delanger against Middlesex? Feels like he'll have a very good average over the years.
If you want to know that, I can find that out for you.
Versus Middlesex?
Yep.
Setting the clock now. Timer. Here's Delanger, he's in bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper. I am going to suggest it's better than his career average. I will bet you my slice of cake at tea, courtesy of Neil Prescott, that it's going to be better than his career average.
So, his first-class average, according to this, versus Middlesex before this game, 55.5.
Oh, really? Delanger's in bowls. This is eased away into the offside. There's no, so it's double his career average.
Yeah. Apparently so.
All that work I was doing to get a piece of cake from Neil Prescott, and you now get 2 slices.
He has taken 6 wickets and a best of 3 for 94, an average of 55.5. Although, of course, that will have got... In fact, he's taken as many wickets in this innings now as he had in his previous career against Middlesex.
Delanger in bowls and beats Ethan Bamber. Forward defence, that's close to top, passing over the top of off stump. Here's the replay. It wasn't as close as Delanger's telling us that it was. It certainly felt close. And no,
closer to the outside edge than it was to the stumps, that's for sure. His favourite opponents in his career, in terms of English domestic cricket, surprise, surprise, with Gloucestershire. Taken 27 wickets against them.
Delanger bowls and Bamber defends into the offside. There's no run.
His favourite opponents overall were the Knights in South Africa domestic cricket. 44 wickets at 20.4. They were the team based in Bloemfontein and Kimberley. So that's all changed now, with South Africa going back to... Well, actually, they might still be called the Knights, but they're sort of a different entity from what they were.
This ball's full and pushed back to Delanger from Bamber into the 59th. 201 for 9. See, I told you we weren't made to sit down all day. Our producers on the move, on the prowl.
Well, you can stand up any time you like.
Thank you. Didn't tell me that.
And then fall off your chair when you sit back down.
Then you have to put one foot slightly forward so your pelvis doesn't fall forward, your hip. Otherwise you'll get a misaligned pelvis.
So do you have to do this alternating? I mean, how often do you switch between
legs,
sort of front leg and right?
I need to go and have a look. I need to go and have a word with the umpire. I don't know, they're all going to have forward tilting pelvises.
Here comes Van Buren bowling on drive from Brooks. Long on's back, so they take a single. 202 for 9. So how much will the field come up for Bamber? Looks as though it's just long off and long on. Coming up, deep mid-wicket and deep cover. Will stay back. They've got quite a long reach, these headsets, actually. It's quite good. As this is on leg stump, flicked away neatly by Bamber for at least a single through square leg, and in fact that is all it's going to be, with Middleton on the field out at deep square. 203 for 9. You got me curious now as to exactly how far back in the commentary box I can stand.
Well, I went all the way back to plug my phone.
This is left, outside off. Yeah, no, you can get a long way back. You can go for a sort of perambulate round the commentary box. It's quite good, actually. Stand up more often. Driving is Brooks, back to the bowler. When you commentate with Ian Randall, who's on the PA at the moment, Ian likes to stand up all day. So I'm going to ask him if he's tried that 1 foot in front of the other trick. This is slapped in the air and caught. Caught and bowled. Van Buren has finished off the innings with a wicket. It was flat batted by Brooks as he looked to pump the ball past the bowler. He's tried to wait on it and has planted it into the hands of Graham Van Buren, who grins with glee and gives James Bracey a high five. And Middlesex have been bowled out for 203. That, I believe, will be the tea breakers. We're at 353, not quite to the 32 over remaining in the day mark, but I think they will absorb the change of innings into the tea break, which will mean there'll be a slightly extended 36 over evening session. But I think especially from the early signs, Middlesex 55 without loss, when he started to think, what is there in this surface? Gloucestershire will be very pleased to have got Middlesex out for 203, and the snappers are taking the pictures, and the crowd, a lot of them are on their feet for Marchand de Lange, who's being allowed to lead off Gloucestershire from the field, having taken 6 for 49. By far his best Gloucestershire figures, his first 5 foot, and he's been every bit the menace that Gloucestershire hoped he would be on this hybrid pitch. More pace, more bounce, and de Lange has done the business for them with 6 for 49, 2 wickets for Dom Goodman, 2 for 39, and a wicket each for Zaman Akhtar, 1 for 16, and Van Buren with that final wicket there, 1 for 8. Remains to be seen exactly what a good score on this surface is, but we might have more of an idea when Gloucestershire come out to bat after tea. So do join myself, Ed Seaborn, and Kevin Hand for that. Do keep your emails coming in. radiobristolcricket@gmail.com. What have you made of the hybrid pitch yourself so far? Do let us know. We'll take a break for about 20 minutes or so and be back with you for Gloucestershire's reply to Middlesex's 203 all out.
to open the bowling for Middlesex from the Bristol Pavilion end, number 54, Ethan Bamber.
Welcome back to Bristol for the final session, a slightly extended final session due to the early tea. 36 overs remain to be bowled in this opening day's play between Middlesex and Gloucestershire. And play about to resume. Gloucestershire's reply to Middlesex's 203 all out, bowled out just a ball inside 60 overs, with Marchand de Lange the star of the show for Gloucestershire with 6 for 49. But Ethan Bamber has ball in hand, ready to do some damage, bowling now to Cameron Bancroft and beating him first ball on the outside edge as Bancroft gets dragged across a little, and the Australian right-hander goes for a wander off towards square leg after that. Bancroft and Dent the opening combination, so back to what Gloucestershire had for the opening game here, with Charlesworth having opened at Hove. And Charlesworth was off the field for the end of that innings anyway, so he's not going to be able to come in until down the order anyway. As Bamber bowls, Bancroft turns this one just past short leg, and Gloucestershire get underway, much to the enjoyment of the locals. One without loss, so Bancroft up the other end. So sky's looking increasingly brooding, to be honest, and I've been looking at the rain radar presented by Jack Longstaff, who's on cameras today, during the tea break, and there's this sort of band of dry weather which Bristol's currently in, but there's rain to the north and rain to the south, and that gap, that corridor, is gradually closing. 3 slips in a gully and a short leg as Bamber bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Dent, who plays forward and just in defence towards mid-on. Now there's no run. The forecast for the next couple of days still not looking great. So look now, mostly rain overnight and then rain later on. So depends how much damage that rain overnight's going to cause as to whether they can get out there if that forecast's correct. As Bamber bowls to Dent forward, playing carefully back to the bowler. But I think what we can say is it's probably a good job from the point of view of getting a result in this game that things have moved on a bit. Not sure that Middlesex supporters would exactly be agreeing with that, with Middlesex having scored 203, but who knows? There's wickets to be had on this if the ball is bowled in the right areas. We certainly saw that from Gloucestershire's attack. Bamber into Dent, who's taken a hand off the bat there, skews it just past short leg, and they'll take a single, but he was not really in control of that, Dent, and he's going to have to make quite an adjustment, as all the Gloucestershire batters are really, I think, after having played on a pitch which was pretty typical of the pitches that we've been seeing on this ground of late against Yorkshire, where it was pretty low, pretty slow, not really doing a whole lot. And now they'll be facing a different challenge. 2 without loss. Bancroft is back on strike. Bamber bowls to him, comes across his stumps and tucks the ball just defensively to mid-on. And that completes the first over of Gloucestershire's reply. 2 without loss. Ed Seaborn and Kevin Hand, your commentary team here on the BBC Sport website and app. Brought to you by BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and London. And it is getting quite gloomy as well. Haven't actually found out yet whether the lights are available for this game. They're not available. I did wonder, given that they were available for the Yorkshire game, and we're quite limited here by local restrictions as to how many days the lights can be turned on for. I think there's local restrictions to flights as well. But
to flights?
Yeah, so that's what I ended up saying. But anyway, the sort of contraction of floodlights, you see the flights. But the flights are not available for this game, so that's not going to help us stay out there if this gloom continues.
At Sussex, and they're not available all season. They've made a choice.
No, they have. They've made the decision to switch them off. Here, we've just got a restriction to the number of days they can be used for.
His helm is in, bowls, and Dent's in behind that, and there's no run. £150 an hour to run them at Hove.
And they're
nearly as expensive as you, Ed.
I wish. They were, I think, one of the first clubs to have the floodlights in Sussex. So they're old floodlights, they're expensive to run, and, well, made the decision not to use them. If Gloucestershire had managed to survive a few more overs in their second innings, then that might have been an issue for them even last week.
Helm bowls, and Dent is on the front foot defending into the offside. Gleaming cherry rolls across the outfields to Fernandez at that point.
But the thing about the floodlights as it stands, with this regulation about artificial light, natural light, as soon as the artificial light takes over, they have to go off anyway. Whilst that's still in place, I can fully understand that the floodlights don't keep you out there.
Oh yeah,
unless
this
it's,
was
there's a really narrow band of light.
This was
intensity.
really talked about quite seriously at the end of last season. Yeah, Helm passes the umpire, he bowls and brings Dent forward, struck bat and pad together. Falling forward outside the off stump, the left-hander as the ball's angled across by the right-hander. But yeah, actually, if you just didn't turn them on at all, would you actually end up staying out there for longer? Because will the natural light be sufficient enough? Does the artificial light take over the natural light before you'd have come off anyway for bad light? So, yeah, I mean, last week at Lord's, saw Max Holden at breakfast this morning, almost mentioned it to him. It was almost pitch black at one point, and says, Helm in full, straight and clipped through mid-wicket. Single gets Dent up to the non-striker's end and brings Bancroft onto strike. Dent's onto 2. I mean, honestly, it was unbelievable how dark it was.
Was it kind of England, Pakistan, Lahore?
Apart from with floodlights.
Right.
So it honestly felt like you were playing in a day-night match at twilight, at dusk. It was just so surreal, and we were out there playing, and the artificial light was so clearly all that was really going on. As here comes Helm, he's in now, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Bancroft. Holden gets out, and you think, that's really unlucky because the light's terrible at the moment. I'm not a big fan of coming off. Dickie Bird used to say, unless there's thunder and lightning, stay out there. If there's thunder and lightning,
or water coming up to your boots as you're running into bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
Or light shining off a massive, great sort of, I don't know what it was in the end. I can remember seeing the pictures.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was reflecting off, like a greenhouse or something.
Yeah. Here's Helm bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Bancroft.
Old Trafford?
Well, the water coming up around your ankles was Headingley.
Oh, that was Headingley, yeah. But I think the light
West Indies, wasn't it?
Old Trafford, yes, it was.
Ambrose and Walsh were there alongside Dickie Bird. It's a great sight.
It was Ambrose who was running in with the water coming up to his boots.
Yeah.
I think. Exactly.
Gear on with it, and then he had the blazing round, didn't he, with somebody in the crowd? Which is beautiful.
Every time you umpire here, you're always taking them off. Oh dear. Yes.
I met Dickie Bird with Dave Callaghan a few years back. It was a pub quiz for raising some money for charity.
Okay. Here's Bamber bowling, rising delivery outside the off stump. Dent taps it to the gully. That's no run.
Jason Gillespie, David Townsend, Dave Callaghan, Dickie Bird. I can't remember what it was. Some charity or something that Dickie was involved in, and it was helping to raise money for it at the pub night. But yeah, I mean, that was his thing, wasn't it? Unless it's thunder and lightning, keep them out there. But yeah, Holden got out, and the very next ball, there wasn't another ball.
All right. Bamber runs in, bowls, and turned down fine by Dent. He'll trot through for a simple single, and it's 4 for no wicket.
In fact, to add insults to injury, I think they actually walked off with Holden.
Oh no!
Come on! I mean, it had been teetering, more than teetering on the brink. It had fallen off the edge for a couple of overs. It was so bad, the light, and the shadows on the pitch. It was all completely artificial, really dark, really overcast, and then off they went with Holden. Felt sorry for him for sure.
Here comes Bamber. 4 slips in place. He bowls to Bancroft, who pushes forward into a gap on the offside and sprints through for a quick single. 5 without loss as Bancroft moves on to 2. And the other thing is, you can get days like we had here against Sussex last year, where it's forecast to rain all day, pretty much. We started off got basically an hour's play in. They had 3 balls with the floodlights turned on. Then they went off, never to return, and the floodlights have to stay on. As soon as you turn them on, that's your day's usage done for 3 balls, and you have to keep them on. Bamber bowls, that's a beauty, which came in on the angle and then faded away from the left-handed Dent. And he had to think about a poke at it. Now he's going to go down and do some gardening. There's a lot of gardening, I think, is going to go on throughout this match, as that has nipped away off the seam. And although Bamber might not be express, he might not quite have the height of some of Gloucestershire's bowlers, he's still going to cause all sorts of havoc. Here he comes, he bowls, and Dent works this into the onside. Wide of mid-on is no run. Middlesex thought it was the end of the over, but there's still 1 ball left to come. Ethan Bamber played 1 match on loan for Gloucestershire back in 2019. He was actually a huge part of helping Gloucestershire getting promoted in that one game. He took 3 wickets in the first innings and only 1 in the second. But it was another game at Cheltenham against Leicestershire, like the one that Gloucestershire and Middlesex played in 2021. As Bamber is in, he's fallen over in his follow-through there, as Dent tucks this one off the hip, and it's fielded at some deepish short leg. And 2 runs from the over. Gloucestershire 5 for no wicket after 3. It was kind of like that game at Cheltenham when Daryl Mitchell looked as if he was going to save the game for Middlesex. Matt Taylor, 4 wickets in 10 balls on his birthday inside the final session. And it was quite similar to that, where Leicestershire were 4 wickets down at tea with Hassan Azad in there on a 100, and Bamber got the wicket of Azad first over after tea to open things up.
His Helm bowls outside the off stump. It's wide of Peck and Bancroft, just leaning. Sees it through to the keeper.
And that was a huge result, because Gloucestershire won both games at Cheltenham that year. And to be honest, they weren't actually doing that well before they got to the festival. I think they were either second from bottom or third from bottom. It was very tight. But then they won both games of the festival, and all of a sudden that propelled them a long way up towards the promotion spots.
Helm hits the crease, bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump by Bancroft. Through it goes.
Yeah, so only the 1 wicket in that second innings, but it was potentially one of the biggest wickets of the season that Bamber got. Gloucestershire in 19, and then the rest of the bowlers running through the Leicestershire lineup. Had Chad Sayers, the Aussie, playing in that game for them as well. A rather different looking attack to the one that's playing here. I shouldn't imagine there's a single. In fact, no, none of them would have been on the books at that time. Wouldn't even have the likes of Josh Shaw in this 11.
Helm bowls. This is left alone. A very good leave. On length as well, I'd imagine, because that's not far from the top of the off stump at all. 5 slips for Helm to Bancroft at the moment.
But yeah, and in some ways, maybe that's a sort of an indication. We've been talking about how important this game is, and yes, it is, in terms of if either side can force a win. But you do still expect Division 2 to be quite tight this year. It usually is.
Helm hits the crease, bowls, and this is dabbed back up the track, and there's no run.
And actually, you can potentially get on a roll later on in the season. As we've been saying, Sussex were right in the promotion hunt with just 3 wins last year. And because of the Kookaburra first couple of rounds, we ended up with no wins at all for anybody in the first 2 whole rounds of action in Division 2.
Helm outside the off stump, just short of a length again, left alone, but high up in the air by Bancroft.
I mean, you'd really like Bancroft to have a flash at that, and in fact Bancroft himself is thinking about it as he's wandering over towards square leg, but just kind of think, well, if you can just condition yourself to leave that ball alone. We saw quite a lot of, well, I say quite a lot, we saw a fair few of Middlesex's wickets from that sort of length, think of Holden in particular. There's no need to have a go at it, particularly not early on.
Helm left alone by Bancroft again, and it's the end of the over. Just one off his 2 overs so far, Helm. 5 without loss. And that's the 4th done. So 32 overs remaining today. We're well advanced in this game. Worries about rain today and indeed tomorrow as well. But is it tomorrow or Sunday you said is the bad one for rain?
Well, I think Sunday at the moment looks particularly bad. And then, yeah, Saturday more sort of confined to the beginning and the end of the day.
Ooh.
But it still doesn't exactly look that great in between. Here's Bamber running in and bowling to Dent. He's cleaned him up. Dent on the front foot, looking to push down the ground. And whether that's just nipped away from him a fraction or whether he's just misread the line, but he's gone. Bamber has struck. To be honest, it looked like that one just went in on the angle, but a few have jagged away to Dent so far. Bamber strikes early. Dent out for 3. Gloucestershire 5 for 1. And any thoughts of a real flying start, having bowled Middlesex out for 203, have gone straight away there with a wicket off the first ball of the 5th over.
Yep, brilliant from Bamber. He's always on the spot, always there or thereabouts, top of off stump, and that was just the perfect delivery. It wasn't too dissimilar to the dismissal of Mark Stoneman this morning, that. Left-hander looking to drive, top of off stump, rocks back. Very, very similar indeed. And yeah, 5 for 1. It's a better start for Middlesex with the ball than Gloucestershire had. And it'll be interesting to see, won't it? I mean, Middlesex's fight back, they had a decent start, then they had a fight back at the end with Helm and De Carey's, but for 2 partnerships. What did those 2 partnerships account for of the total innings?
I think something like 113. I think it was 55 between Stoneman and Fernandez, and then was it 58, I think, between Helm and De Carey's.
Middlesex will have been saying to themselves, no partnerships.
Yeah.
On the spot, keep it going. No bumpers. I mean, as well, you have to remember, it took 6, 7, 8 overs for Gloucestershire to find a spot.
Yeah.
For which, this happens to Middlesex in reverse.
Ollie Price out there in the middle. 4 slips weight. Bamber to Price, who defends firmly to mid-off. There's no run. Against
Glamorgan. Now, where Middlesex were going at 4.5 at one point this morning, Glamorgan were going great guns against Middlesex. Big scoring rate, about 4.5. Middlesex reined it back to around 3 or so, I guess. 3.5 maybe. Then when Glamorgan came out to bowl, having racked up 600 themselves.
Bamber starts his approach, shoulders rocking as he moves into bowl, and away swinger, which Price lets go.
They were in no doubt as to where to bowl the Kookaburra ball against Middlesex, which was half to 3/4 of the way up off stump, and don't leave it.
Yeah.
If you leave it, you're going to go for runs. That's your only chance of taking wicket, is leave it there and wait for the batter to make a mistake. So Middlesex's scoring rate was pretty low. I think it's about 2.5 in comparison. 3.
Here is Bamber in full on, driven by Price, and it beats the sprawl of mid-on, and with that short straight boundary, there's no catching that. Once it gets past the infield, it's going to go, and Ollie Price is off the mark in pleasant fashion. 9 for 1. He invited the shot, did Bamber, to be honest, with the ball, and early on in your innings, target those stumps. LBW could have been brought into play, but this time Price does get it away. 9 for 1. Bamber rushes in, bowls inside half of the bat there on the defence from Ollie Price. Hands clasped behind heads in the slip cordon, as it wasn't the most secure looking for defence that Ollie Price will play. Last time he batted on this ground, the 147 against Yorkshire to help save the game. And he also scored a ton in the last home game of 2023, but a rare lean game for Price down at Hove, but then He got an absolute snorter from Jayden Seales in the second innings. This is a straight drive attempted again by Price as Bamber's pitching it right up and allowing it to swing. And it's driven to mid-off and there's no run. So 9 for 1 Gloucestershire with Dent dismissed for 3 bowled Bamber. But it did take some time, didn't it, for the ball to start moving as well in terms of swing, because thinking in terms of swing early on, we didn't see a massive amount, but actually with the old ball, De Lange was getting the ball consistently to shape away from the right-handers. And whether it is just a couple of extra degrees or something else, but Middlesex do seem to be getting this ball swinging early.
Here's Helm outside the off-stump, it's left alone. Well, I think, like I said, the Glamorgan comparison, so Glamorgan came out and knew exactly where to put the ball, and I think that's what Middlesex have got in this innings. Just don't leave the off-stump. Halfway up, 3/4 of the way up off-stump. I say halfway, it's better than the Kookaburra, isn't it? 3/4 of the way up off-stump. There's an extra bit of bounce in this pitch. So, yeah, you know, the game's there for them to basically put the ball on the spot that Gloucestershire in the end found. So Helm comes in, bowls, and absolute beautiful ball. Right in the channel, just outside off, and Bancroft's beaten.
It's very hard to play that. That has jagged considerably off the pitch. It's quick enough.
Bounce.
Yep. I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
you're almost at the stage where you just think, well, actually, I might as well just play some shots here, because otherwise I'm just going to wait around for one to.
Well,
just,
Price's drive at the end of the last over, there was a beautiful ball by Bamber. It was just a fraction too short. A little bit, too full, sorry. As here's Helm outside the off stump, it's left alone again. Had it just been a little bit shorter, then that could have been real trouble for Price. Just looking out to the distance behind the football ground over there, you see that light flashing up on the top? Is that a headlight from a car coming over the hill there? See, it's just flashing in and out of right on the horizon, on the distance. There's a little dip in the tree line and the house line as well. You'll just see a light occasionally comes on. It's just caught my eye.
That's probably what, Filton Avenue up there, is it?
No, staying up that way. The hotel's up around there somewhere. Helm is in, bowls outside the off stump, through it goes, and there's no run. Is that what is that? A car? It's just flashing on and off.
I think it.
Is
I think
Morse
they're just
codes?
as cars go over the top of the hill, they probably looks
Ian
like it's
Randall
flashing.
asking me about the slip cordon?
Well, you should go. Have you gone through it in full?
Oh, good point. Good point. Eskenazi
before one gets
is
there.
at slip. Deploy is at second. Higgins is at third. De Carey's is fourth. And backward points is Nathan Fernandez, the birthday boy. Helm's in, bowls. Oh, goodness me, full and straight, and he wasn't a long way forward, but he gets the bat down in time, Bancroft, to keep that out. Fernandez races in from points to prevent any thought of a run.
I mean, Bancroft's first thought is very much not what I was mentioning a while back. He's not going to think, I'm just going to play a few shots here, try and score a 30 or a 40, and actually then I've made quite a significant contribution to the game. We've not seen anybody score over 40 yet. Bancroft is going to try and guts it out.
Helm, wide approach, in, bowls, beautiful line and length, well played by Bancroft. He's over the top of it and runs it down over the ball. Angle bat, soft hands, he picks up a couple down to deep third. And that's the end of the sixth over. 11 for 1. It was about this point when things started getting interesting for Gloucestershire, wasn't it? They just started to find a spot, find a length. No, it's not Morse code, is it? What is it when they do that with the light? Where they've got a light and then they... Is it Morse code?
Well, I think they do it in Morse code, isn't it? You still do the dots and dashes with the length of the light flashes, don't you, I guess?
Yeah.
But yeah, there might be another code there as well.
Smoke signals.
Semaphores. Pigeons are flapping again, annoyingly for Ollie Price, but no, he's quite happy to face up as they're swerving about, as this is full and on the pads, clipped away, and it's going out towards what's the longer boundary as it gets a little bit squarer there, but it's just got enough on it to go for 4 more runs. And Price, I suppose Bamber's hoping he's going to fall a long way across to the offside.
Well, the shape on it, isn't there?
Shot.
You know, the swing, that's through the air from Bamber. This looks, he's just been a fraction too full, but again, those two deliveries that Price has got away, he's only just been a fraction too full. If he drags that length back a little bit, he's in play.
15 for 1. Bamber in and bowls. That's inviting the drive again. He's not really timed it as Price. It's half stopped at wide mid-off. Is that Holden there with the flowing locks?
It is.
And a single is taken. 16 for 1.
Voluminous hair flowing from the back of his cap.
Yeah, one of a couple of Canterburyans in this game, with Zaman Akhtar having also been born in the city of Cambridge, gone to school there as well. Here is Bamber in, bowling to Bancroft for defence, and a positive one as Bancroft, at least, I'm not sure he actually necessarily walked at Bamber, but he certainly made a move down the pitch after he'd played it. I mentioned last week it was quite a scratchy first innings for Bancroft. He made 70 in, I think it was something like 195 balls here against Yorkshire, and really did grind out his runs. But
70
sort of
and how many?
70 and 195.
Oh, no, 109. I thought you said 105. I thought that's not a grind.
Bamber bowls with trying the Yorker there, and Bancroft digs it out to mid-on.
It's
But
funny,
yeah,
Bamber, when he's trying to bowl an away swinger to Price at the moment, he keeps on ending up going too full. And now I'm not doubting that probably was an attempted Yorker, but on the 3 occasions, or 2 occasions in this over and 1 at the end of the last, when he's tried to get it to swing away from the right-hander, he's got that swing, and I've just dropped my phone. Give myself a heart attack. Like, what was that?
I thought the kit had just gone flying.
Aye.
Bamber into Bancroft full and prodded back to the bowler.
But that was closer to the spot, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Because that's the first one on off stump, but it was still a fraction too full. So 4th time in 4 attempts that I've detected that he's tried to get it to swing away. Of the others that have gone gun barrel straight, there was one outside the off stump, wasn't there? But every time he's gone for that line, swinging ball away from the right-hander, it's just been too full so far. If he gets one, like I say, just on a slightly full of a length, then he's really in business.
Bamber bowling now. Bancroft plays a nice-looking drive, but he kind of knew he was never really going to manage to get runs for that as he plays it to mid-off. End of the over, 16 for 1.
He played the 2 through the onside quite nicely. You know, one, he's clipped through mid-wicket, which is quite, if you think back to Stoneman's top edge earlier this morning, or leading edge, sorry. You know, that early in the innings to be closing the face is brave, but well done. Fortune favours the brave. And then he got the drive away similarly, which was a beautiful shot. But at the moment, you'd be wary of that swinging ball from Bamber. You know, he usually is on the most perfect spot, ball after ball after ball. He's just been a fraction too full at the moment, but better that than a fraction too short on this particular surface for him, I think. Helms in, bowls, and that one's on a nice line and length, which Price steps in behind and defends into the offside.
And I think, as we've been saying, if you bowl it full, then the pace of the pitch is the one thing that's usually fairly true with a hybrid, you would think. So in terms of trying to time up a half volley, you've got, I mean, to be honest, on most pitches you shouldn't have much of an issue, but I think, oh Lord, they've been listening to us, whoever those are down there. But yeah, I don't think you can be bowling it right up to the bat.
Helm bowls, this is pushed away into the offside, no run.
And to be honest, you know, why would you? You're getting so much, I say so much, you're getting enough off the surface from bowling further back, so you might as well make use of that. And even if it's full of a good length, there's no need really to be throwing it up there and trying to get maximum swing, because there's enough life in the surface and the ball seems to be deviating a bit off it as well.
Helm bowls, and just a little too straight, he's turned to mid-wicket, there's no run. We were talking about the screamers earlier. What were we saying about the screamers?
I think there was, I can't remember what it was in terms of what we could say, but there was something, it was in reference to something that we couldn't talk about. But I think that came in directly. I can't remember. You can't ask me to remember that. That was about, what, 4 hours ago?
Off goes Helm bowls, and it's left alone outside of the off stump. So it's not the Ed Seaborn fan club down below.
I don't think there is one, to be honest. I have to start one with one of those fake accounts. Something like that. No. We had a baby bowling down there at one point after Gloucestershire had been bowled out for sort of, 170 or something last season. And
I thought you said you had a baby born down there.
No, not born, no. Gosh.
No zooming and panning on the stream for that.
Bawling away down there. So I thought, well, there's a lifetime of this ahead of you, mate.
Helm bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Price, right in behind it. He's playing it with a fair bit of time as well, Price, much like young Fernandez did this morning.
Yeah, I mean, he's somebody that a lot's thought of, enough not only that he was selected for the Lions camp this winter out in the UAE, but also played a part in the Lions Test series in India.
So was Carey's selected for that camp. Down at long leg, he's warming up at the moment. I think it's a bit optimistic with two right-handers on at the moment for the off-spinner.
So Price made his debut at the Narendra Modi Stadium, that huge one in Ahmedabad.
Helm. Oh, that's a good line and length again. It's well played by Price. Over the top of it. Fernandez rolls to his right, and there's no run. 16 for 1 is the score. I was just thinking, we've got the lights on. We should be turning the lights off, really, shouldn't we?
Us.
The umpires will be looking up at us going, look, yeah, it's bright in the pavilion there, isn't it? Look at the lights, they're looking bright. Every time the chandeliers are on in the pavilion, the Middlesex opponent's like, turn them off, turn them off.
The chandeliers, of course.
You're making it
We
look
have
too...
chandeliers in our pavilion.
I bet you there's a chandelier.
Lucky if there's a fitting round the light here.
I'm going to find a chandelier before I leave this ground today.
To swing from. Here comes Ethan Bamber bowling to Bancroft, strikes him on the pad. They like it, Middlesex, but the umpire doesn't. Not out, says umpire Neil Pratt. Maybe just a fraction high.
I think 2 areas of doubt, but it could have been out. Just outside off and a little high. Well, we know nowadays. Let's see how far forward he is. Oh, goodness me.
I think it looked higher than it was because it's rolled, I think, off the sort of top part of the pad and then on maybe to his thigh pad.
Well, hark back to the World Cup and that Steve Smith one that hit him above. It just clipped the top of the pad. And we used to say above the knee roll, didn't we?
Yeah. That was the...
And they went upstairs and reviewed it, and it was clipping.
Here comes Bamber bowling full, worked through mid-on by Bancroft. He's timed that one very nicely and will pick up his first boundary, 20 for 1, with Bancroft moving on to 8. It feels like that's something that happens a lot to Steve Smith at the moment, those kind of, umpires call-y type ones, because he's so far back on his stumps.
Well, yeah, that's fair. But we've always said that, look, above the knee roll, it's hit him above the knee roll, he's all right. That hit him above the pad, basically, and it was still hitting the stumps, which just goes to show DRS has changed the game. Alan Coleman, the director of cricket at Middlesex, was on last week, and he said the stumps are now 33% bigger because of DRS.
Bamber to Bancroft in a half of the bat, turn to short leg.
So what before umpires would look at, in DRS match, the stumps are now 33% bigger because you've only got to be clipping if the umpire gives it out on the field. In that instance, I reckon that probably was hitting, wasn't it? But I can understand in a game where you don't have DRS that the benefit of the doubt is with the batter.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You feel you've got to be more sure to raise the finger than not. Another way of putting benefit of the doubt to the batter. Bamber bowls, beats Bancroft, who has a flirt with that one outside the off stump. And in terms of, I guess, with DRS, you really can make the decision in your head of, I think that probably is hitting something, rather than, I think that might be hitting something, but I can't be certain, so I'm not going to give it. And there was another one of Steve Smith's in a test series against South Africa, when Smith came a long way down the pitch to Maharaj, I think it was, and was given out by Aleem Dar way down the pitch. Bamber in bowling. Bancroft turns this round his front pad to mid-on. There's no run. And that was another thing which I think changed, not necessarily what every umpire was going to do, but in the end it proved that it was umpire's call. Having been down the pitch, it was hitting the top of maybe leg stump, something like that. But, again, the technology was there and showed that it was going on to hit the stump, so it was a fair enough decision. But can you imagine as the batter there, you're down the pitch and you're thinking, how on earth could you be certain that was going on to hit? Bamber in, and again Bancroft is caught high up on the pad towards the thigh pad, That one definitely was going over the top. No appeal that time. And another over is completed. Bamber's 5th over, 1 for 17. 8 to Bancroft, 9 to Ollie Price. 20 for 1 after 9 overs. Ollie just the solitary Price brother in this game, with Tom having been rested. But yeah, it has, and even, I think even pre-DRS, in terms of the willingness to give batters out, just getting a big stride in it. In the past, you take a stride forward and go, oh no, long way down there, I can't be sure about that. And it was probably hitting the middle of middle, some of the decisions you see in the past.
Here's Helm past the umpire. Bowls outside the off stump. There's no run. There's how my brain works. I've just been offered a cup of tea. With the two things went through my mind. Are they reviewing a decision?
Yeah.
Or has cake arrived? Tea represents cake. I thought, all the cake's here. No, he's just asking me to hold a cup of tea.
Well, I still remember when the tea sign, that was the super sub. When that was in effect, in like ODI cricket, when we had the super sub rule, I'm pretty sure they used to make the T sign for that, and then they changed and had that as the review sign.
4 slips go down, Helm bowls, and Price defends. It's fielded at mid-wicket.
And that was right in my sort of formative cricket watching years, so I still see somebody make that sign and think, super sub.
I don't remember that.
I think it was sort of 2005, 2006, something like that, when they had that rule in place, regulation or whatever.
The rules and regs.
Yeah. Vikram Solanki was one of the first
How good are you with the
subs.
How good are you with the rules and regs?
Oh, not
in terms
bad.
of when tea's a movable feast and when it isn't. As his Helm in bowls and edged wide of 4th slip on the back foot. He wasn't fully in control of that. Thick edge goes low past 4th slip. I'm not sure whether it would have carried to a 5th. But it's 24 for 1.
Yeah, you'd be feeling aggrieved if you're Helm there, seeing that fly away fine. But again, yet more runs down fine on the offside in this match. A huge proportion of the runs have been scored through there, whether it's been through genuine short wide stuff or flashing shots that have either gone wide of, through or under the cordon.
Helm hits the crease now, bowls, line and length, drops for a single just in front of mid-off. Holden comes around, they have a single. Must thank Neil Prescott for those lovely cakes he brought up at tea. Really delicious.
Well, I didn't get
delicious.
Understandably so.
Sorry, of course, no, he didn't bring them up. For anybody who works in the ground, he didn't bring any cakes at tea. Apparently he'd been told that we've been talking about the cakes he brings, and they all asked, why don't you bring us cake? Neil Prescott definitely didn't bring us cake at tea. Anybody listening in the ground? No cakes were delivered. Here's Helm past the umpire, he bowls, and this is clipped to mid-wickets, where Stoneman does the fielding and there's no run. Actually, I do remember many moons ago heading off to fetch some cake from the shop. Just around there's a small convenience store which you used to be able to get to behind the mound stand. I'm not sure if you can still get through
nowadays
there anymore,
you would have to go out from
the ground.
underneath the flats over there, through those gates, and then you can get out to convenience store.
No, there was one behind. What's this? Is this not
right
the mound?
behind the mound stand?
Yeah,
it's a bit. There's one that's a bit further across towards the Ashley Down Road now.
Helm's in. 4 slips in place. Now that nearly went underneath the bat, beating him outside the off stump. Bancroft looks back in surprise. Again, you're on a track where you're expecting bounce. That one felt not as though it shot through, but it did appear to, to my naked eye anyway, up here, that that passed below the forward defence.
Yeah.
He wasn't a long way down. He was a fair way across, Bancroft. But anyway, he survives. He has 8. It passes the off stump. Through to the gloves it goes. Price has 14, 25 for 1 after 10.
Still 26 overs left this evening as well. And usually you can tempt fate and get all those overs in by saying that you don't think you're going to get those overs in. So I don't think we're going to get these 26 overs in. Here comes Bamber bowling to Ollie Price, wide outside the off stump. He's taken a hand off the bat there, but he was only leaving it alone, wide of the off stump. But I don't know if even that's just a small hint of the bounce that Price is expecting. The fact that he's taken a hand off even just to leave the ball alone.
Last ball of last over coming up. Let's have a look. Did that go? Well, maybe not under, but you can see the bat was
Certainly
kind
past
of
the bottom part of the bat anyway.
Yeah, it was because the bat wasn't fully down either, but certainly looking from behind, it looked as though it went under.
Bamber runs in, bowls. Price has taken a step down the pitch there and manages to get bat on it and block it back to the bowler.
See, that's closer to the length that Bamber wants to be for that ball, but even still at the moment, Price is happy on the front foot to him, so it's just a fraction shorter. However, if you were to say you were going to leave it on that spot for the remainder of the game, that's fine. The batter's not scoring any runs off that, but find the edge, find the top of off stump, still just needs to be a fraction shorter.
Bamber in now, bowls. Price drives and then thinks I can pinch a single here to Holden at mid-off and takes it as Holden's throw. Only one stump to aim at anyway, but Price well home. Moves on to 15-26 for 1. Had an email in on Radio Bristol Cricket at gmail.com from, now I think Adrian Harms read this out as Vincent last week, but I think it may well be Vincent. It says, hello Ed and Kevin, watching from France as I did for Gloss in the last 2 rounds. Bamber bowls now to Bancroft, turned into the onside, or they thought about a quick single there and then had to get back, and Bancroft aborts in time. Very happy to see a first bowling innings completed in 2 sessions with a controlled run rate. Yes, it has been a significant problem Gloucestershire have had bowling sides out. Let's need some hybrid pitches more often. Let's just hope Gloucester don't try to imitate them. And as I write these words, Dent gets bowled. At least it gives us Ollie. A great performance from De Lange today, but I'm looking forward to Zaman Akhtar's performance, who was very strong in the tail last week, as well as an efficient bowler. In goes Bamber bowling, and Bancroft has played this one softly down into the gully, but can't glance it wide of the cordon, so there's no run. A question for you guys. Is it much harder to do the commentary when you can't rotate, like you did last week at Hove? And what do you do when you're not on the duo commentating during the game? Usually, I stand at the box, back of the box, and paw the ground nervously is what I usually do.
Looking at the apartments opposite.
Bamber is in, and Bancroft works this one to mid-on, and there's no run to end the over. 26 for 1. 11 overs have been bowled. Gloucestershire trail by 177 runs, having bowled Middlesex out for 203. Marchand de Lange taking 6 wickets, by far his best bowling performance for Gloucestershire in his career so far. So yeah, I mean, usually we only get 3 maximum. Very rare that we get more than 3. So you can't really do a huge amount in terms of wandering around the ground and going off and chatting to people too much. Because, you know, kind of feel if somebody really does have an emergency or something, then it would be fairly close by to take over. But I don't know. I think it depends who you're with. I mean, if you're with somebody like Kevin, it can be a real drag for 4 days. No, don't mean that.
On or off air?
Yeah, no, I think it just depends in terms of 2 versus 3. I don't know.
Higgins in bowls, and that's a run along the floor to a wide 4th slip now, which is Brooks. No, it's not. I think it is Brooks, actually. Let's have a look. Yeah, Helms at 3rd. Oh, Davies and Eskenazi calling for something. And Helms running off to get whatever it is. Or maybe that's the end of his... helmet. Helmet for Davies. He wants to stand up for Higgins.
Did wonder whether Davies might do that for Bamber, potentially, with Price on the walk. We saw Bracey stand up to Goodman earlier on, which was particularly brave given the height that Goodman was sending it down at.
Just looking at the houses to the left behind the car park here at County Ground in Bristol. A few loft conversions going on. And a good number completed as well. As is Higgins in, bowls, forward goes. Right-handed Price pushes into the offside and there's no run. That wouldn't be a bad place to put a home office. I'm sure this is probably
I bet
been
that's what people
before.
have done. These loft conversions, which are just cricket watching rooms.
If you're a cricket fan, put a home office on your loft extension up there. That's it. I'm just working in the office. What are you doing? Quick, lock the door. Feet up. Cold one. Higgins into bowl. This ball's pushed back and there's no run.
I see you like to work from home with a cold one, just like you do when you're on commentary.
Well, you're not actually working, are you? You're just telling everybody you're working from home. So, nobody really works from home, do they? Work from home today. Commentate from home. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, you know, it's kind of been done before in a way, hasn't it? During that COVID series out in Sri Lanka, TMS were doing that.
Higgins bowls. Oh, onto the pads of Price. We're at the other end. My feeling was it looked high and leg side. See the replay now.
There were a lot of hand gestures by both Higgins and umpire Shanmugam there.
Again, not the worst. Not the worst.
I don't think the greatest either.
No, I wouldn't suggest the greatest. In comes Higgins, bowls. Oh, beats the forward defence of Price. That full back out of the gloves of Davies.
That is the danger. That swung away appreciably from Higgins as well. You can see why Price felt he had to play at that, especially after having not played at one and seen a ball jag back a foot or so from Jayden Seales the last time he batted. But I guess that is the danger. Just that fine nick might not be grabbed with the keeper up.
Higgins hits the crease, bowls. Right in behind it again, Price. No run. Oh, we can spot our, is it magenta?
Yes.
Magenta coloured haired fan, because wherever they go around the ground now, you can spot her.
Is she off?
She's off.
I mean, it's free after tea, but I suppose you are free to leave after tea as well. That's quite what they had in mind when they came up with that slogan.
She didn't get any cake from Prescott either, did she? She's going home. Can't blame her.
But yeah, once again, free entry after tea, so if you do fancy popping down after work on a Friday, then free entry. In comes Bamber, starting a new over. Bowling, Bancroft rises tall and just blocks that one into the covers, drops and runs, and then the shot at the stumps from Fernandez hits, and it's always a question of where's it going to pinball off to, and this time it does so to mid-wicket. Bancroft's got 9. I think he's got a fan down there. Somebody who's encouraging him at every turn. Good running Bangers, I heard just then, his nickname.
Bangers?
Bangers, yes. Not banger like Trescothic,
yeah.
but I think... Well, actually, no, I suppose it is banger as well, isn't it? It's the same as Trescothic. Or is it more bangers? Yeah, it more bangers, right. Bamber bowling down the pitch, Price! And, oh, he looked like he'd nicked that one. Another one that just continued to move even further after it passed Ollie Price's edge. He poked a long way away at that one as that ball swung. Kind of a boomerang-style swing from Ethan Bamber, but it didn't get the edge as I thought it might have done.
Boomerang swing. Does that mean it's going to come back at
him?
Well,
eventually it would. Yeah, the trajectory. It just continued to swing so further and further until it would come all the way round and back to him. Yeah. Prodigious. Bamber to Price down the pitch, hand off the bat, controlling the ball into the onside though, and fielded up at short mid-wicket.
Good point, really, isn't it? If you bowled it off the side of the cliff, what point would it stop swinging? Would it be virtually coming back to you at that point?
Yes, I suspect it would have lost its momentum at that point.
Would prodigious swing bring it back to you, or would it only be boomerang swing?
Oh dear. If we can't have exaggeration in this commentary box,
then what can we have?
Oh dear. Stuck with understatement all the day. Here comes Bamber bowling for defence from Price again on the walk as he plays it out to Higgins at cover. So Middlesex plugging that gap there.
That was the old Gloucestershire bowler, wasn't it? John Lewis, never knowingly underbowled.
Yes. Magnificent. And I got stumped well and truly by somebody last week on a quiz question about Gloucestershire debutants.
Ooh.
It was a sort of only connect style one. So what comes fourth in the sequence? And they delivered each of the dates of Gloucestershire's last debutants, with John Lewis as being the last, and the answer being James Bracey's debut against New Zealand in 2021. Stumped me, and I should have remembered the test that Lewis made his debut in, but I didn't get it. I left to regret it ever since.
Where's he now, John Lewis?
He's the England women's head coach.
I knew I'd seen him somewhere.
Fielder moves from covert to forward square leg as Bamber bowls on leg stump, turned away behind that fielder at forward square by Price. He'll take a single between deep backward square and fine leg. 28 for 1.
He was the one that was always called up but never selected, wasn't he? It's
yes,
drinks all the time.
I'm afraid
constantly denying Gloucestershire.
Yes.
His talents.
It's
Stephen
a consistent theme.
Yeah, Stephen Finn was the same.
I feel in some ways every county feels like they get somebody like that. But I mean, David Payne was the same. I think that sort of third or fourth squad before he eventually got to make his debut. Bamber runs in, bowls. Bancroft over that one, securely playing a defensive shot back towards Bamber. He's through 7 overs now, 1 for 20, and Gloucestershire not exactly rattling along, but at least in terms of overs recently, they've managed to arrest the early Middlesex momentum after having removed Dent to the first ball of the 5th over for 3. It's 28 for 1, still trailing by 175 runs. At the moment, the cloud, whilst it's still high and more murky than it was, it doesn't really seem to be going too far. So hopefully it will stay that way for at least another hour or so.
Higgins has 3 slips in a gully, and the wicket-keeper, Jack Davies, standing up. Max Holden's advanced somewhat at mid-off. He's on his haunches at the moment as he awaits. Higgins running in. No real room for him to walk in from there for Holden, as back and across goes Price and angles the ball into the ground to Brooks, who warms up. Former Warwickshire bowler.
So come on then, reveal your secrets. What do you do off air then when there's 3 of us on? Or have you not had that luxury for a while?
Usually champing at the bit to get back on. If you're here, you kind of want to be on air. Here's Higgins in, bowls. This is clipped to mid-wicket where Stoneman collects and there's no run. Yeah, go and have go make a cup of. Well, by the time, as you say, half an hour. By the time we got and made a cup of coffee, had a natter with the press. You're actually back on again, aren't you? So
yeah, it's not like, you know,
an hour on, half an hour off. You don't get through much in that half an hour before you're back on again. Higgins bowls, forward goes. Price pushes away into the offside, and there's no run. But yeah. You'd like to say you're productive and you go and sit down at the laptop and get a load of other work done, but you don't. You have a natter with the press, you make a cup of tea and have a gossip about something and then back on again. Talk about all the things you can't talk about on air.
Yes, that's true.
Actually, that's probably the best answer, isn't it?
Yes,
we
basically you say what you really think, but that you can't say on air.
Stuff, yeah. All the stuff you can't say on air. Yeah. Comes out when you're off air, and then you get back on and remember not to say it. Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls, and this is dabbed backward a square on the leg side for a single. 29 for 1.
Yeah, you know, it's not like when you've got teams of sort of 4 commentators and 3 summarisers, something like that. There's sort of picture of a press box that you can go and sit in and talk to hundreds of people. It's not like that. Even, you know, there might be, if you're lucky, there will be 2 members of the written press in the press room, some of whom don't like to be disturbed.
Higgins in, bowls and goes past the edge. Bancroft's drawn a long way across there. Shape away from Higgins once more. Certainly got more swing earlier with this ball than Gloucestershire did, but Middlesex needs somebody to be the much de Lange role right now. Try and get in amongst them. I think that's Ian Salisbury on the far side of the ground. They're walking along with one of the... is it Ian? Here's Higgins bowls. It's eased away into the offside and there's no run. There's a Gloucestershire coach. No, it's not Ian Salisbury, actually. I thought it was a Middlesex coach walking with them as well on a unified walk around the ground between some of the coaching staff, but I don't think it is Middlesex, actually. If it were Middlesex, then my best bet was it would have been Salisbury, but I don't think it is. I'm not sure who. Who's your coach over there with the...
It might be Tom Smith over there. It's a long way away. Tom Smith has been out there today doing some... Well, it's far enough. Tom Smith has been doing some bowling actually as well as coaching.
Oh, we've got pan in and zoom in. Who is it?
Yeah, that's Tom Smith, isn't it?
Who's the one next to him? I thought it was Heaton Salisbury for a moment, but it's definitely not.
PCA rep.
Apparently. Oh, and look at Dave Bartlett.
Oh, Dave Bartlett's here.
Hey.
Lovely.
That was worth the zoom alone. Dave Bartlett, former Middlesex
and Gloucestershire physio.
Where's he gone now?
Do you know, I should know.
Is he racking up the counties?
I'm not sure if he's still with Welsh Fire as well during the 100. Change of bowling. Ethan Brooks into the attack. This is driven by Price first ball. He's not really got to the pitch of that. He'll only take a single as well. That's really good tracking back from Fernandez, because it looked as if it was going to be at least 2. It turns out just the 1.
Ethan Brooks. If you could put Bamba's...
Have I said Ethan Brooks again?
If you could put Bamba's metronomic performance with Brooks's pace... Oh,
have I said Ethan Brooks again? Because I seem to have been saying this a lot. It's Henry Brooks.
Ethan Brooks would be a brilliant bowler.
Ethan Brooks playing for Worcestershire.
Henry Bamba would be rubbish.
Here comes Henry Brooks. Balls! Oh, that kind of missed the stumps by a huge amount. Brave leave from Bancroft. Goes on another stroll, and Price comes down for a bit of a chat with him as well. I'm sure that'll make you feel much better.
I'm looking forward to this, actually, because we're right... Again, this is the best commentary position we'll probably have all season long. Right behind the arm of Brooks here as he delivers. So I'm looking forward to this. This is the best line I'll have had to look at him since he joined Middlesex.
Here is Brooks. Tall figure, runs in, bowls wide of off stump. Bancroft chases after it and misses it. Here is the danger of going after that cut shot. Ball does just, depending on how short it is, just lift that little bit more, and it can do so off quite subtle changes in length. Bancroft had a go at it, but no contact. Probably a good job. In the end, there wasn't. From Gloucestershire's perspective, Brooks bowls. Oh, he's tried a short ball and he's cued it back to the bowler as Bancroft right off the cue end of the bat. And I don't think he's going to be best pleased with life out there at the moment. Bancroft has got 9 from 40 deliveries. Timed one nice shot through mid-wicket, but it's been a real struggle for him. A lot of balls past the edge and taking pretty much every part of his bat now other than the middle. Here comes Brooks, steady approach, long strides in and bowls an away swinger. Bancroft tries to guide runs down fine on the offside. He's good at scoring through that region when he's on song as Bancroft, but picks out backward point. Well, there is no run.
Good that from Brooks, isn't it? Bit of shape,
yeah.
Fast bowler.
Well, if you can get that ball swinging as well at that pace with the bounce to worry about as well, become a real force to be reckoned with. Took 6 for 20 on Derbyshire loan debut last year, and this is quite close to Bancroft. He still tries to cut and predictably doesn't get a great deal of bat on it. And once again, Fernandez being kept busy at backward point. Just 1 run from the over. Gloucestershire 30 for 1, really trying to dig in here. But at the moment, no real signs that anything is likely to get much easier for, to be honest, any period of time. I think starting to get the impression that this might just be one of those surfaces where you never actually feel truly in on. There might always be something there for you. We've not seen anybody past 40 yet, and I know it's still early in Gloucestershire's reply, so things could change if the ball gets a bit older in this innings, but it didn't really seem to in Middlesex's.
Here's Higgins. 3 slips in a gully. Keeper stood up still. He bowls, and Price eases to point. There's no run. Brooks used to do a podcast with Richard Wilford at WM. Yeah, the Bears podcast.
I didn't know that.
I don't know whether he was winding me up or not, but Wilford told me that they had a podcast called 3 Bears on a Boat. And he used to go on a boat and record the podcast, and they bring their dogs along as well. And I said to Henry, "You wanted the Bears on the boat?" And he looked at me like, "What?" Here's Higgins, he's in. Bowls a jaffer past the edge, draws Price forward, and Price, if anything, has looked at the steadiest of the two in his forward defence so far, but that one drawn a long way forward, shaping away and through to the gloves of Davis. A beaut from Higgins.
So were they recording this as just an audio podcast?
I think so, yeah.
Right, so there's no actual proof anywhere that they actually did it. Yeah.
Well,
this sounds a bit dodgy to me.
Higgins in bowls, and forward goes Price, pushing back up the track. I mean, if he was pulling my leg, he did a very good job, because he was telling me all about how they did it until the boat became unavailable because such and such reason and blah, blah, blah.
Which river were they on? Were they on one of the Birmingham canals or something? They had like a different canal every episode?
It sounded like it was out in the sticks somewhere. They'd all meet and go off on this boat together. Oh, it sounds like a night out in Bristol. What was the yacht you were telling me to jump on tonight?
Yacht.
Here's Higgins bowls. This is run to gully where Brooks does the fielding.
Yes, Thekla. Well, I would say other Bristol nights out on boats are available. They probably are, but I don't know of any. Yeah, there's always that fact that gets trotted out every time about there being more canals in Birmingham than Venice. But yes, I think possibly quality rather than quantity might come into it.
Yes. Here's Higgins. Keeper stands back. Forward goes Price, pushing back up the track, and there's no run.
For all of their efforts to try and advance to the Middlesex bowlers and try and put them off their length and maybe force some scoring opportunities, there's very little that has come from these two coming down the pitch so far. I suppose in some ways, if they feel it's the best way of going about things, then that's what they must do, but haven't exactly scored runs off it yet.
Higgins bowls and beats again. Price fully squared up this time. OJ Price. What is his nickname?
Pricey.
Yeah.
I don't know, to be honest, but it'd be something as bad as that.
Well, it's got to be juice or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Squash.
Exactly. It should be, shouldn't it? But I don't know. OJ Price and TJ Price. Yeah, I have a horrible feeling that all I've heard is Pricey, but I'm not exactly sure. Exactly, yeah. That's the problem. I mean, it's easy in this game because there's only one of them playing, but we've had this discussion before about cricketing nicknames not being that great. Oh, that's jagged back from Brooks to the right-handed Bancroft, but too much bounce, and it was a yelp, but caught Bancroft up high and skewed out off body into the gully for no run. I mean, I guess bangers isn't too bad. Better than it might have been. Banker could have been called.
Steady.
Here comes Brooks, bowling worked off the hip, and there's a cloud of pigeons that fly up as Bamber gets into his work down at fine leg, runs across and keeps it to 2. Bancroft moves into double figures, 32 now for 1. Gloucestershire trailing by 171. So the batting lineup theoretically a bit deeper thanks to that late change, although Zafar Gohar was arguably Gloucestershire's best in the lineup last week at Hove. Twin half centuries. Brooks bowls, and Bancroft has trusted the pitch there that one wasn't about to jag back in off the surface. It was swinging away. He saw that fairly early, but he was very much judging that was not going to come back, and it didn't. It went through to the keeper, but Middlesex want him to be dragged across playing at that, because that is the classic way to try to get Bancroft out. Drag him across the crease, either pin him LBW, falling over to the offside, or nick him off. And this time he's very compact in his defence, just working the ball to mid-on. And there's no run. Ben Charlesworth is called Neil. That's one that I do know. Otherwise, well, Bobby Bracey. Well, I think it comes from a certain TV show, does it not? I think somebody explained this to me. It comes from the in-betweeners.
Ah. Oh.
Here comes Brooks bowls, tries the away swinger, pitching it up, allowing the drive from Bancroft, but picks out Higgins at extra cover. There's no run. I'm being told
Yes.
that Ollie Price's nickname is Froob.
Is what?
Froob. F-R-U-B-E. Froob.
Is that not one of those little things that you buy in the shop, like that's filled with fruit, and it's in a tube? Is that not a froob?
Like a... Here we go. Froobs. Yoghurt tubes
There you
for
go.
kids.
Yeah.
Here comes Brooks bowling. Bancroft taps to mid-on, thinks about a single, but he's hit it too firmly, so will not get one. 2 from the over, and it's 32 for 1. GVB or Burer. Graham Van Buren. Shanna for... Oh, Jiver as well. Yes, there's that one as well. I should mention that one. Shanna for Marshall. Zoom, very much so for Zaman Akhtar. Lenny for Dom Goodman. That's actually one of the better ones. Len Goodman, Strictly Come Dancing. Luke Charlesworth's nickname. What is that? Baby what? Baby Neil. Of course.
Higgins is in bowls, and this is eased away. Backward a point. Oh, scrambling stop by Brooks.
Was Bomber for Matt Taylor. That's another one. Don't think Josh Shaw's got one other than Shawsey, does he? Yeah.
Rocky's good for Stoneman, isn't it?
Yes, that's better.
I don't think Fernandez has got one yet. Max Holden, I think he's just Maxi. Higgins, a.k.a. Higo. This is turned back with a square on the leg side for a single. Eskenazi's Esky.
So I think basically...
Davies is Jack.
Gosh, yeah.
Josh DeCary's, I think, is Josh. Brooks too soon. Helm. Tom Helm. Helmy. Bamba.
Gascoigne. Or Gaza, actually, you should call him, shouldn't
Bambino. Gaza,
yeah.
Bambino. Here's a full-length delivery to Bancroft from Higgins. He turns to mid-on and there's no run. Mercer was Mertz. Browser.
Yes.
Browser. He was Browser to begin with at Surrey.
Was he?
He had very thick eyebrows.
Oh, yes, he did, didn't he?
So he was Browser to begin with. I do remember when he told me that. I was like, Browser? Why? And he just went like that and pointed at his eyebrows. Oh. In comes Higgins, right behind this one.
It's done a bit in through the air, that one, hasn't it? I mean, he's actually done well to play that as comfortably as he did. Sort of flicked quickly to look at the monitor to see what it had done. And live, I thought, oh, it's just a straight delivery. And then you see the monitor. That went pretty late as well.
Roland Jones, Rojo. Here's Higgins in bowls, and forward goes Bancroft pushing back, and there's no run. Stephen Finn, Cyril. Current players, we'll stick to current players. We're up at Northampton, of course, a couple of weeks ago for the Middlesex match up there, and Young Sales into the side. His dad had the best nicknames, Jumble and Car Boot.
Yeah, I think they still call him. I think that it's one of those things. You seem to step into your father's nickname.
In comes Higgins, and this is pushed back into the onside defensively by Bancroft. No run. 33 for 1, end of the 18th, and they're pottering along nicely at the moment, aren't they? It's almost a case of how many balls they've faced rather than how many runs they've got. 52 Bancroft, 43 Price.
They're just trying to blunt things, aren't they?
Yeah, Sam Robson's Robbo. Just trying to think. Some of the old ones. Even, to be honest, even when I started this job, 2005, even by then the nicknames had fallen away. They weren't what they used to be. Everybody was a something O or a something E on the end. Helmy, Higo. Yeah, the nicknames, they weren't quite as imaginative as they used to be.
Still think one of the best Gloucestershire ones is Paul Remains Human. Here comes Brooks, bowls a short ball and Price thumps it on the pull shot through mid-wicket and for 4. He hit that one very nicely and just sitting up a little bit, that bumper, and he controlled it beautifully. Even though it was outside off stump, he didn't really look as if he was having to reach to fetch it. He's a tall man, is Price, so he's got that ability to reach for it. And he moves into the 20s, 23 to him, 37 for 1. Gloucestershire trailing by 166. Radio Bristol cricket@gmail.com if you've got any cricketer nicknames that are suitable for air. This is down the leg side. Next delivery from Brooks and a tumbling effort from Davies. Behind the stumps will save himself from what would undoubtedly have been given byes, as Brooks lost his line there. What's being waved for here? Do they want a short leg back in place? I think they might do. Waving to the dressing room. Either that or somebody needs a breather. Down to 3 slips, no gully, on the pads and flicked away through mid-wicket by Price. Good timing, but I'm not sure it's quite going to go. Again, it's that long part of the ground. Sliding effort is a successful one just in front of the rope. And they will take a pretty comfortable 3. Too many corners of the ground where you're going to be getting 3s, but that's probably the main one of them.
He likes that shot, doesn't he?
He does, yes. It is one of his favourites. When he plays through the leg side, quite a strong bottom hand, so it does tend to go through wide mid-on, straight mid-wicket rather than go fine. 40 for 1. Brooks bowls to Bancroft. Oh, that wasn't where he was looking to play that one. That was looking for the area that Price has just found, but it squirted down to fine leg for a single. Bancroft gets away with it and moves to the other end. 41 for 1. Bancroft 12 from 53 deliveries. It has been pretty much every bit the struggle that you'd imagine from looking at those statistics, but he is still there. Short mid-wicket in place now. Higgins trying to get in the eye line as this is flicked away, and this time, well, I say he likes to flick it in front of square. The fielder's in position in front of square now, so Price decides to flick it backward of square and picks up 2 more runs. So this a good over for Gloucestershire. They've started to come out of the shackles that Middlesex bowling attack was encasing them in. 43 for 1. So 10 already off the over and 1 ball still to come. Does like to do that, Higgins. Likes to get in the opposition's eye line. This is outside the off stump with a little hop across. Price just lets that go through to the keeper. So 43 for 1 is the score. 19 overs have been bowled. Aware that probably some people are tuning in after work by now and wondering exactly how we've got to this point. Well, Gloucestershire won the toss and they elected to bowl first, so stuck Middlesex in on this hybrid pitch with short straight boundaries but longer square boundaries. Middlesex got off to a tidy start, 55 run opening stand. There didn't seem to be a huge amount going. Gloucestershire then struck with 3 wickets in the space of 3 overs, with Stoneman, Holden and Fernandez all dismissed. And a couple of decent partnerships from Middlesex with 58 put on for the 8th wicket between Helm and De Carey's, and a start of a partnership between Deploy and Higgins, but the lunch break did the trick for Gloucestershire, was Middlesex were 105 for 3 then, and they only added 100 more runs despite that partnership of De Carey's and Helm. And Marchand de Lange, the chief destroyer for Gloucestershire, bowled with pace and aggression, 6 for 49. Goodman 2 for 39, 1 for 16 for Zaman Akhtar, and Graham van Buren picked up the final Middlesex wicket.
Here's Higgins, 2 slips, a gully, a leg slip and a short leg, and he bowls a beaut on a line and length. That brings Bancroft a long way outside of the off stump. He's been drawn into it a lot more outside off, hasn't he, Bancroft, in comparison to Price. And Price, there you go, just having a little natter with him. Comes down the track. He was almost making the hand signal and the ball going the other way. Price coming into him. Maybe he is saying look out for the in-dipper now, because Higgins has just done him all ends up with a big away swinger a long way outside the off stump. And he comes, bowls, and oh, he's chopped on! Short, wide, but a bottom edge from Bancroft. He's gone for 12. And whether that one was to be the in-dipper or not, whether it just held its line, it certainly didn't swing away. It might have just nipped back slightly to take that bottom edge. Bancroft had said to, Price had said to Bancroft, the ball before, watch out for the in-dipper. And Higgins, the away swing of the ball previous, picks up Bancroft, bowled for 12. 43 for 2, Gloucestershire.
I've seen so many inside edges through the first couple of rounds that I've covered. And so pretty much all missed the stumps. In fact, I can't remember a single drag on yet, but so many inside edges. And that one, he's done pretty well, actually, to inside edge that one onto the stumps because it was so far wide. And I don't know, I mean, it looked, to be honest, it looked like a ball that probably Bancroft could put away. I don't know whether he was...
Banker for Bancroft.
He was just sort of so far feeling out of sorts out there in the middle that he just couldn't put it away the way that he might have done in another situation or not. But either way, that's a huge loss for Gloucestershire, just as they built something of a partnership. And particularly, I mean, Price had looked better, certainly, there's no getting round that, but they'd have felt pretty happy with Bancroft still out there. And now you wonder what Miles Hammond will decide to do, whether he will also try to stick it out, or whether he's going to play one of those innings where actually he does really look to counter-attack. He's got his old mate Higgins bowling at him as well, so I don't know whether that's going to come into the equation at all either. But Hammond is certainly somebody who could look at a situation like this and think, actually, I need to play some shots here. I need to change where this innings is going at the moment. But equally, you look at the runs that he scored last week at Hove. He did those by really trying to guts it out and was there for a long period of time.
4 slips and a short leg. Higgins' right arm over onto the pads. It's 4 leg buys as it runs away. Oh, it's Bruns. He's clipped it. Nice little glance.
Yeah, Higgins' hands to his face, suggesting that it was indeed
Let's have a look.
a fine glance.
Pitches outside the line of leg, probably wasn't hidden.
Certainly a delivery that you would fancy early on in your innings.
Middlesex lost their second wicket in the 15th over. And by the 20th, which we're currently in, Middlesex were 3 down. They were 59 for 3 in the 17th when Fernandez fell. But 47 for 2 in the 20th. Middlesex hadn't lost their first wicket until they were 55 on the board. That came in the wicket came at the end of the 14th over. Higgins bowls. Hammond turns through mid-wicket for 2. Who gives chase from mid on? I think that's Luke Holman, the subfielder. Who's he on for? Mark Stoneman is under the lid at short leg. Is it Holman at mid on? I'm pretty sure it is.
Looks roughly like his figure. I've not seen him since last year, but he looks tall enough to be.
Big and broad-shouldered, isn't he, for
Yeah.
a young spinner. Three slips and a gully and a short leg, and Higgins is around the wicket to Hammond now. Bowls ball angled in at middle stump. It's defended by Hammond, pushing back up the track. Right arm over. He's been swinging that ball away from the right-hander, so that'll be into Hammond, bringing in the LBW. He'll struggle to get an LBW right arm around to the left-hander here unless he's really straightening it, or a very full one is missed by Hammond. But as you say, he'll know Hammond very, very well, so he's ployed to come around the wicket early to him. He's probably one of some inside knowledge as he's in now. Bowls full straight and it's defended. Quick single take in front of Fernandez, who looks to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end, but it wraps into the pads of the batter running through. Hammond has his comfortable single. It's the end of the 20th. He'll keep the strike. He has 7. Price has 28. And Bancroft was done by Higgins, who was bowled well at bottom edge, though, from an attempted cut, falling down onto the stumps and bringing the end of Bancroft for just the 12. 50 for 2. That was the 50 up, that single, to end the over.
Yeah, mean, you sort of suspect Higgins round the wicket. He knows Hammond is another one of these left-handers that likes to get a long way across. We were talking about his deploy earlier on in terms of how far across he would get to the right arm round, and Hammond would be another one in that same sort of boat. So I'd imagine he's thinking about, yes, of course, trying to get Hammond to flash maybe outside the off stump, but chiefly target those stumps, maybe drag Hammond across his crease and pin him in front. We've got Brooks continuing, Henry Brooks into his 4th over, bowling to Hammond, who offers no shot to that one. A lot of interest out there, but it's way wide of off stump. Not a ball that Hammond would ever particularly think about playing at.
Well, tails are up, aren't they? Middlesex will be thinking with 15 overs to go tonight. 4 down at stumps, 50 for 2. Another one now as that bit of pressure builds. Could they walk off with 4? Gloucestershire will be delighted if they can get off 2 down tonight. I don't think they'd be too disappointed to get off 3 down either.
No, especially if they've scored a few runs. If Hammond's gone on the counter, Brooks bowls, lifting delivery outside off, left alone.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't want to play a waiting game, but I think Wicket's column is probably the most important to them now, isn't it? That run rate's down to 2.4.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, though, if you're kind of 110 for 3 versus 80 for 3 in the context of this game, 30 runs could be quite big.
Yeah.
But yeah, I take your point. I mean, you'd rather be there tomorrow to score the runs rather than have the runs on the board tonight. 2 slips in the gully. Brooks round the wicket, bowls. Hammond comes forward, won't find a single to the left-hand side of Fernandez at point. Elsewhere, Northamptonshire 321 for 5 against Leicestershire. Half centuries for Gay, Proctor and Bartlett. So that match taking place at Grace Road. Northamptonshire off to a pretty decent start. Close of play at Headingley. 59 overs bowled today. Yorkshire 276 for 3, so they've got on with it. Brooke 65 not out, and Brooke 44 not out, and Root 65 not out overnight. Brooks bowls a one-handed pull shot attempted by Hammond, who was through the shot way too early, and he could almost have had a complete 360 around and wafted at it again.
Prods away at the surface, he almost suggesting that died on him off the surface, all the pace and bounce we were talking about earlier. Been a funny old one today, isn't it? I mean, that first half an hour, you'd have thought, goodness me, indeed the first hour. We were just saying, weren't we, 55 for 1 when Stoneman departed. You were thinking, look, if you're a batter, if you can get in on this, there's plenty of runs to be had. It's looked pretty different since that first hour.
Brooks in bowl, short, wide. Hammond cuts it away and finds a boundary through the covers. So he was still in the frame of mind after having missed the previous ball to attack if one was offline. And that one was. And punch to the boundary, 54 for 2. Adam Lythe made 97, by the way, also in that game for Yorkshire. So that's Division 2. In Division 1, Durham 343 for 9 at Chesley Street. A century for Colin Ackerman, 112. Ollie Robinson made 90 from 86 balls. Brooks bowls wide. Hammond has a drive at that. He'll beat mid-off. He won't get 4 for it. It will be 2 more runs to the total. Hammond moves forward to 13 from 10 deliveries. End of the over. 56 for 2 Gloucestershire. 3 wickets each for Jamie Porter and Sam Cook. And a couple of wickets for Simon Harmer. But Chesley Street wickets have fallen aplenty at the Oval today. Hampshire bowled out for 151. 3 wickets each for Worrell, Clark and Atkinson. And Surrey in reply, 85 for 4. Ollie Pope made 13. Dan Lawrence 2. On sort of England watch, Jamie Smith also 13. And Sibley 4. So Rory Burns still there on 24. Almost been overtaken by the number 6, but there we go. He's still there. And Surrey trail by 66 runs. Nottinghamshire 332 for 6. At Edgbaston, where Ben Duckett's been the star of the show, 178 not out. 50s from Slater and Haynes as well. 3 wickets for Ollie, Hannon, Dolby. And Somerset 286 for 7 at Kidderminster with Tom Banton 75 not out. Recovery there after they were 210 for 7. Michael Pretorius made 49 from 34 balls. 3 wickets for Jason Holder for Worcestershire.
Higgins is in now, he bowls, and right in behind this. Price defends, it's back up the track, and there's no run. Who's the happier side at the moment? Middlesex will feel like they've got runs on the board to some extent, so a couple of wickets getting amongst them. Look at the field surrounding the bat at the moment. We've got 2 slips, a gully, a short extra cover, quite straight Holden, as this is leg side and gets through. What's the umpire going to signal? Leg buys gets through. There's also a leg gully and a short leg in position. So they're all tight in around the bat at the moment. Game of cat and mouse for the batters and the bowlers out there.
Yeah, I mean, normally on a traditional Bristol surface they'd be in like this because it's so slow, it's so hard to force the ball away. Different reason here.
40 goes, pushing back Price.
Or at least you'd feel a different reason here, in that Middlesex will feel that this is very much an attacking field, as likely to have somebody maybe mistime a ball. We've seen a couple stop in the surface, we've seen a couple bounce as well. And actually, you might just get a catch anywhere from any shot.
Higgins bowls, ooh, right into the block hole. That's dug out by Price. What are you sniggering at?
Well, it's just the sort of the block hole that Price created, really, wasn't
Well,
it?
yes.
Despite the fact that we've seen the keeper up at times, back for that one, and so Price took the opportunity to walk at him, and Higgins, such a canny bowler, knows pretty much exactly where Price is going to be after having come at him. So bowls what was a Yorker length because Price moved into it.
Higgins bowls. This is pushed, quick single, just wide of mid-on. Price moves to 29, 61 for 2.
And those are going to be there as well. We saw Middlesex, yes, they only made 203, but I did think that they just poked balls into gaps quite well, actually, and did take some good, sharp singles. And when boundaries aren't exactly flowing, vital to do that.
3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And here comes... Oh, no. All change. Well, it's not, it's just one change. 4th slip moves to leg slip, and it's Higgins to Hammond. He's in now, bowls, and this is clipped nicely through square leg, and Stoneman has a fair chase, as does long leg to carries. Comes around to collect, holds them to 2. Hammond's on to 15. 63 for 2.
Good running from Price, because he was searching for that third. Even if it wasn't on, it would have been quite easy just to waltz the 2. Potential low-scoring game. Make the most of every opportunity you can get to have the chance to turn 2s into 3s, 1s into 2s, etc. Change of bowling from the pavilion end. So Henry Brooks, having bowled 4 overs for 19, is out of the attack. Whether that's going to be a change of ends after a bit or just looking to keep his burst short, it's Tom Helm back. So you sort of feel they'd want one of Brooks and Helm bowling at all times. Somebody with extra pace on. Here comes Helm, bowls a away swinger there. Just a gentle away swinger, but still a delivery which Price had to be watchful of as he let it go. We got left 13.5 overs after this. I mean, the light hasn't got appreciably worse of late. We might have got quite lucky today, given the weather that seems to have been around and about. Helm approaches, bowls, another outswinger. Through it goes to the keeper. One thing I guess you miss with the Kookaburra ball, now you've got the Duke's ball back, just that gentle away shape. I mean, the Kookaburras just didn't even do that. There was that, combined with the fact that you had I guess also cold conditions anyway, but yeah, it's nice to see a bit of swing available. Give them something.
Yeah, they just don't swing, do they? Kookaburras a little bit early doors.
In comes Helm, bowls. That's the one that goes straight on, but Price reads it and defends it up towards mid-on. I mean, I don't actually. I mean, you'll have seen 2 games really towards the extreme end of things. The one that we had here, I mean, you had Bristol surface without a huge amount of live grass on it, plus Kookaburra ball, and yes, Yorkshire couldn't take the wickets on the final day, but it wasn't a dreadful game of cricket actually. But you know, I think you try talking to Middlesex about the Kookaburra. Helm in for defence from Price, goes to mid-off. And I do understand trying to lengthen games out, and you want 4-day cricket to be 4-day cricket. I'm certainly for that, but I think we saw quite a lot of that last season anyway with Duke's ball. There was actually plenty of deep action, and it wasn't all favouring the bowlers, the batters, or one of the other, or both. Wherever that sentence was going.
I don't think you've done yourself any favours there.
No. Here comes Helm bowling now, and that one goes straight on towards off stump, but Price with a solid block out into the offside. There's no run. I also dropped one of my pen lids, which didn't help.
That was what that rattle was.
3 pens, because I'm fantastic at selecting ones that don't work. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of think that there's the tendency to change about 10 things. And if you change that many things all in a short space of time, how do you know which change has caused what, even if it's what you intended to happen? And I think it was the same thing with the bonus points. Helm runs in, bowls, turned into the onside quietly by Price. That's a maiden over from Helm, who has been parsimonious. 8 runs from his 6 overs. 63 for 2. Price 29, Hammond 15. The deficit for Gloucestershire is 140. But, you know, they talked about how they wanted to keep the batting bonus points the same, but increase the points for the draw, because they felt that the 2 changes had cancelled each other out. And that's sort of what I mean, really. If you go changing multiple things, then all you've got is theory as to what's happening. There's just that constant tinkering going on.
Tinkering of the attack. Here's Bamba from the far end replacing Higgins, and he's immediately around the wicket. First time change of ends for Bamba today, isn't it? Mould, everything else.
Yeah.
Down below us at the pavilion end. 3 slips go down behind Hammond, and the left-handers forward and across, pushing back up the track. Bamba will just look to be on the spot once again.
Back into the attack at the Ashley Down Road end.
And there we go. At the Ashley Down Road end, Ethan Bamba.
It's a really nice chap, is Ethan Bamba. I can remember having a sort of discussion about his Gloucestershire cap a couple of years ago at Cheltenham.
Bamba's in, bowls, and forward goes Hammond, gets an inside edge down to long leg, picks up a single, 64 for 2. His Gloucestershire cap.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is that Gloucestershire are one of the couple of counties, I think it is, where you're awarded your county cap on your debut. And
even if it's on loan?
But it's not on loan. So that's what we had to ask Ethan, because to be honest, at that time, I didn't know. But Ethan was fielding right in front of us in the marquee a couple of years back, and
you put your foot
talked
in it and
into
said, congratulations on your
effects
cap,
mic.
and he said, I didn't get one.
I didn't say it like that.
Bamba runs in, bowls, and it's left alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes. He'd have taken a load of wickets if you hadn't have upset him that day. It's good though, otherwise you might have tried to sign him.
I'm sure they
So
would
what
like
did you
to have
say?
tried to sign him. No, just pointed out that I think we sort of effectively asked him what his cap number was, but then didn't get one because he was on loan. So I guess there's a A couple of spare Gloucestershire caps lying about that they toss off to the low knees.
Bamber bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Price.
It was nearly another deploy from earlier.
Yeah.
He just left the bat and the gloves there and flicked it on the way through to the keeper. Yet more prodding. I'd love to know if that does anything at all. Not being a batter, I couldn't say, but can't imagine on a hybrid that's going to do anything whatsoever.
Bamber bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off where De Carey's fields, no run.
But yeah, I mean, I suppose there's not too many cricketers who just totally ignore you, but he's very nice about it. Took his time to respond.
Here goes Bamber again. He bowls. It's dabbed into the onside. Mid-on comes around to collect.
Had a couple of emails in at radiobristolcricket@gmail.com. Jacob Brown's been in touch. Tuned into the live stream last week and enjoyed Adrian and myself's commentary. It's very kind of you. Having noticed you were ticking off nations from zealous watchers around the globe, I thought I would contribute. I'm currently working in Wuhan, China as an English teacher, so with regret I'll be watching from afar this year. Best wishes to the Glorious this season. I'll be paying particular attention to the Blast campaign this year. I was hoping for Howlhead Ball. Oh, of course we didn't mention that. That's one of Miles Hammond's middle names, which I think is often used as a nickname because it's fantastic. But I'll settle for the JT Bombs. So shout out to Westbury on 7 Cricket Club for their campaign in the Gloss Division 1 League. Always happy to give club cricket shout outs. As Helm continues and bowls back of the legs to Hammond, who drops the hands on it, plays it down into the offside.
He got wrapped on the gloves today, didn't he, Helm, by a lifting ball? Remember, he dropped the bat?
He did.
Threw it to the ground as you described it. It's lucky there's a stream to keep you in check, Ed. Honestly. Accusations.
Slammed it to the floor.
It was
a light little...
I've seen anything like it in all my years watching cricket the way he threw that bat to the ground.
Yeah, Wuhan. Middle of China. In goes Helm bowls and Hammond looks to drive.
Would you have
forcing away off the front foot.
Would you have known that 5 years ago, 6 years ago?
Where Wuhan was? Yeah, probably I would, but you know, I'm sort of vaguely familiar with Chinese geography, but yes, exactly. I think that was sort of the one fact that most people that sadly know about Wuhan nowadays. But yeah, we'd love to visit one day. In goes Helm over the wicket, bowls, back of a length, tucked into the onside. They go for a quick single and they'll take it with Helm having to do... Well, actually, he doesn't do the work in the end in his follow-through, but it would have been him shying at the stumps if there'd been one. But just stepped over the ball and allowed mid-on to field. So Hammond moves on to 17, 65 for 2. Neil Holbrow's been in touch. After hearing your discussion of nicknames, my wife and Gloucester watching friends refer to Ollie Price being the younger brother as Fisher. Yes, Fisher Price. Yeah, I think that was something that was going around at one stage, but doesn't seem to have gathered any momentum. Fisher facing up, and forward he goes, defending to mid-off. Also, we refer to David Payne as Bubbles for his champagne moment. Oh, yes.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
I like that, actually. Yeah, that's good. Price. There's got to be some good ones on Price, isn't there?
Well,
I mean, OJ...
It's almost too easy, isn't it? In a way. Or, sorry, still on David Payne, or as Grampy, as one of our friends' father-in-law, is also called David Payne.
Oh.
Thanks for that. Helm bowls on the pads of Price. He doesn't really look to play a forcing shot through the offside. He's just content to let the ball hit the bat pretty much, and there's no run to mid-wicket.
Wasn't the price of OJ the plot of Trading Places? Call him Eddie Murphy.
Oh, gosh. Not
You
seen
must
it.
have. Oh, come on.
No. Not seen it.
Trading Places.
Have you seen it?
Oh,
Mr.
come
Longstaff? No,
on.
he hasn't. Oh, thank you.
This is one of the best.
Thank you.
Eddie
Not
Murphy
alone.
is absolute finest.
Here comes Helm to finish off the over bowls, a bumper, and Price sways out of the way of it.
I've got
And
one more
there's
chance in the room
The over completed.
to make it 2-all. Trading Places. Seen it? Trading Places.
No,
No
he's no
clue.
idea either.
3-1 a lose. Oh.
Tried to get away with it with a thumbs up, but nah.
Trading Places. How could you not have seen that? Dan Aykroyd. One of the greatest. With Eddie Murphy. In a movie together.
No, sorry.
The Price of OJ. There you go.
I'm afraid your
Call him Dan Aykroyd or Eddie Murphy. There's his nickname.
wondrous wit has fallen on deaf
Jamie Lee
ears
Curtis
here.
is in that movie as well. Absolutely brilliant. Well, there's your evening sorted out. You've got to go home and watch Trading Places. Although, is it a Christmas movie? It was set at Christmas, but it's not strictly speaking a Christmas movie. Never mind a Friday night out in Bristol, Ed. You take yourself home and watch Trading Places.
Does tend to be my Friday nights out, really.
Bamber's in, bowls a beaut. Right arm around to the left-hander. He's squared up by this one. Through it goes to Davies behind the stump. 65 for 2. Honestly, I'm upset about that. It's an iconic movie.
Really, really disappointed about
It's one of
this.
my favourite childhood movies.
Right, that might explain it then.
No, it doesn't explain it at all. Culture does not age. Go home and watch it. You've been told off. Here's Banbury's in bowls, and this is push shoot mid-on, and there's no run. 7.5 rating on IMDb.
Oh, it must be fantastic then.
For a comedy, that's
What's
not
it got
bad.
on Rotten Tomatoes?
Ooh.
It's just over there. Oh, 85%.
That's good, isn't it?
That is good,
There you
yeah.
go.
They like it on Rotten Tomatoes.
4.7 out of 5 on that one. Behind the scenes of Eddie Murphy's Trading Places. 17 minutes and 21 seconds. There's 17 minutes and 21 seconds of my Friday night sorted out.
After you get back from Thekla.
Yeah. The Duke brothers, there you go. I don't want to spoil the plot for you, but brilliant, absolutely brilliant. 9th of December 1983. That makes it a Christmas movie if that was when it was released. 9th of December, that's a Christmas movie officially then, isn't it? Here's Banbury bowls. This is driven just wide of mid-off. Holden comes across to gather. Hammond on 17. John Landis directed it. There you go. Don't you look blank-faced at me about John Landis. Absolute genius. Directed the thriller.
An American Werewolf in London.
Yeah, Blues Brothers. Wait, you're saying that as though you don't know what American Werewolf in London is.
Well, I mean, I've heard of it, but I've not seen it. Don't watch films, really.
Coming to America, I didn't know he did that as well. Bamba. He's around the wicket bowls, and this one's left alone outside of the off stump and through to the keeper. Admittedly, I think he did Ghosts on Mars as well, which wasn't the greatest, but... Blues Brothers.
Yeah, again, heard of it, never seen it.
Tell me you've seen Michael Jackson's Thriller music video. John Landis. You haven't not seen the Thriller music video.
I'm just going to pretend I
How
haven't
is
to
that
annoy
possible? Oh, yeah, I don't know now. Bamba in once more. Bowls, good line of length. This is pushed into the offside. It's fielded by Holden. No run.
And it's a long way to play for the close. This scoring rate is dried up in the last few overs. Yes, you want to make sure that you're only 2 down at the end of the day, but still potentially 10 overs to go after this.
Beverly Hills Cop 3.
3.
Spies
Well,
Like
the first
Us.
2.
They were alright. 3 was good. Off again goes Bamba. Oh, a swing at that one from Hammond. That was a little wild and loose. Through it goes to the keeper, beating the edge. And a little word from Bamba at the end of his follow-through. That's unlike Bamba, unless he was apologising. 65 for 2
Awfully
after
sorry
26.
for beating your bat, sir.
That is Ethan Bamba all over. He's the nicest man on the planet. Absolutely lovely human being.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger as well. Hammond
He directed Clue as well. I never knew he directed Clue. I had to explain Clue the other day to somebody. You've seen Clue? Come on.
Is that a intentional joke?
It actually wasn't.
No.
But I'll take it.
Okay.
Clue. Tim Curry was in it. Absolutely genius.
Here comes Helm. Deep square's gone out. Helm to Price. Down the leg side it goes. And a tumbling take from Davies, who, not for the first time, has saved himself some buys.
Yeah. It was based on Cluedo, the board game.
Okay.
Tim Curry is one of the baddies in it.
Oh.
Oh, that gives it away. Sorry. He's one of the goodies.
Well, if it's got him in it, I'll definitely watch.
He directed The Good, the Bad and the Ugly. Really?
Did he?
I don't believe that. No, he must have been in it as an actor. He can't have directed that.
Helm running in over the wicket, bowls short ball, rather balloons over the head of Price, who's ducked underneath it pretty early. Still that sort of gloomy feel to things out there.
No, I knew there was no way he could have done that. Sergio Leone did it. He must have been in it. Because it's listed in his movie database. He was an actor as well. Anyway, there you go. There's your Friday night. Oh, he directed RoboCop as well. Come on.
Helm is in over the wicket, bowls on the pads of Price, who again plays that knock through straight mid-wicket. Chase will just bring it in on the slide. Not for the first time. Just a couple of yards inside the boundary, and once again it's 3 runs.
Oh no, I've gone too far again. This is films that he acted in.
Right.
No, Paul Verhoeven directed RoboCop.
Am I supposed to have heard of him as well?
Yes. What's your thing then? If it's not movies.
Well, I just watch a lot of sport. Not just cricket, but
if you're not watching sport,
lot. Well,
what does the Ed Seaborn life look like?
Boring enough at the best of times. Helm is in full and straight to Hammond, who defends back towards the bowler. Well, I watched some TV series, but I'm not particularly sort of religious about trying to keep up with the general TV landscape. But no, genuinely, I can watch sport for nearly every hour in the day because there's something always on. That's the problem.
I mean, I used to be like that as a child, but then I kind of grew up and discovered there was other things in life.
Oh, so you hang on. So you isn't that the reverse of what most people do? You're not interested in watching sport as a child because it involves sitting down and doing nothing. But
inner city
London. Find
London.
it later on. Helm bowls hand off the bat from Hammond, but he's managed to glance it down fine and picks up a single. And it's 69 for 2. Yeah, there goes the board. Deficit 134. It is definitely looking gloomier now. I don't know whether that means rain's necessarily on the way, but having to sort of
9.1 overs can do it.
Brighten up, widen your eyes to take in a bit more of the brightness.
We need to turn off the lights.
I think that would help, actually. Yeah. Maybe I'll do that after
right
this
above
ball.
the line of sight.
Can go and do it after this ball.
Bats will be pointing up at us saying, look how dark it is.
69 for 2.
You can see what Kate and Neil Prescott brought up for their tea.
Helm in, wide of off, and not drawing Ollie Price into a shot. Helm is waving, and it looks as if he's waving, asking for some tape for that right thumb, presumably the one that got the knock earlier on.
Yeah, more tape, look.
Yeah.
Either that or he's playing charades. It's a film.
Yes, that's what I was thinking to
5
start
words, no, 4 words.
Is it trading places?
Yeah.
No. It would be. It would be appropriate, wouldn't it? You could just make the T sign.
That's still
both words.
Has cake arrived yet? Distraught about that. We're going to have to bring some cake tomorrow, aren't we?
Well, our special guest could bring the cake. Our minds going the same place.
Bambers around the wickets, begin the new over. Bowls, and this is driven away in front of point. Lovely shot for 4. Glorious. Leaned into it, Hammond. He's into the 20s. He's on to 22. Oh, look at Where's that light shining down, reflecting off those cars? Is that the setting sun over our left shoulder, glinting off the cars?
Looks a bit white for the sun, doesn't it?
Well, exactly. That's what I was thinking. But the floodlights aren't on, so what else can it be?
Don't know.
It must be a slither of sunlight in the distance, reflecting back off those cars. No? What is it? Three slips and a leg slip. Bowls Bamber now, and this is turned off his hip for a single by Hammond. One more to the total. Look at that, it's so strange, isn't it? All of those cars away to our left, they've got the same slither of light.
Is it coming out of the side of the burger van? Surely not.
Well, I tell you what, you might not... no, it can't be.
I mean, there's nothing on some of the cars further towards the houses.
Yeah, there is. If you look... yeah,
I mean, that back row, mind you, that might be blocked by the shed. The hashtag #GoGloss shed.
Our camera from the far end is looking to see what it is. Can't see it.
Doesn't seem to be the sun, apparently.
No. Something's reflecting off it. Here goes Bamber in the gloom. He bowls and he's driven away into the offside and there's no run. You see, I don't think this is bad. All the light out there at the moment.
No, it's fine as it is now. Yeah. It's got to be fine at, what, 20-7. It has to be said, not really been Middlesex's problem that the overs haven't been bowled in, especially timely fashion. Be interested to know what Gloucestershire's over rate was at the end of their innings. Didn't seem to be anything up on the board, but be surprised it wasn't at least -1.
Full delivery from Bamber. It's clipped for a single just wide of mid-on. Holden comes around, holds Price. Just the single, which moves him to 33. The price of OJ. The plot of Trading Places, if you're wondering. Our Trading Places reference only just tuned in a moment ago. Look at Dan Aykroyd, he's still on my screen. 71 years of age now. Is he in the new Ghostbusters?
Canadian as well. It's amazing how many of them are Canadian.
How many of who? The Ghostbusters?
Well, I mean, no. Just mean in general, actors and musicians that you think must be American.
Bamber bowls. Forward goes left-handed Hammond, and there's no run. Oh, he is in the new one, Frozen Empire. There you go. Look at that.
I'm not going to be watching that.
What?
No.
Have you watched any of them?
No.
Oh, come on.
No, I've watched the original.
Yeah.
But nah.
Number 2 is alright.
If you say so.
You haven't watched it, so you don't know. Did number 1 put you off for life?
Oh yeah, too scared. Behind the sofa.
Bamber's around the wicket, he bowls. Bouncer. Ooh, tennis ball bounce that one through it goes. Looking at the umpire, he's alright. No new ball called on that one. End of the over, it's 75 for 2. Physio's out looking at Helm.
Yeah, winding up.
Oh, what are the umpires having a chat about? Light?
Surely not yet. It's brighter than it was about 10 minutes ago.
Well, funnily enough, the light that was reflected off those cars now has disappeared. So the sun's gone behind a cloud over them and come out over here. Telling you it was the sun.
Umpires Shanmugam and Pratt have finished their conference, and it's time for Helm to bowl to Price, who's with a hop onto his toes, standing tall to defend.
Who's the match referee for this one?
Good question. I didn't see that to start with, but it should be on
I haven't seen
this.
The manual today, actually.
Here.
You'd usually bumped into someone and go, oh, you're a match ref.
Oh, it's Mike Smith.
Ah. Why such surprise?
Well, no surprise. I'm just pleased to see that it's Mike Smith. He was also on that Gloucestershire England debutantes quiz that I got wrong. Helm bowls and rising and taking the shoulder of the bat. Price has gone. It's a feather through to Davies behind the stumps, and that is a huge wicket for Middlesex with Helm extracting bounce. I'm not sure there's a great deal that Price could have done about that, and his body language looking down at the surface after it would suggest that he feels there was little he could do too. Just attempted to play underneath the ball but couldn't withdraw the bat in time. Nasty ball from Helm, and he has the wicket. 75 for 3, Price out for 33. He's looked as assured as anybody, to be honest, out there, but even he ended up with a delivery which he felt that he couldn't do a great deal with.
Tom Helm at his absolute best. Yeah. That was irresistible from the Middlesex quick. That was the perfect ball, line length for Helm's height, a little bit of way movement, forcing the batter to play at it. Even though it's a short ball, you look at it and think, could he have left it? But the line was coming in towards him. It's just a nasty delivery from Helm. Really was. Helm at his very best, and that kind of delivery is why Helm, for nearly a decade now, has been regarded as close to being next to the next cab off the rank for England. He's been there or thereabouts in squads for years. He's yet to make an England debut, but he's been in so many squads over the years, and that delivery, if somebody was just to see that ball, have walked in and watch him bowl, you'd say, goodness me, this guy's this guy's got something. He always has. Injuries have been very, very unkind to Tom Helm, but you see him bowl a ball like that and just think, wow, such a good white ball bowler as well.
What's James Bracey taking as a guard? Looks like he's taking leg stump. New man, Bracey, also a centurion from the last encounter at this ground against Yorkshire, along with Price doing the bulk of the work to save that game. For Gloucestershire on the final day, different task in hand here. 7.4 overs remain in the day's play. Gloucestershire will not want to lose another one, and they'll start off by seeing Bracey squared up by another spitting delivery off the surface, which might have come off arm, something like that, down in front of the slip cordon. Not a great sign really for anyone wanting to come out and score on this. Seeing that is not a great sight when you've got a tall, quick enough bowler in Helm extracting that sort of bounce. Helm in, bowls, bumper. Bracey plays it down into the ground and it beats backward point, but Bracey couldn't charge off into the distance because he had to make sure that it wouldn't be fielded. And probably 2 runs is all they would have added anyway. 77 for 3. They trail by 126 runs. So vital for Hammond and Bracey to steady things. Van Buren, Ben Charlesworth still in the hutch, and then De Lange, Actor, Goodman and Singdale. Helm bowls, standing tall, playing defensively. There's Bracey back towards the bowler. There is no run. Vincent has been back in touch. Says that he's okay with the English pronunciation in this context, but yeah. In terms of the Price brothers, I have some non-British nicknames. Sometimes find myself referring to them as Leader Price and Little Price. Leader Price being the name of a French discount store chain. Here comes Helm, bowls a bouncer. Bracey just ducks under. At the end of a successful over for Middlesex that has seen them pick up their 3rd wicket. Every time so far Gloucestershire just threaten a partnership in this innings. It's nipped in the bud. Hammond 23, Bracey 2. It also says he calls them Olive and Tom, which were the names of the main characters in the heavily translated French version of Captain Tsubasa. You familiar with that? The football anime.
No.
You're not an anime person then. Which also mean the opening credits. Sorry.
This ball's from around the wicket from Bamber to Hammond. It's that stage of day, Ed. We know. This ball's turned out to deep square for a single.
Try and decipher this. thing which is certainly alien to my knowledge. Also, I mean, the opening credits song is basically their anthem to me. Hoping the boys can protect their wickets till the end of the day, and we should be in a very good position tomorrow. Chasing some batting points. Well, yeah, a long way to go before they get there.
Bamber bounds in, loses his towel on the way. This is turned for a single, just fine of mid-on. Off the back foot by Bracey. He's on to 3. Or is he? Have I gone too early? No, he is. He's on 3. Come on, boy. Cry from down below. We've got another 6.4 overs to go. Umpire delays matters for a moment while the field switches, because Bamber's going to come bustling in from over the wicket now to Hammond. And off he sets. 3 slips go down. Points covering a mid-off, mid-on. And long leg, who's called into action by a full ball from Bamber onto the pads and fielded by De Carey's. There was a deep square as well, Brooks, that I missed. Scoreboard away to alright. The scoreboard's always a good one to look at here at Bristol as well, isn't it? How bright does that look? It's just about right at the moment still. It's actually feel to our, as we look away to our left over the houses over the back of the football ground, Bristol Rovers, it looks pretty bright over there. Nice in Ed Bevan land. That's that away, isn't it?
Yes.
Here's Bamber bowls and tumbles as he does, and is called for a no ball. He's alright, regards the tumble. He's back up on his feet. But the no ball ticks the score to 82 for 3, trailing by 121 now.
Just another absolutely ridiculous game in the IPL. Have you seen that one?
No.
Kolkata Knight Riders 261 for 6 from their 20 overs, and it's just nowhere near enough by the looks of things. Punjab 178 for 2 in the 13th over.
Salt 75 from 37. Here's Bamber bowls. This is eased to backward point by Bracey. There's no run, and Sunil Nareen 71 from 32. Strike rate of 222. An opening stand of 138 from 10.2 overs. Pedestrian
in comparison to one of the games the other day. Now the umpires are having another chat here.
No umps, it's fine.
I think they're going off. They've been waved off of the players.
It feels brighter now than it was before.
Yeah, kind of does. So now they're going to be setting this as the base reading for the next 3 days after this one. And so, again, you kind of think...
Come on,
and it's what we had last week at Hove, where actually they were playing when it was really quite dark. And actually, if that were the base reading, you felt, well, you know, to be honest, they're probably not going to go off for pretty much anything here. But now that they've gone off in this, they, you know, I don't think we're going to be playing much beyond 6 on any of the days. It doesn't look as if it's going to be bright sunshine, even on the Monday when the weather's at its best.
I remember doing a T20 here. It was one of the first years when T20 was extended to a big group stage. It was played across every Friday night.
Yes.
So you started mid-May, I think. So roughly about this time, 6:30 start, but I think it's probably 5:30 without floodlights. But 5:30 went out there, and you know there was no floodlights back then, and it was dark already. You know, you're just thinking, what on earth? You're starting a cricket match, no floodlights, at this time of year in these conditions. Yeah, it was pretty bonkers. But
and there was that absolute farce a couple of years back at Radlett as well, wasn't there? That T20 match.
Ah, yes, that was Gloucestershire, wasn't it?
Yeah, when Owen Morgan tried to bring back his seamers after bowling the spinners, being told it was too dark. And then when Middlesex were ahead on Duckworth Lewis, the umpires then said, no, we're going to stay out there. Ian Cobain hooked, I think it was Stephen Finn for 6. Gloucestershire were ahead, and then off they went as the rain came down.
Yes, that
and
was
Gloucestershire
bonkers.
won on Duckworth Lewis.
That was bonkers. That was really bad, that one. There was also another Gloucestershire match at Merchant Taylor School, Brendan McCullum's debut.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Hunt and I struggling to see each other in the tent watching that one, which again was, you know, whatever time start. Umpires having a long natter out there at the moment with the ground staff. We're just waiting for the sun to break through again. But well, actually, to be fair, you look out to our right, it's pretty gloomy. You look out to our left, it's pretty bright. But I guess we probably have to think we're right in the middle of both of those at the moment. So
yeah, I mean, it's one of those where it's very hard to see things improving. Having said that, we did have that one day against Yorkshire last match where there were about this number of overs remaining. We stayed for what must have been half an hour, and they decided there were still 3 overs left to be bowled in the day. So
well, fingers crossed.
You probably could have actually got all those overs in if they just kept going, because then it was sunny for the rest of the evening. So you just never know. The sun just broke through out of absolutely nowhere, and it is like this at this time of year where it can be gloomy behind the cloud, but
the fact that they called it mid-over as well, it's unusual for umpires to call it mid-over.
Yes, so that's true.
They obviously felt that, this has just got, it obviously dipped a little bit in their opinion, that they came together mid-over to call it quits. But we'd make up the 6.2 tomorrow, wouldn't we?
If
the weather allowed. Well, even if the rain does fall, then we've still got 102.2 overs to bowl tomorrow, so you'd lose overs off 102.2 rather than lose overs off 96, wouldn't you? So
yeah, it doesn't look,
if my logic works,
great. The forecast even now for the sort of the afternoon, which had looked as if it was
really?
The best
Are we looking at a washout?
So I'm not certain. I mean, it's not absolutely 100% chance of rain, but
we're looking at
so a lot of rain overnight,
50-50, yeah,
and then maybe dry for the morning session. But the question is, how much rain will have fallen overnight, and then showers.
What's the drying conditions like at Bristol now?
Well, I mean, obviously we've had an awful lot of rain here over the winter. Normally it's not too bad. It's more about kind of where the water table is than necessarily the actual drainage itself. So, to be honest, I don't know. It doesn't... When I've stepped onto the outfield out there, it hasn't felt particularly soggy. But at the same time, I just don't know. If we get a whole night's worth of rain, then... So
there's a 50% chance of rain between 10 and 11. 20% between 11 and 12. This is where your how much rain fell overnight. 10% between 12 and 1. 1 o'clock's 50%, so it can rain at lunch. 2 o'clock is 40%. Sunny intervals. 3 o'clock's 50%. 4 o'clock's, that's not too bad. We'll get a good day's playing tomorrow.
Well, we hope so.
How does it jump from... Oh, it's just your screen's dirty.
What's
it goes
that?
1,500, then it looks like 1,000 to 1,700. It's missing.
Does it? What are you looking at? That's clearly an 8.
It's obviously the angle.
It's that. I think it's also the font as well. It's much anyway.
There you go. It's the font.
It's the font that the Met Office have chosen for their weather forecast. Anyway, at the moment, it's still at least as dark as it was when they went off. In fact, I think it might even now be a touch darker. The umpires are taking another reading.
No, it's brightened up. Come on, back on.
You can tell them that. Get on with it.
Yeah.
Shouts the call from the balcony.
Shall I run downstairs? Get on with it.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, it looks a bit brighter. That looks the scoreboard looks quite bright, doesn't it? Which means it's a bit.
Yeah. I think.
Oh, look, someone's gone out with the headlights on now in the car park. That's totally. Just because they want to go home, don't have to ruin it for all of us. Turn your headlights off.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not optimistic about this now.
It's a fancy car, that one, though, isn't it? It tells whether it needs the lights on or not.
Side lights. Can you sort of, I don't know, different side lights as well?
Oh no, there's another one. Look,
those ones.
The newer cars, they all turn the lights on at a certain light, don't they? Themselves, so they're light sensors. So. Well, off we go. Do you remember the days when you used to pull away and you hadn't turned your headlights on? Oh, sorry, officer.
I would never dream of doing such a thing.
Where are they gone now? You've got a fancy car. I know you've got a fancy car.
As if. As if.
Your
right then, let's
floodlight hourly rate, 150 an hour.
Let's at least do a recap of what we've seen then, as this may be the end of what we do get in terms of cricket today. There's another. Is there another reading, or is there a replacement of the bells? No, it looks like we've got a third light meter reading from umpire Shanmugam. I mean, they're staying out there. They're trying to wait out the light, but at the moment it doesn't seem like...
They're off. Stumps.
That's it. Stumps removed. So we can rest
recap away.
Easy.
Cheers, folks.
That is it for the day's play. And Kevin hands off already after Don is disco gear for later. So Gloucestershire 82 for 3 then, after 29.4 overs, as they reply to Middlesex's 203. Gloucestershire won the toss this morning and decided to insert Middlesex. In the end, that's probably proven to be the correct decision, after Middlesex were bowled out for 203. A few partnerships here and there, but the top scorer in the innings ending up being Josh De Carey's with 37 from down at number 8. A fair few starts, but nobody really ever looking comfortable on this pitch from both sides that have batted on it. Now, Marchand de Lange 6 for 49 with a terrific effort, and as we've seen also from especially the likes of Helm in this innings, that if you can just hit a length at pace, then you'll extract life out of this hybrid pitch. So de Lange 6 for 49, 2 for 39 from Goodman, and a wicket each for Zaman Akhtar and Graham van Buren. For Middlesex, a wicket each for Bamber, Helm and Higgins. Ollie Price 33, with a wicket falling in the actually previous over to the one that they went off in, so you might be thinking, yeah, if only, but they've got to call it at some point. Miles Hammond 25 from 30, looked as if he was more on the attack, and it'll be James Bracey to resume tomorrow morning, assuming that the weather allows, with Gloucestershire trailing by 121 runs. Have you donned the headset? Is there something in particular that you'd like to say?
I just came back in, you're still on.
Oh, well, why did you put the headset on then?
Anyway, up again.
That's that from Bristol, as the covers are coming on. Myself, Ed Seaborn, and Kevin Hand will be back with you tomorrow. Hopefully the rain stays away. From us here, have a good night.